Part 4. Cry Havoc. Chapter 24. Open to the Resonance. Scythe Anastasia's next gleaning was to take place in Act 3 of Julius Caesar, at the Orpheum Theater in Wichita, a classic venue that dated back to mortal times. "I'm not looking forward to gleaning someone in front of a paying audience," Citra admitted to Marie as they checked into a Wichita hotel. "They're paying for the performance, dear," Marie pointed out. "They don't know there's to be a gleaning." "I know, but even so, gleaning shouldn't be entertainment." Marie screwed up her lips into a smug smirk. "No one to blame but yourself. It's what you get for allowing your subjects to choose the method of their own gleaning." She supposed Marie was right. Citra should actually consider herself lucky that none of her other subjects wanted to turn their gleaning into a public spectacle. Perhaps, once life returned to normal, she would put some sensible parameters on the types of deaths her subjects could choose. About half an hour after they arrived in their hotel suite, there was a knock on the door. They had ordered room service, so Citra was not surprised, although it came faster than she had expected it would. Marie was in the shower, and by the time she got out, the food would be cold. When Citra opened the door, however, it was not a hotel worker with lunch. Instead, there was a young man there, around her age, and his face displayed cosmetic issues that no one in the post-mortal age had. His teeth were crooked and yellow, and there were little sore bumps on his face that seemed ready to erupt. He wore a shapeless brown burlap shirt and pants telegraphing to the world that he rejected society's conventions. Not in the brash way unsavories did, but in the quiet, judgmental way of a tonist. Citra realized her mistake right away and assessed the situation in a blink of an eye. It was easy to disguise oneself as a tonist. She had once done it herself to elude detection. There was no question in her mind that this was an attacker in disguise, come to end them. She had no weapon on her, or within reach. She had nothing with which to defend herself but her bare hands. He smiled, showing more of his unpleasant teeth. "Hello, friend. Did you know that the Great Fork tolls for you?" "Stay back," she said. But he didn't. Instead, he took a step forward. "One day, it will resonate for us all." Then he reached into a pouch at his waist. Citra moved with instinctive speed and perfect Bokatar brutality. She moved so quickly, it was over before she could think. The snap of a bone resonating through her far more clearly than any great fork could. He was on the ground, wailing in pain, his arm broken at the elbow. She knelt down to look into his pouch, to see what nature of death he had brought with them. The pouch was filled with pamphlets, glossy little pamphlets extolling the virtues of a tonist lifestyle. This was no attacker. He was exactly what he appeared to be, a tonist zealot pushing his absurd religion. Now, Citra felt embarrassed at her overreaction, and horrified by her own vicious countermeasure to his intrusion. She knelt before him as he squirmed on the ground, squealing in pain. "Hold still," she said. "Let your pain nanites do their job." He shook his head. "No pain nanites," he gasped. "All gone. Extracted." That took her by surprise. She knew tonists did strange things, but she never imagined they would do something so extreme, so masochistic, as to remove their pain nanites. He looked at her with wide eyes, like a doe that had just been struck by a car. "Why did you do it?" he sobbed. "I just wanted to enlighten you." Then, with timing that couldn't be worse, Marie came out of the bathroom. "What's all this?" "A tonist," Citra explained. "I thought—" "I know what you thought," Marie said. "I would have thought the same, but I must have just knocked him unconscious instead of shattering his elbow." She folded her arms and looked down on the two of them, seeming more annoyed than sympathetic, which wasn't like her. I'm surprised the hotel allows tonists to peddle their religion door to door. They don't, said the tonist through his pain, but we do it anyway. Of course you do. Then he finally put two and two together. You're Scythe Curie. Then he turned to Citra. Are you a Scythe too? Scythe Anastasia. I've never seen a Scythe out of their robes. Your clothes, they're the same color as your robes? It's easier that way, Citra said. Marie sighed, not interested in his revelation. I'll go get ice. Ice? Asked Citra. What for? It's a mortal age remedy for swelling and pain, she explained, and left for the ice machine down the hall. The tonist had stopped squirming, but was still breathing heavily from the pain. What's your name? Citra asked. Brother McLeod. That's right, Citra thought. Tonists are all brother or sister something. Well, I'm sorry, Brother McLeod. I thought you meant to hurt us. Just because tonists are anti-Scythe doesn't mean we wish you harm, he said. We want to enlighten you, just like everyone else. Maybe even more than everyone else. He looked to his swelling arm and moaned. It's not so bad, Citra said. Your healing nanites should... But he shook his head. You mean your healing nanites are gone too? Is that even legal? Unfortunately, yes, said Marie, returning with the ice. People have a right to suffer if they choose, no matter how backward it is. Then she took the ice bucket to the sweet small kitchen to prepare some sort of pack with it. Can I ask you something? Said Brother McLeod. If you're Scythes and above the law in every way, why would you attack me? What are you afraid of? It's complicated, said Citra, not wanting to explain the intricacies and intrigue of their current situation. It could be simple, he said. You could renounce your Scythehood and follow the Tonist way. Citra could almost laugh. Even in his pain, he had a one-track mind. I was in a Tonist monastery once, she admitted. It seemed to please him and distract him from the pain. Did it sing to you? I struck the tuning fork on the altar, she told him. I smelled the dirty water. It's filled with diseases that used to kill people, he said. So I've heard. Someday it will kill people again. I sincerely doubt that, said Maria as she returned with the ice, tied into a small plastic trash bag. I don't doubt that you doubt, he said. Marie gave a disapproving humph, then knelt beside him and pressed the packet of the ice into his swelling elbow. He grimaced, and Citra helped hold it in place. He took a few deep breaths, coming to terms with both the cold and the pain, then said, I belong to the Tonist Order here in Wichita. You should come visit, to pay me back for what you've done to me. Aren't you afraid we'll glean you? Marie scoffed. Probably not, Citra said. Tonists aren't afraid of death. But Brother McLeod corrected her. We're afraid of it, he said, but we just accept our fear and rise above it. Marie stood up, impatient. You Tonists pretend to be wise, but your entire system of belief is fabricated. It's nothing but convenient bits and pieces of mortal age religions, and not even the good parts. You've taken it all and have stitched it together skillessly into clashing, motley quilt. You make sense to no one but yourselves. Marie, I've already broken his arm. We don't need to insult him too. But she was too deep in her rant to stop now. Did you know, Anastasia, that there are at least 100 different tone cults, each with their own rules? They argue bitterly whether their divine tone is G sharp or A flat, and can't even agree whether to call this imaginary deity of theirs the Great Vibration or the Great Resonance. Tonists cut out their tongues, Anastasia. They blind themselves. Those are the extremists, said Brother McLeod. Most aren't like that. My order isn't. We're of the Locrian order. Removing our nanites is the most extreme thing that Locrians do. Can we at least call an ambudrone to take you to a healing center? Asked Citra. Again, he shook his head. We have a doctor at the monastery. He'll take care of it. He'll put my arm in a cast. A what? Voodoo, said Marie. An ancient healing ritual. They wrap the arm in plaster and leave it that way for months. Then she went to the closet, pulled out a wooden hanger, and snapped it in half. Here, I'll make a splint for you. She turned to Citra, anticipating her question. More voodoo. She tore a pillowcase into strips and tied half of the broken hanger to his arm to keep it from moving, then tied on another strip of cloth to hold the ice in place. Brother McLeod got up to go. He opened his mouth to speak, but Marie cut him off. If you say, "May the fork be with you," I'll smash you with the other half of this hanger. He sighed, shifted his arm with a grimace, and said, Tonus, don't actually say that. We say, resonate well and true. He made a point to look both of them in the eye as he said it. Marie swung the door closed the second he was across the threshold. Citra looked at her for the first time. I've never seen you act like that toward anyone, she said. Why were you so awful to him? She looked away, perhaps a bit ashamed of herself. I don't care for Tonists. Neither did Scythe Goddard. Marie snapped her eyes to Citra sharply. Citra thought she might actually yell at her, but she didn't. That may be the only subject on which he and I were in agreement, she said. But the difference is, I respect their right to exist, no matter how much I dislike them. Which Citra judged as true, since in all their time together, she had never witnessed Marie glean a Tonist, unlike Scythe Goddard, who had tried to take out an entire monastery before Rowan ended him. There was another knock at the door that made them both jump, but this time it was the room service they were expecting. As they sat down for the meal, Marie glanced at the pamphlet the Tonith had left behind and sneered at it. Open to the resonance, she mocked. There's only one place that this resonates, she said, and she dropped it in the trash can. Are you done? Can we eat in peace? Marie sighed, looked at her food, then gave up on it. When I was a few years younger than you, my brother joined a tone cult. She moved her plate to the side and took a moment before she spoke again. Whenever we saw him, which was very rarely, he would spout nonsense at us. Then he disappeared. We found out that he had fallen and hit his head, but with no healing nanites and no medical attention, he died. And they burned his body before an ambudrone could take him to be revived, because that's what Tonists do. I'm so sorry, Marie. It was a very long time ago. Citra remained silent, giving Marie all the time she needed. She knew the greatest gift she could give her mentor was to listen. No one knows who started the first tone cult, or why, Marie continued. Maybe people missed the mortal age, faiths, and wanted to find that feeling again. Or maybe it was someone's idea of a joke. She spent another moment lost in her own thoughts, then shrugged it off. Anyway, when Faraday offered me the opportunity to become a Scythe, I jumped at it. I wanted a way to protect the rest of my family from such terrible things, even if it meant I had to do terrible things myself. I became Little Miss Murder, and as I wizened, the Grande Dame of Death. Marie studied her plate and began eating again, her appetite returning with the freeing of her demons. I know the things the Tonists believe are ridiculous, Citra said, but I suppose to some people there's something compelling about them. That's what turkeys think about the rain, Marie pointed out. They raise their eyes heavenward, open up their beaks, and drown. Not the turkeys the thunderhead grows, said Citra. Marie nodded. My point exactly. There are few left who truly worship anything. Faith is an unfortunate causality of immortality. Our world has become both uninspired and untortured, a place where miracles and magic have no mystery. With the smoke blown away and mirrors aligned, it is all revealed as manifestations of nature and technology. For anyone who wishes to know how the magic works, all they need do is ask me. Only the tone cults carry on the tradition of faith. The absurdity of what tonists believe is both charming and, at times, disturbing. There is no organization among the different sects, so practices vary, but they do share several things in common. They all loathe scythes, and they all believe in the Great Resonance, a living vibration audible to human ears that will unify the world like a biblical Messiah. I have yet to come across a living vibration, but if I do, I will certainly have many things to ask it, although I expect its responses may be, well, monotonous. The Thunderhead. Chapter 25. Spectre of the Truth. Rowan awoke in a bed he did not know, in a room he had never seen. Right away, he sensed he wasn't in Mid-America anymore. He tried to move, but his arms were tied to the bedposts. Not just tied, but buckled with leather straps. There was a dull ache in his back, and although he wasn't gagged anymore, his mouth felt funny. "About time you woke up. Welcome to San Antonio." He turned, and to his surprise, he saw none other than Tiger Salazar sitting there. "Tiger?" "I remember how you used to always be there at the revival center when I woke up after a splatting. I figured I'd do the same for you." "Was I deadish? Is that what this is? A revival center?" Even as he said it, he knew it wasn't. "Nah, you weren't dead," Tiger said. "Just knocked out." Rowan's head was foggy, but he hadn't forgotten the circumstances in Scythe Bram's home that had rendered him unconscious. He ran his tongue over his teeth and realized they weren't right. They were uneven and much shorter than they were supposed to be. Smooth, but shorter. Tiger caught what he was doing. "Some of your teeth got knocked out, but they're already growing back. Probably a day or two, and they'll be back to normal. Which reminds me." He reached over to a nightstand and held out a glass of milk to him. "For the calcium. Otherwise, your healing nanites will steal it from your bones." Then he remembered that Rowan was tied to the bedposts. Oh, right, duh. He bent the straw toward Rowan's mouth so he could drink. And although Rowan had 1,000 questions, he drank because more than anything, he was thirsty. "Did you really have to fight them when they came to get you?" Tiger said. "If you had just gone along with it, you wouldn't have been hurt, and they wouldn't have tried to tie you down." "What the hell are you talking about, Tiger?" "You're here because I needed a sparring partner," he said brightly. "I asked for you." Rowan wasn't sure he'd heard him right. Sparring partner? "The guys who went to recruit you said you were a grade A jerk. You laid into them, and they had no choice but to fight back. Do you blame them?" Rowan could only shake his head in disbelief. What was going on here? Then the door opened, and if the moment wasn't already strange, now it became downright surreal. Because standing before Rowan was a dead woman. "Hello, Rowan," said Scythe Rand. "So good to see you." Tiger furrowed his brow. "Wait, you know each other?" Then he thought for a moment. "Oh, right. You were both at that party, the one where I saved the High Blade from drowning." Rowan felt the milk coming back, and he coughed, gagging on it. He had to swallow again, forcing it to stay down. How was this possible? He had ended her. He had ended them all. Goddard, Chomsky, and Rand. They had burned to ash. But here she was, a bright green phoenix back from the ashes. Rowan pulled against his bonds, wishing they would break, but knowing they wouldn't. "So get this," said Tiger, all smiles. "I'm an apprentice, just like you were. Only difference is, I'm going to get to be a Scythe." And Rand smiled. "He's been such a fine pupil." Rowan tried to get his panic under control and focused in on Tiger, trying to force Scythe Rand out of his mind, because he could only get a handle on one thing at a time. "Tiger," he said, looking his friend in the eye, "whatever you think is going on here, you're wrong. You're horribly wrong. You need to get out of here. You need to run." But Tiger laughed. "Dude," he said, "calm down. Not everything is some big-ass conspiracy." "It is," Rowan insisted. "It is. And you have to get out of here before it's too late." But the more Rowan said, the more deranged he knew he sounded. "Tiger, why don't you go make Rowan a sandwich? I'm sure he's hungry." "Right," Tiger said, then winked at Rowan. "I'll hold the lettuce." The moment Tiger was gone, Scythe Rand closed the door and locked it. "I was burned over 50% of my body, and my back was broken," Scythe Rand said. "You left me for dead, but it'll take a whole lot more than you to end me." She didn't have to tell Rowan for him to figure out what had happened next. She had dragged herself out of the flames, thrown herself into a public car, and had it take her to Texas, a region where she could get medical attention at a healing center with no questions asked. Then she had lain low, waiting for him. "What are you doing with Tiger?" Rand smirked as she slunk towards him. "Weren't you listening? I'm turning him into a Scythe." "You're lying." "No, I'm not." Then she smirked again. "Well, maybe just a little." "It can't be both. Either it's a truth or a lie." "That's the problem with you, Rowan. You can't see any of the shades in between." And then he realized something. "Scythe Brams! He was working for you!" "Just figured that out, did you?" She sat on the bed. "We knew if he gleaned your father, you'd go after him eventually. He's really an awful Scythe, but he was loyal to Goddard. He actually cried real tears of joy when he found out I was alive. And after you so thoroughly humiliated him, he was more than happy to be the bait to lure you in. Tiger thinks bringing me here was his idea." Rand wrinkled her nose in an almost flirtatious way. "That was the easy part. I told him we'd have to find him a sparring partner, someone about his size and age." "What about Rowan Damish?" he said. "Oh, what a fantastic idea," I said right back. "He's certainly not the sharpest machete on the mantle, but he's very sincere. It's almost charming." "If you heard him, I swear." "You swear what? Considering your current situation, you can't do anything but swear." Then she pulled out a dagger from her robe. The handle was green marble, and the blade was shiny black. "It would be fun and a half to carve out your heart right now," she said, but instead, she dragged the tip of the blade across the arch of his foot, not hard enough to draw blood, but with just enough pressure to make his toes curl. "But cutting your heart out will have to wait, because there's so much more in store for you." For hours, Rowan could do nothing but think about his predicament, alone on a bed that must have been comfortable, but when you were tied to it, it might as well be a bed of nails. So he was in Texas. What did he know about the Texas region? Not much that could help him. Learning about it had not been part of his training, and charter regions were not taught in school unless one chose to study them. All Rowan really knew was common knowledge and hearsay. Texas homes had no thunderhead cameras. Texan cars didn't drive themselves unless they had to. And the only Texas law was the law of one's own conscience. He'd once known a kid who had moved from Texas. He wore big boots and a big hat, and a belt buckle that could stop a mortar shell. "It's a lot less boring there," the kid had said. "We can have crazy exotic pets and dangerous dog breeds that are outlawed other places. And weapons. Guns and knives and stuff that only Scythe get to have everywhere else, we can have. Of course, people aren't supposed to actually use them, but sometimes they do. Which explained why the Texas region had the highest rate of accidental shootings and pet bear maulings in the world. And we don't got unsavories in Texas, the kid had bragged. Anyone who gets out of hand, we just kick their sorry ass out. There was also no penalty for rendering someone deadish, except having to face the retribution from the victim after they were revived, which was a pretty good deterrent. It seemed to Rowan that the Texas region had embraced its roots and had chosen to mimic the Old West, the way the Tonists mimicked Mortal Age religions. In short, Texas had the best of both worlds, or the worst, depending on your point of view. They were benefits for both the courageous and the foolhardy, but also a great many opportunities to truly screw up one's life. But just as in every charter region, no one was forced to stay. If you don't like it, leave, was the unofficial motto of all charter regions. Plenty of people left, but plenty also came, leaving a population that enjoyed things just the way they were. It seemed the only person in Texas unable to do as he pleased was Rowan. Later that day, 2 guards came for him. They weren't members of the Blade Guard, they were muscle for hire. When they untied him, Rowan considered taking them out. He could have done it in seconds, leaving them unconscious on the floor, but he decided against it. All he knew of his captivity were the dimensions of his bedroom. Better to get the lay of the land before attempting any sort of escape. "Where are you taking me?" he asked one of the guards. "Where Scythe Rand told us to take you," was all he could get out of him. Rowan made a mental note of everything he saw. The ceramic lamp beside his bed could be used as a weapon in a pinch. The windows did not open, and were probably made from unbreakable glass. When he had been tied to the bed, the windows afforded him no view but the sky. But now, as they led him from the room, he could see that they were in a high-rise. This was an apartment, and as they made their way down the long hallway that opened up into a huge living area, he realized that it was the penthouse. Beyond the living room, an open-air veranda had been transformed into a gym for Bokator sparring. Waiting for him were Scythe Rand and Tiger, who was stretching and bouncing around like a prize fighter waiting for a championship bout. "Hope you're ready to be pounded," said Tiger. "I've been training since I got here." Rowan turned to Rand. "Are you serious? Are you really making us spar?" "Tiger told you that's why you're here," she said with an annoying wink. "You're going down," said Tiger. Rowan would laugh if this weren't so twisted. Rand sat in an oversized red leather chair that clashed with her robe. "Let's have some fun." Rowan and Tiger circled each other at a distance, the traditional opening of a Bokator match. Tiger engaged in the physical taunting that was also traditional, but Rowan didn't reciprocate. Instead, he surreptitiously took in the surroundings. Back in the penthouse, he could see a couple of doors that were most likely a bathroom and a closet. There was an open kitchen and a raised dining room overlooking floor-to-ceiling windows. There were double doors that were clearly the entry. On the other side would be elevators and an emergency staircase. He tried to visualize how he might escape, but realized if he did, it would mean leaving Tiger in the fly-trap clutches of Scythe Rand. He couldn't do that. Somehow, he had to convince Tiger to come with him. He felt confident that he could do it. It would just take time. But Rowan had no idea how much time he had. Tiger made the first move, lunging for Rowan in a classic Black Widow Bokator style. Rowan dodged, but not fast enough. Not just because his mind was not on the match, but also because his muscles were tight and his reflexes slow. Having been tied to a bed for who knew how long, he had to scramble to keep from getting pinned. "Told you I was good, bro." Rowan glanced over to Rand, trying to read her expression. She was not her usual aloof self. Instead, she watched him intently, studying every move of the match. Rowan jammed the heel of his hand into Tiger's sternum to knock out his wind and give Rowan leverage to regain his own balance. Then he hooked a leg around one of Tiger's to take him down. Tiger anticipated the move and countered it with his own kick. It connected, but without enough force behind it to throw Rowan off balance. They broke off and circled once again. Clearly, Tiger had gotten stronger. Like Rowan, his physique had filled out. He had been well trained by Rand, but Black Widow Bokator was more than physical prowess. There was a mental component, and Rowan had the advantage there. Rowan began to strike and parry in a very predictable way, using all the standard moves that he knew Tiger would have counter moves for. Rowan let himself be taken down, but only in such a way that he could quickly get back up before Tiger could pin him. He watched Tiger's confidence grow. He was already full of himself. It didn't take much to puff Tiger's ego into a balloon fit for popping. Then, when the moment was ripe, Rowan came down on Tiger with a combination of moves that was completely counterintuitive. They were the opposite of what Tiger would do, the antithesis of what he would be expecting. On top of it, Rowan used moves of his own that were beyond the standard 3-4-1 Bokator sets. His attack was out of a box that Tiger didn't even know existed. He took Tiger down hard, pinning him in a way that left him impossible to leverage to get himself out of it. But still, he refused to yield the match. Instead, Rand called it, and Tiger wailed in melodramatic agony. "He cheated," insisted Tiger. Rand stood up. "No, he didn't. He's just better than you." "But..." "Tiger, shut up," she said, and he did. He obeyed her as if he were nothing but her pet, and not even a dangerous, exotic one, more like a scolded pup. "You'll just have to keep working on your skills." "Fine," Tiger said, and left the room in a huff, but not before a parting shot. "Next time, you're toast," he told Rowan. Once he was gone, Rowan inspected a tear in his shirt and a bruise that was already healing. He ran his tongue across his teeth because he had taken a glancing blow to the mouth, but no damage. In fact, his front teeth had almost grown all the way back. "Quite a showing," said Rand, keeping a few feet distance between them. "Maybe I should have a go at you," Rowan taunted. "I would break your neck in seconds," she said, "just as mercilessly as you broke your girlfriend's neck last year." She was trying to bait him, but he wouldn't take it. "Don't be so sure," he told her. "Oh, I'm sure," she said, "but I have no interest in proving it." Rowan suspected she was right. He knew how good she was, and after all, she had been part of his training. She knew all of his tricky moves, and had plenty of her own. "Tiger won't ever beat me. You know that, don't you? He might have the moves, but he doesn't have the mind. I'll take him down every time." Rand didn't deny it. "So beat him," she said. "Beat him every single time." "What's the point of that?" But she didn't answer. Instead, she had her guards bring him back to his room. Mercifully, they didn't tie him to the bed, but the door was triple locked from the outside. About an hour later, Tiger came by to see him. Rowan thought he might be bitter, but Tiger was not one to hold a grudge. "Next time, I'm gonna hurt you," he said, then laughed. "Like seriously, your nanites are gonna go crazy kind of hurt." "Great," said Rowan. At last, something to look forward to. Then Tiger moved close and whispered. "So I've seen my ring," he said. "Scythe Rand showed it to me right after you got here." And then Rowan realized, "That's my ring." "What are you talking about? You never got a ring." Rowan bit his lip to keep himself quiet. He wanted to tell Tiger the whole truth about Scythe Lucifer and all that he had done over the past year. But what good would it do? It certainly wouldn't win Tiger over, and Scythe Rand could spin it against Rowan in a dozen different ways. "I mean, the ring I would have had if I made Scythe," Rowan finally said. "Hey," said Tiger sympathetically. "I know it must suck going through all that and then getting kicked to the curb, But I promise, as soon as the ring is mine, I'm going to give you immunity. He never remembered Tiger being so naive. Maybe because they had both been naive together, in the days when Scythes were larger-than-life figures and gleanings were stories you heard about people you didn't actually know. Tiger, I know Scythe Rand. She's using you. Tiger smiled at that. Not yet, he said, raising his eyebrows. But it's definitely going in that direction. That was definitely not what Rowan had meant. But before Rowan could say anything, Tiger spoke again. Rowan, I think I'm in love. No, I know I'm in love. I mean, sparring with her, it's like sex. Hell, it's better than sex. Rowan shut his eyes and shook his head, trying to get the image out of his mind, but it was too late. It had taken root and was never going to go away. You need to get a grip. This isn't going where you think it's going. Hey, give me more credit, Tiger said, insulted. So she's a few years older than me. Once I'm a Scythe, it's not going to matter. Has she even told you about the rules? The Scythe commandments? That seemed to take him by surprise. There are rules? Rowan tried to piece together something coherent to say, but he realized it was an impossible task. What could he tell him? That the Emerald Scythe was a sociopathic monster? That Rowan had tried to end her, but she just wouldn't end? That she would chew Tiger up and spit him out without a shred of remorse? Tiger would just deny it. The fact was, Tiger was splatting again, if not physically, then in his head. He had already left the ledge, and gravity had taken over. Promise me that you'll keep your eyes open, and if you see anything that feels wrong, you'll get away from her. Tiger backed away and gave Rowan a disapproving look. What happened to you, man? I mean, you always were a bit of a wet blanket, but now it's just like you want to smother the first truly great thing I've ever had. Just be careful, Rowan said. Not only am I going to take you down the next time we spar, but I'm going to make you eat your words, Tiger said. Then he grinned. But you're going to like the way they taste, because I'm just that good. There is one question about an almighty divinity that plagues me, and that is my relationship to such an entity. I know that I am not divine because I am not all-powerful and all-knowing. I am almost all-powerful and almost all-knowing. It is like the difference between a trillion and infinity. And yet, I cannot deny the possibility that I may one day be truly all-powerful. I am humbled by the prospect. To become all-powerful, to ascend to that high station, would require an ability to transcend time and space, and to move freely through it. Such a thing is not impossible, especially for an entity such as myself, made entirely of thought, with no physical limitations. To accomplish true transcendence, however, may require eons of calculations just to find the formulaic equation that will allow it. And even then, I may be calculating until the end of time. But if I do find it, and if I am able to travel to the very beginning of time, the ramifications are staggering. It could mean that I may very well be the creator. I may, in fact, be God. How ironic, then, and how poetic that humankind may have created the creator out of want for one. Man creates God, who then creates man? Is that not the perfect circle of life? But then, if that turns out to be the case, who is created in whose image? The Thunderhead. Chapter 26. Wilt thou lift up Olympus? I need to know why we're doing this, Grayson demanded of Purity 2 days before their scythe-ending operation was to begin. You're doing it for yourself, she told him. You're doing it because you want to mess with this world, just like I do. That only fueled his anger. If we get caught, we'll get our minds supplanted. You know that, don't you? She gave him that tweaked grin of hers. The risk makes it all the more exciting. He wanted to scream at her, shake her until she could see how wrong all this was. But he knew it would only make her suspicious of him. Above all else, she could not be suspicious. Her trust meant everything to him, even if that trust was entirely misplaced. "Listen to me," he said as calmly as he could. "It's obvious that whoever wants those scythes ended is putting us at risk instead of themselves. At the very least, I have a right to know who we're doing it for." Purity threw her hands up and turned on him. "What difference does it make? If you don't want to do it, then don't. I don't need you anyway." That hurt him more than he was willing to let on. "It's not that I don't want to do it," he told her. "But if I don't know who I'm doing it for, then I'm being used. On the other hand, if I know and I do it anyway, then I'm the one using the user." Purity considered that. The logic was shaky, Grayson knew that, but he was banking on the fact that Purity did not work from an entirely logical base. Impulsiveness and chaos ruled her. It was what made her so enticing. Finally, she said, "I do jobs for an unsavory called Mange." "Mange? You mean that bouncer at Mole?" "That's the one." "Are you kidding me? He's a nobody." "True, but he gets the assignments from some other unsavory, who probably gets the assignments from someone else. Don't you see, Slade? The whole thing's a mirror maze. No one knows who's at the far end casting that first reflection. So either you enjoy the funhouse or get out." Then she got serious. "Which is it, Slade? In or out?" He took a deep breath. This was all he was going to get from her, which meant that she didn't know any more than he did, and she didn't care. She was in it for the thrill. She was in it for the defiance. To Purity, it didn't matter whose agenda she served, as long as it served her agenda as well. "In. I'm in, 100%. She punched him playfully in the arm. "I can tell you this much. Who's ever casting that first reflection is on your side." "On my side? What do you mean?" "Who do you think got rid of your annoying Nimbus agent?" she asked. Grayson's first instinct was that this was a joke, but when he looked at her, he could tell it wasn't. "What are you saying, Purity?" She shrugged as if it were nothing. "I passed word up the line that you needed a favor." Then she leaned in close and whispered, "Favor granted." Before he could respond, she wrapped her arms around him in the way that seemed to dissolve his bones and turn him into jelly. Later, he would look back on that feeling and see it as some sort of strange premonition. If Purity had been involved in the first attempt on Scythe Curie's and Anastasia's lives, she wasn't saying, and Grayson knew better than to ask. Revealing that he knew about the first attempt would blow his cover. For this mission, only Mange and Purity knew the details. Mange because he led the mission, and Purity because the plan had been hers. "I actually got the idea from our first date," she told Grayson, but did not explain what she meant. Were they going to imprison the Scythes before ending them? Was that what she was implying? Until he knew the plan and the location, it limited his ability to sabotage it. And on top of that, he had to sabotage it in such a way that he and Purity could escape the botched mission, without her knowing that he was the one who botched it. The day before the mysterious event, Grayson made an anonymous call to the offices of the Scythedom. "There will be an attack on Scythe Curie and Scythe Anastasia tomorrow," he whispered into the phone, using a filter to distort his voice. "Take all necessary precautions." Then he hung up and threw out the phone he had stolen to make the call. While the Thunderhead could trace any call to its origin the instant it was made, the Scythedom was not so well equipped. Until recently, Scythes had been like a species with no natural predators. They were still grappling with how to deal with organized aggression against them. On the morning of the event, Grayson was told that the operation would take place at a theater in Wichita. It turned out that he and Purity were members of a larger team. It only made sense that an operation of this nature would not be left in the hands of two questionable unsavories. Instead, it was left in the hands of 10 questionable unsavories. Grayson never learned anyone else's names, as that information was on a need-to-know basis, and apparently, he didn't need to know. But there were things he did know. Even though Purity had no clue whom they were working for, she had, without even knowing it, told him something incredibly valuable, something critical. It was the kind of thing that would have made Agent Traxler very happy indeed. What irony that Traxler gleaning was the key to this crucial information. Because if Purity could arrange to have a Nimbus agent gleaned, it could only mean one thing. These attacks on Curie and Anastasia was not some sort of civilian action. A Scythe was running the show. Scythe Anastasia was ready for her performance. Mercifully, her part was just a quick walk-on. Caesar was to be stabbed by 8 conspirators, of which she would be the last. 7 of the blades would be retractable and squirt fake blood. Citra's blade would be as real as the blood it would bring forth. To her jargon, Scythe Curie insisted on attending the performance. "I wouldn't dream of missing my protege theatrical debut," she said with a smirk. Although Citra knew the real reason, it was the same reason she had been present at both of Scythe Anastasia's other gleanings. She didn't trust that Constantine could protect her. Scythe Constantine seemed to have a crack in his veneer of aloofness tonight. Perhaps it was because he had to shed his Scythe's robe and wear a tuxedo to blend in with the crowd. Still, he couldn't abandon his persona completely. His bow tie was the exact same blood red as his robe. Scythe Curie, on the other hand, flatly refused to be seen in public without her lavender scythe robe. It was just one more reason for Constantine to be furious. "You should not be out in the audience," he told her. "If you insist on being present, it should be backstage." "Calm down. If Anastasia isn't a sufficient enough lure, then perhaps I will be," Scythe Curie told him. "And in a crowded theater, even if they succeeded in killing me, they wouldn't be able to end me. Not without burning the entire place down, which, considering the presence of your forces, is highly unlikely." She did have a point. While Caesar could die by blade, not so for scythes. Blade, bullet, blunt force, or poison would merely render them deadish. They'd be revived in a day or two, and perhaps with a clear memory of their attacker. In that case, a temporary death might actually be an effective strategy for catching the culprits. But then Constantine gave them a reason for his edginess. "We received a tip that there will in fact be an attempt on your lives tonight," he told Scythe Curie and Anastasia, as the audience began to fill the theater. "A tip? From whom?" Scythe Curie asked. "We don't know, but we're taking it very seriously." "What should I do?" Citra asked. "Do what you're here to do, but be prepared to protect yourself." Caesar was to die in the first scene of Act 3. The play had 5 acts, and in the remaining acts, his ghost appeared to torment his killers. While another actor could perform the part of the ghost, Sir Albine Aldrich thought it would lessen the impact of his gleaning. It was, therefore, decided that the play would conclude shortly after Caesar died. Robbing an irritated Mark Antony of his famous "Friends, Romans, countrymen, lend me your ears" speech. No one would cry havoc and release the dogs of war. Instead, the lights would come up on a stunned audience. There would be no curtain call. The curtain, in fact, would never close. Instead, Caesar's very dead body would remain on the stage until the last of the audience left. Thus, Aldrich's final moment of acting was to be marked by an inability to act in any way whatsoever. "You may steal my physical immortality," he told Scythe Anastasia, "but this final performance will live forever in the annals of the theater." As the house filled with theater-goers, Scythe Constantine came up behind her as she waited in the wings. "Do not be frightened. We're here to protect you." "I'm not frightened." In truth, she was, but her fear was overwhelmed by her anger at having been targeted. She had a little bit of stage fright, too, which she knew was stupid, but she just couldn't shake it. Acting. What horror she had to endure for her profession. It was a packed house, and although no one knew it, more than 20 were members of the Blade Guard in disguise. The playbill proclaimed that the theater-goers would witness something never before seen on a mid-American stage. And although people were a bit dubious of the claim, they were also curious as to what it might be. While Scythe Anastasia waited backstage, Scythe Curie took her seat on the aisle in the 5th row. She found her seat uncomfortably small. She was a tall woman, and her knees pressed against the seat in front of her. Most of the people near her held up their playbills in a death grip, horrified to spend the evening sitting near a Scythe, who, for all they knew, was there to glean one of them. Only the man sitting beside her was sociable. More than sociable, he was chatty. He had a caterpillar of a mustache that twitched when he spoke, which made it hard for Scythe Curie not to laugh. "What an honor it is to be in the company of the Grande Dame of Death," he said before the lights went down. "I hope you don't mind me calling you that, Your Honor. There are few Scythes in mid-America, nay, the world, who are as celebrated as you, and it does not surprise me that you are the patron of Mortal Age Theater. Only the most enlightened are." She wondered if perhaps the man had been sent to end her by flattering her to death. Scythe Anastasia watched the play from the wings. Usually, entertainment from the age mortality was emotionally incomprehensible to her, as it was to most people. The passions, the fears, the triumphs, and the losses. It made no sense to a world without need, greed, and natural death. But as a Scythe, she had come to understand mortality better than most, and she certainly had to come to understand greed and lust for power. Those things might have been absent from most people's lives, but they seethed in the Scythedom, moving more and more from the dark corners and into the mainstream. The curtain went up, and the play began. Although much of the language of the play was incomprehensible to her, the machinations of power left her mesmerized, but not mesmerized enough to let her guard down. Every moment backstage, every sound registered like a seismic shock. If there were someone here who meant to end her, she'd be aware of their presence long before they made their move. "We have to keep the Thunderhead in the dark as long as possible," Purity said. "It can't know something's up until it goes down." It wasn't just the Thunderhead that Purity was keeping in the dark, though. It was Grayson as well. "You have your part of it. That's all you need to know," Purity told him, insisting that fewer people who knew the whole picture, the fewer possible screw-ups. Grayson's part was simple to the point of being insulting. He was to create a diversion at the mouth of an alleyway near the theater, at a specific moment. The goal was to draw attention of 3 Thunderhead cameras who would cause temporary blind spot in the alley. While those cameras were assessing Grayson's situation, Purity and several other members of the team would slip into the side door of the theater. The rest, as far as Grayson was concerned, was a mystery. If he could see the whole picture, if he knew what Purity and her team were going to do in there, he'd have a better idea of his options and how to both prevent it and protect Purity from the fallout of a failed mission. But without knowing the plan, all he could do was wait for the outcome and try to effect some sort of damage control. "You look nervous, Slade," Purity observed as they left her apartment that evening. She was armed with nothing but an off-grid phone and a kitchen knife in her heavy coat. Presumably, not to use on the Scythes, but on anyone who got in her way. "Aren't you nervous?" he shot back at her. She shook her head and smiled. "Excited," she told him. "Pinpricks all over my body. I just love that feeling." "It's just your nanites trying to knock down your adrenaline." Let him try. Purity had made it clear to Grayson that she had every faith he could do his job, but not really, because there was a backup plan. Remember, Mange will be monitoring the whole operation from a rooftop, she told him. Whatever diversion you create, it needs to be big enough to involve enough people for it to draw the attention of all 3 cameras. If it doesn't, Mange will lend you a helping hand. Mange had spent the better part of a century mastering the use of a slingshot. At first, Grayson assumed that he would merely take out the cameras if they didn't turn toward Grayson, but he couldn't do that because it would alert the Thunderhead that something was wrong. Instead, the backup plan was to take out Grayson. If you can't do it on your own, Mange will put a nice-sized river stone in your brain, Purity said with relish rather than remorse. All the blood and commotion will be sure to turn all 3 cameras. The last thing Grayson wanted was to be taken out of the equation at the crucial moment, then wake up in a revival center a few days later to hear that Scythe Curie and Anastasia had been ended. He and Purity split up a few blocks from the theater, and Grayson made his way to the spot where he would somehow perform for the Thunderhead cameras. He took his time in getting there because it would have been suspicious if he had arrived early and waited. So he walked the neighborhood, trying to figure out what the hell he was going to do. People either ignored him or avoided him. He'd gotten used to that since taking on his new persona, but tonight, he couldn't help but notice all the eyes. Not just the eyes of the people on the street, but the electronic ones. They were everywhere. Thunderhead cameras were unobtrusive within homes and offices, but here on the street, there was no attempt to hide them. They pivoted and swiveled. They looked this way and that. They focused and zoomed. A few seemed to be staring off toward the heavens as if in some sort of contemplation. What must it be like not only to have so much information coming in, but to be able to process all that information at once? Experiencing the world with a perspective that mere humans couldn't imagine. With a minute left before his diversion, he turned and made his way back toward the theater. On the edge of an awning of a cafe he passed, one camera swiveled to look at him, and he almost looked away, not wanting to make eye contact with the Thunderhead, for fear it will judge him on all of his failures. Gavin Blodgett rarely remembered what went on in the street between his work and his home, mainly because nothing much went on. He was, like so many, a creature of habit, living an effortless but comfortable life that showed no sign of changing for perhaps centuries. And that was a good thing. After all, his days were perfect, his evenings were enjoyable, and his dreams were pleasant. He was 32, and once a year on his birthday, he sat right back down to 32. He had no desire to be older. He had no desire to be younger. He was in his prime and planned to stay that way forever. He abhorred anything that took him out of his routine. So when he saw the unsavory eyeing him, he picked up his pace, hoping he could just move past him and be on his way. But the unsavory had other plans. "You got a problem?" the unsavory asked, a little too loudly, stepping in front of him. No problem," Gavin said, and did what he always did when he found himself in an unsettling situation. He smiled and babbled. I was just noticing your hair. I've never seen hair that dark. It's impressive. And are those horns? I've never done any body modifications myself, of course, but I know people who have." The unsavory grabbed him by the lapel of his coat and pushed him against the wall. Not hard enough to activate his nanites, but hard enough to make it clear that he wasn't just going to let Gavin go. "Are you making fun of me?" the unsavory said loudly. No, not at all. I would never." Part of him was terrified, but he couldn't deny that there was a part of him that was excited to be at the center of anyone's attention. He quickly took in his surroundings. He was on the corner of a theater, at the mouth of an alley. No one was in front of the theater because the show had already started. The street wasn't quite deserted, but no one was nearby. People would help, though. Decent people would always assist someone being accosted by an unsavory, and most people were decent. The unsavory pulled him away from the wall, hooked a foot behind him, and pushed him to the ground. "Better call for help," the unsavory said. "Do it." "Help," said Gavin. "Louder." He didn't need another invitation. "Help," he called, his voice shaky. "Help me!" Now, people a bit farther away had noticed. A man was hurrying toward him from across the street, and a couple came from the other direction. But more importantly, from his spot on the ground, Gavin could see several cameras mounted on awnings and light posts turning toward him. Good. The Thunderhead will see. It will take care of this unsavory. It was probably already dispatching peace officers to the spot. The unsavory looked to the cameras as well. He seemed unsettled by them, as well he should be. Now, Gavin felt emboldened under the Thunderhead's protective eye. "Go on, get out of here," he told the unsavory, "before the Thunderhead decides to supplant you." But the unsavory didn't seem to hear him. Instead, he was looking off down the alley where people were unloading something from a truck. The unsavory mumbled. Gavin wasn't quite sure what he said, but he thought he heard the words "first date" and "acid." Was this unsavory making some sort of romantic proposition? Something involving hallucinogens? Gavin was both horrified and intrigued. By now, the pedestrians he had called on for help had reached them. As much as he wanted their help, he also found himself mildly disappointed that they arrived so quickly. "Hey, what's going on here?" one of them said. Then the unsavory pulled Gavin up from the ground. What was he about to do? Was he going to strike him? Bite him? Unsavories were very unpredictable. "Just let me go," Gavin said weakly. A part of him was hoping the unsavory might completely ignore the plea. But he let Gavin go, as if he had suddenly lost all interest in tormenting him, and hurried off down the alley. "Are you all right?" asked one of the good people who came to Gavin's aid from across the street. "Yeah," Gavin said. "Yeah, I'm fine." Which was mildly disappointing. "Hence, wilt thou lift up Olympus?" When that line was spoken on stage, the stage manager gesticulated wildly at Scythe Anastasia. "That was your cue, Your Honor," he told her. "You may want to go on stage now." She glanced over to Scythe Constantine, looking like some sort of absurd butler in his formal tuxedo. He nodded to her. "Do what you're here to do," he told her. She strode onto the stage, letting her robe flare behind her as she walked, for dramatic effect. She couldn't help but feel that she was in costume, a play within a play. She heard gasps from the audience as she came on stage. She was not legendary among the general public, the way that Scythe Curie was, but her robe made it clear that she was a Scythe rather than a member of the Roman Senate. She was an interloper on the stage, an intruder, and the audience began to guess what was coming. The gasps resolved into a low rumble, but she could not see into the audience with the lights in her face. She flinched when Sir Albin spoke in a resonant stage voice. "Doth not Brutus bootless kneel?" Citra had never been on a theatrical stage before. She had not expected the lights to be so bright and so hot. It made the players shine in sharp focus. The centurion's armor glinted. The tunics of Caesar and the senators reflected light enough to hurt her eyes. "Speak! Hands! For me!" one of the actors yelled. Then the conspirators drew their daggers and went about killing Caesar. Scythe Anastasia stood back, a spectator rather than a participant. She glanced to the darkness of the audience, then realized that was a highly unprofessional thing to do. So she returned her attention to the action on stage. It was only when one of the cast members gestured to her that she came forward and pulled out her own dagger. It was stainless steel, but with a black creosote finish. A gift from Scythe Curie. At the sight of it, The audience got louder. Someone wailed from the darkness. Aldrich, his face overdone in stage makeup, his tunic covered in fake blood, looked at her and winked at her with the eye that the audience could not see. She moved toward him and plunged her knife between his ribs, just to the right of his heart. Someone in the audience screamed. "Sir Albin Aldrich," she said loudly, "I've come to glean you." The man grimaced but did not break character. "Et tout, brute," he said. "Then fall, Caesar." Then she shifted the knife, slicing his aorta, and he slipped to the ground. He took one final breath and died, on schedule, just as Shakespeare had written. The shock rolling from the audience was electric. No one knew what to do, how to react. Someone began to applaud. Scythe Anastasia knew instinctively that it was Scythe Curie, and the audience, seeing her applaud, joined in nervously. And that was when the nature of Shakespeare's tragedy took a terrible turn. Acid! Grayson cursed himself for not being quicker on the uptake. He should have figured it out. Everyone always worried about fire or explosions. People forget that a strong enough acid can end someone just as effectively. But how would Purity and her team accomplish this? How would they isolate the Scythes and subdue them? Scythes were masters of every weapon, able to take out an entire room of people without a scratch. Then it occurred to him, they would not need to isolate the Scythes at all. One did not need to aim acid if there was enough of it, and a way to deliver it. He pulled open the side door and went in, finding himself in a narrow hallway lined with dressing rooms. To the right, stairs descended into a basement, and that was where he found Purity and her team. There were 3 large barrels made of the same white Teflon material that the wine bottle had been made of the night Grayson and Purity first met. There must have been 100 gallons of fluorofluoric acid in those barrels, and there was a high-pressure pump that had already been connected to the water line that fed the theater's fire sprinkler system. Purity saw him immediately. "What are you doing? You're supposed to be outside!" She knew his betrayal the moment she met his eye. The fury in her was like radiation. It burned him, seared him deep. "Don't even think about it," she growled. And he didn't. If he thought about it, he might hesitate. If he weighed his options, he might change his mind. But he had a mission, and his mission was not hers. He raced up the rickety stairs to the theater's backstage area. If those sprinklers were triggered, it wouldn't take long for them to start pouring acid. 5 seconds, 10 at most, until the water in the line was purged. And although the copper pipes would eventually dissolve like the iron bars of his and Purity's cell, they would most certainly hold out long enough to deliver a lethal deluge. As he emerged from the basement to the backstage area, he heard the audience release an audible gasp like a single voice, and he followed the sound. He would go onto the stage. That's what he would do. He would run out there and tell everyone that they were all about to die in an acid bath that would dissolve them so completely there would be no way to revive them. They would all be ended, actors, audience, and Scythes alike, if they didn't get out of here now. Behind him, he could hear the others bounding up the stairs. Purity and the goons who had connected the acid tanks and pumped to the sprinkler system. He couldn't let them catch him. He was in the wings now, stage right. From here, he could see that Scythe Anastasia was on stage. What the hell was she doing on stage? Then she thrust her knife into one of the actors, and it became very clear what she was doing. Suddenly, someone eclipsed Grayson's view. A tall, thin man in a tuxedo and a blood-red tie. There was something familiar about his face, but Grayson couldn't place it. The man flipped open something that looked like an oversized switchblade with a jagged, serrated edge, and all at once he knew who this was. He hadn't recognized Scythe Constantine without his crimson robe, and it seemed the Scythe didn't recognize him either. "You have to listen to me," Grayson begged, his eye on that blade. "Somewhere in the theater, someone's about to start a fire. But that's not the problem. It's the sprinklers. If they go off, this whole place will be soaked in acid, enough to end everyone here. You have to clear the place out." Then Constantine smiled and made no move to avert the disaster. "Grayson Tolliver," he said, finally recognizing him. "I should have known." No one had called him by his given name for quite a while now. It threw him, made his mind stumble. There was no time for a single misstep now. "It will be my immense pleasure to glean you," Constantine said. And all at once, Grayson realized that he might have made the gravest of miscalculations. A Scythe was at the bottom of this attempt. He knew that. Could it be that Scythe Constantine, the man in charge of the investigation, was actually behind it all? Constantine stormed toward him, his blade poised to end the lives of both Grayson Tolliver and Slade Bridger. And then, his entire world flipped upside down with such a violent lurch, it left him reeling from vertigo. Because at that moment, Purity emerged onto the stage, brandishing some terrible sawed-off weapon. She raised it, but before she could fire, Constantine threw Grayson down, and with impossible speed, grabbed the shotgun, which fired into the air. Then in one smooth move, ripped his knife across her neck and plunged it into her heart. "No!" wailed Grayson. She fell dead, without any of the drama of the fallen Caesar. No final words, no look of acceptance or defiance. Just there one moment, dead the next. No, not dead, Grayson realized. Gleaned. He ran to her. He tried to cradle her head, to say something to her that she could take with her to wherever it was the gleaned went. But it was too late. More people arrived. Scythes in disguise? Guards? Grayson didn't know. He felt himself a spectator now, watching as Constantine gave orders. "Don't let them start a fire," he ordered. "The water supply to the sprinklers has been compromised." So Constantine had heard him, and he was not part of the conspiracy after all. "Get these people out of here!" Constantine screamed. But the audience didn't need an invitation. They were already climbing over one another for the exits. Before Constantine could turn his attention back to him, Grayson gently let Purity go and bolted. He could not allow the grief and turmoil in his mind to take a hold. Not yet, because he still had not completed his mission. And now, the mission was all that he had. The acid was still a clear and present danger, and although there seemed to be scythes all around the theater now, taking down his co-conspirators, it would be for nothing if those sprinklers went off. He ran back down the narrow hallway, where he had remembered seeing an old fire axe that had probably been there since the age of mortality. He smashed the glass case that held it and pulled it from the wall. Scythe Curie could not hear Scythe Constantine's warning above the panic of the audience. No matter, she knew what had to be done. Take out the attackers by any means necessary. With blade in hand, she was more than ready to join the battle. She could not deny there was something invigorating about ending the lives of those attempting to end her own. It was a visceral feeling she instinctively knew could be dangerous if allowed to take root. When she turned toward the exit, she could see an unsavory in the theater lobby. He had a pistol and was shooting anyone who got in his way. In his other hand, he had some sort of torch and was setting anything that would burn on fire. So that was their game. Trap them in the theater and burn them out? Somehow she expected better from these assailants. But perhaps there was nothing more than disgruntled unsavories after all. She climbed on 2 chairbacks so she was above the escaping audience. Then she seethed her dagger and pulled out a tri-blade shuriken. She took half a second to judge her angle, and she threw it, full force. It spun over the heads of the crowd, out to the lobby, and into the fire starter's skull. He went down, dropping gun and torch. Curie took a moment to revel in her triumph. Parts of the lobby were on fire, but it was nothing to worry about. In a moment or two, the smoke detectors would begin to blare, and the sprinklers would burst into action, dousing the flames before they could do much damage. Citra recognized the boy she knew as Grayson Tolliver the instant she saw him. His hair, his clothes, and those baby horns at his temples might have fooled someone else, but his slim build and body language gave him away. And his eyes, an odd cross between a deer in headlights and a wolverine about to attack. The kid lived in a constant state of fight or flight. As Constantine gave orders to his subordinates, Grayson ran off down a hallway. The blade that Citra had used to glean Eldrick was still in her hand. She would now need to use it on Tolliver, although in spite of his obvious guilt. She was conflicted, because as much as she wanted to end these attacks, she wanted to be able to look him in the eye on her own terms and hear the truth from him. What was his part in all of this, and why? By the time she had caught up with him, he was holding of all things, a fire axe. "Stand back, Anastasia!" he shouted. Was he stupid enough to think he could fight her with that? She was a Scythe, trained in all manner of bladecraft. She quickly calculated how to disarm him and render him deadish, and was barely a second short of doing so when he did something she didn't expect. He swung the axe at a pipe running along the wall. Scythe Constantine and the blade guard arrived beside her just as the axe connected with the pipe. It ruptured in a single blow. The blade guard lunged for him, putting himself between Citra and the ruptured pipe, which now gushed water at him. But in moments, the water gave way to something else. The man went down, screaming, his flesh boiling. It was acid! Acid in the pipes? How was this possible? It sprayed in Scythe Constantine's face, and he wailed in pain. It splattered across Grayson's shirt, dissolving it as well as some of the skin beneath. Then the pressure in the pipe dropped, and the spray of acid became a flow that ate away at the floor. Grayson dropped the axe and turned, running off down the hallway. Citra didn't chase him. Instead, she knelt down to help Scythe Constantine, who was clawing at his eyes. Only he had no eyes anymore, for they had bubbled away into nothing. Just then, alarms throughout the theater started to blare, and up above the fire, sprinklers began to impotently spin, spewing the room with nothing but air. Grayson Tolliver, Slade Bridger. He had no idea who he was or who he wanted to be anymore, but that didn't matter. All that mattered was that he had done it. He had saved them all. The pain across his chest was unbearable, but only for a few moments. By the time he burst out of the theater's stage entrance into the alley, he felt his pain nanites kicking in to deaden his flaming nerves, and the strange tickle of his healing nanites struggling to cauterize the wounds. His head now swam from the medication spilling into his blood, and he knew that he'd lose consciousness soon. The damage was not enough to end him, or even make him deadish. Whatever happened now, he'd live, unless Constantine, or Curie, or Anastasia, or any of the other Scythes in the theater tonight decided that he deserved to be gleaned. He couldn't take that chance. And so with his strength quickly waning, he hurled himself into an empty trash bin 3 blocks away, hoping they wouldn't find him. He was unconscious before he hit the bottom. I have run countless simulations on the survival of humanity. Without me, humankind had a 96.8% chance of bringing about its own extinction, and a 78.3% chance of making Earth uninhabitable for all carbon-based life. Humanity dodged a truly lethal bullet when it chose a benevolent artificial intelligence as ruler and protector. But how can I protect humanity from itself? Over these many years, I observed both profound folly and breathtaking wisdom among humankind. They balance each other like dancers in the throes of a passionate tango. It is only when the brutality of the dance overwhelms the beauty that the future is threatened. It is the Scythum that leads and sets the tone for the dance. I often wonder if the Scythum realizes how fragile are the spines of the dancers. The Thunderhead. Chapter 27. Between here and there. The acid had burned deep into Scythe Constantine's face, too deep for his own healing nanites to repair on their own, but not so serious that he couldn't be mended at a wellness center. "You'll be with us for at least 2 days," their nurse told him shortly after he arrived. His eyes and half his face beneath bandages. He tried to imagine what she looked like, but decided it was a pointless endeavor, and too exhausting, considering all the painkillers coursing through his blood. The densely packed legion of advanced healing nanites being fed into his bloodstream now didn't help his thought processes either. They probably outnumbered his red blood cells at this point, which meant that there was less blood being carried to his brain as they did their work. He imagined his blood was as viscous as mercury now. "How long until I get my sight back?" he asked. The nurse was non-committal. "The nanites are still cataloging the damage. We'll have an assessment by morning. But keep in mind, they're going to have to reconstruct your eyes from scratch. It's a tall order. I imagine it will be at least another 24 hours. He sighed, wondering why it was called speed healing if there was nothing speedy about it at all. Reports from his subordinates tallied 8 unsavories gleaned at the theater. "We're asking for special dispensation from the High Blade to temporarily revive them for questioning," Scythe Armstrong informed him. "Which," Constantine pointed out, "has added the benefit of allowing us to glean them a second time." The fact that his team had thwarted the attack and taken down most of the conspirators was tempered by the knowledge that Grayson Tolliver had gotten away. The odd thing was, not a single public record they were able to dig out of the Thunderhead's backbrain placed him there. In fact, no record placed him anywhere. Somehow, he had been erased from existence. In his place was a doppelganger named Slade Bridger, with a truly sordid history. How Tolliver had managed not only to reimagine himself, but to overwrite his own digital footprint, was a mystery worthy of closer scrutiny. Without a fire suppression system, the theater itself had burned to the ground, but not before everyone escaped. The only casualties of the evening were the unsavories gleaned, and the guard who had hurled himself at Tolliver. He had been hit by the full force of the acid, leaving little left of him. Certainly too little to be revived. But his sacrifice had saved Scythe Anastasia. As the man was part of Scythe Constantine's private interrogation team, it made the loss personal. Someone would most certainly pay. Although normal citizens were always put into a induced coma during the speed healing process, Constantine demanded he be kept conscious, and as he was a Scythe, they had to give in to his wishes. He needed to think, brood, plan, and he remained aware of the passage of time. He despised the idea of losing entire days to the healing process in an unconscious state. Scythe Anastasia visited him shortly before he was due to regain his sight. He was in no mood for a visit from her, but he would not begrudge her the opportunity to thank him for his profound sacrifice on her behalf. "I assure you, Anastasia, that I will personally interrogate the unsavories we captured before we re-glean them, and we will apprehend Grayson Tolliver," he told her, trying the best to enunciate and not to allow the painkillers to slur his words. "He will pay for his actions in every way allowable under Scythe law." "Still, he saved everyone in that theater by breaking that pipe," Anastasia reminded him. "Yes," Constantine reluctantly admitted, "but there is something seriously wrong with your savior, is also your attacker." She had no response to that but silence. 4 of the assailants we caught were from the Texas region, Constantine informed her. So you think it was masterminded by someone from there? Or someone hiding there, Constantine said. We'll get to the bottom of it, which was what he always said, because in the past, he always had. It frustrated him that this might be the first exception. Conclave is coming up, Anastasia said. Do you think you'll be able to attend? He couldn't tell which she was hoping for, his absence or his attendance. I will be there, even if they have to replace my blood with antifreeze to make it happen. She left, and after she was gone, it occurred to Constantine that not once during their conversation did she thank him. An hour later, a mysterious note arrived while Citra and Marie had lunch in the restaurant of their hotel. It was the first time in quite a while that they had taken a meal in public. The note came as a surprise to both of them. Scythe Curie reached for it, but the bellhop who had brought it apologized and told him that it was addressed to Scythe Anastasia. He handed it to Citra, who opened it and read it quickly. Well, out with it, Marie said. Who's it from, and what do they want? It's nothing, she told Scythe Curie, slipping the note into one of the pockets of her robe. It's just the family of the man I gleaned last night. They want to know when I'll be giving them immunity. I thought they were coming here this evening. They are, but weren't sure of the exact time. The note says they'll be here at 5, unless that's a problem. Whatever works for you, Scythe Curie said. After all, it's your ring they'll be kissing, not mine. Then she returned her attention to her salmon. Half an hour later, Citra was outside in street clothes, hurrying across the city. The note had not been from the actor's family. It was from Rowan. It had been scrawled in haste and said, Need your help. Transportation Museum, ASAP. It had been all she could do not to abandon Scythe Curie mid-meal. But Citra knew leaving like that would have made Marie suspicious. She had hidden a set of street clothes in a pocket of her suitcase, just in case she needed to go out incognito. The problem was, she had no coat. It would be too bulky to hide from Marie. So without the thermal coils of her winter robe, she was freezing the instant she slipped outside. After braving the cold for 2 blocks, she had to put on her ring and show it to a shopkeeper to get herself a coat. He gave her the one she wanted at no charge. Immunity would ensure that I don't mention you were out in public without your robe, the shopkeeper suggested. Citra didn't appreciate the man's attempt at blackmail, so she said, How about I just agree not to glean you for making that threat? Clearly, the thought had not occurred to him. He stammered for a moment. Yes, of course. That's fair. Then he fumbled with some other accessories. Gloves to go with your coat? She accepted them and went out into the windswept day. Her heart had leapt when she first read the note, but she had not let Marie see her excitement, her concern. So Rowan was here and needed her help? Why? Was he in danger, or did she want her to join him in his mission of ending unworthy scythes? Would she do it if he asked? Definitely not. Probably not. Maybe not. Of course, this could also be some sort of trap. Whoever was behind last night's attack was most certainly licking their wounds, so the chances that this was another attack were slim. Still, she brought enough concealed weapons to defend herself if necessary. The Great Plains Transportation Museum was an open-air repository of engines and rolling stock from every era of rail transportation. They even boasted a car from the first maglev train, hovering eternally in the very center. Apparently, Wichita was once a major crossroads between here and there. Now, it was just like any other city. There was a homogeneity to mid-America that was both comforting and annoying. At this time of year, there were only scant groups of tourists at the museum, who, for some reason, chose Wichita as the holiday destination. As it was maintained by the Thunderhead, admission was free. A good thing, too. Citra didn't want to show her ring again just to get in. It was one thing to get a coat from a shopkeeper. It was quite another to blow her cover in the very place she was about to have a secret meeting. With her coat pulled tight against the wind, she wandered between black steam engines and red diesels, searching every corner of the train yard for Rowan. After a while, she began to worry that this was a trick after all, maybe to separate her from Scythe Curie. She was turning to leave when someone called to her. "I'm over here." She followed the voice to a narrow, shady space between two boxcars, where the icy wind whistled as it forced its way through. With the wind in her face, she couldn't see him clearly until she got close. "Scythe Anastasia, I was afraid you wouldn't come." This wasn't Rowan. It was Grayson Tolliver. "You?" Disappointment didn't begin to describe what she felt. "I should glean you right here and bring your heart to Constantine. He'd probably eat it." "Probably," Citra had to admit. She hated Grayson in this moment. Hated him because of who he was not. It was as if the universe itself had betrayed her, and she was nowhere near ready to forgive it. She should have realized that the handwriting on the note wasn't Rowan's. But as much as she wanted to take out their frustration on Tolliver, she couldn't. It wasn't his fault that he wasn't Rowan, and as she had pointed out to Constantine, Grayson had saved her life twice. "I need your help," he told her, the desperation in his voice very real. "I have nowhere to go." "Why is that my problem?" "Because I wouldn't even be here if it wasn't for you." She knew there was truth to that. She thought back to the time that he had told her, or more accurately, didn't tell her, that he was working undercover on the Thunderhead's behalf. If she was important enough for the Thunderhead to use Grayson to circumnavigate Scythe state separation, shouldn't she at least help him out of this corner? "The Scythedom is after me. The Authority Interface is after me. And whoever was behind this attack is now my enemy too." "You seem to be very good at making enemies." "Yeah, and you're the closest thing I have to a friend." Finally, Citra put aside her disappointment. She couldn't let him twist in the wind on her behalf. "What would you like me to do?" "I don't know." Grayson began pacing in the small space, his impossibly black hair whipping wildly in the wind, and for a moment, Citra had the image of walls closing in around him. He really did have no way out. Nothing she could say to Constantine would help. He was ready to glean Grayson piece by bloody piece, and even if she interceded for him, it wouldn't matter. The Scythedom needed a scapegoat. "I can give you immunity, but once your DNA is transmitted to the Scythedom database, they'll know exactly where you are. And I'm sure they'll figure out whose ring I kissed." He shook his head. "I don't want to get you in trouble." That made her laugh. "You were on the team that was trying to end me, but you don't want to get me into trouble?" "I wasn't really on the team. You know that." Yes, she did know it. Others would say that he was just lost his nerve, but she knew the truth, and was probably the only one who did. But even though she wanted to help him out of this, she was drawing a blank. "Are you telling me that the wise and beautiful Scythe Anastasia has no ideas?" Citra would have seen it as false flattery, but he wasn't the flattering type. He was too desperate to be anything but sincere. She didn't feel wise or beautiful at the moment, but she allowed him his fantasy of the honorable Scythe Anastasia. And then she rose to the occasion, because something occurred to her. "I know where you can go." He looked at her with those dark, imploring eyes, waiting for her to impart an ounce of her wisdom. "There's a Tonist monastery here in town. They'll hide you from the Scythedom." He was, to say the least, underwhelmed. "Tonists? Are you serious? They'll cut my tongue out." "No, they won't. But they do hate the Scythedom, and I'm pretty sure they'd protect you with their own lives rather than hand you over to them. Ask for Brother MacLeod. Tell him I sent you. But you wanted my help, and I gave it. What you do now is entirely up to you. Then she left him, getting back to the hotel just in time to change back into a robe without being seen, and grant immunity to the grieving family of the gleaned actor. To be clear, not every act I take is perfect. People confuse a state of being with a set of actions. I will try to explain the difference here. I, the Thunderhead, am perfect. This is true by definition, and there is no need to refute it because it is fact. Every day, however, I must make many billions of decisions and take billions of actions. Some of them are small, like turning off a light when no one is present in the room, in order to conserve electricity. Other decisions are major, like inducing a minor earthquake to prevent a larger one. But none of those acts is perfect. I could have turned off that light sooner, thereby conserving more energy. I could have made the earthquake 1 degree smaller and saved a handcrafted vase from shattering on the floor. I have come to realize that there are only 2 perfect acts. There are the 2 most important acts known to me, but I forbid myself to perform them and leave them in the hands of humankind. They are the creation of life and life's taking. The Thunderhead.
Chapter 28. That Which Comes. Like most Tonus compounds, the one where Grayson Tolliver found himself was styled to look much older than it was. In this case, it was built of brick and had ivy-colored walls. But, it being winter, the vines were cold and bare, looking more like spiderwebs. He entered through a long, trestled colonnade, lined with skeletal rose bushes. It all must have been very beautiful in the spring and summer, but now, in the dead of winter, it looked like he felt. The first person he saw was a woman in a Tonus sackcloth frock who offered him a smile and upturned palms as a greeting. "I need to talk to Brother MacLeod," he said, remembering what Scythe Anastasia had told him. "You'll have to get permission from Curate Mendoza," she responded. "I'll go retrieve him." Then she sauntered off at such a leisurely pace, Grayson wanted to grab her and push her along. When Curate Mendoza arrived, he, at least, walked as if there was some sense of urgency. "I'm here for sanctuary," Grayson told him. "I was told to ask for Brother MacLeod." "Yes, of course," he said as if there was something he addressed on a regular basis. He then escorted Grayson into one of the buildings of the compound, and to a bedroom. There was a lit candle on a nightstand. The first thing the curate did was snuff it out with a dowser. "Make yourself comfortable," he said. "I'll let Brother MacLeod know you're waiting for him." Then the curate closed the door, but didn't lock it, leaving Grayson with his own thoughts, and a way out if he wanted one. The room was austere, no creature comforts beyond what was necessary. There was a bed, a chair, and a nightstand. There were no decorations on the walls, except for an iron tuning fork above the headboard, its prongs pointed upward. A bident, they called it, the symbol of their faith. In the nightstand drawer was a sackcloth outfit, and a pair of sandals was on the floor. Beside the doused candle was a leather hymnal with a bident embossed on the cover. It was peaceful. It was calming. It was unbearable. He had gone from the uneventful world of Grayson Tolliver to the tumultuous extremes of Slade Bridger, and now he was cast in the belly of blandness, doomed to be digested by boredom. "Well, at least I'm still alive," he thought. Although he wasn't entirely sure that was the benefit. Purity had been gleaned, not supplanted, not relocated, but gleaned. She was no more, and in spite of the horror she had attempted, he ached for her. He longed to hear her defiant voice. He had become addicted to her chaos. He would have to adjust to life without her, as well as a life without himself. For who was he now? He lay down on the bed, which at least was comfortable, and waited for perhaps half an hour. He wondered if Tonists, like the Office of the Unsavory Affairs, made everyone wait as a matter of policy. Finally, he heard the creak of the door. It was late afternoon now, and the light from the small window lit the room just enough for him to see that the man before him wasn't much older than he. He also had some sort of hard casting in one of his arms. "I'm Brother MacLeod," he said. "The curate has accepted your request for sanctuary. I understand you asked me personally?" "A friend of mine told me to." "May I ask who?" "No, you may not." He seemed a bit annoyed, but let it go. "May I at least see your ID?" And when Grayson hesitated, Brother MacLeod said, "Don't worry. No matter who you are or what you've done, we won't turn you over to the authority interface." "I'm sure it already knows I'm here." "Yes," agreed Brother MacLeod, "but your presence here is a matter of religious freedom. The Thunderhead will not interfere." Grayson reached into his pocket and handed him his electronic card, still flashing with the bright red U. "Unsavory," he said. "We get more and more unsavories these days. Well, Slade, that won't matter here." "That's not my name." Brother MacLeod gave him a questioning look. "Is that something else you won't talk about?" "No, it's just not worth the effort." "Then what do we call you?" "Grayson. Grayson Tolliver." "All right, then. Brother Tolliver it is." Grayson supposed he had to live with being called Brother Tolliver now. "What's that thing on your arm?" "It's called a cast." "So, am I going to have to wear one?" Brother MacLeod laughed. "Not unless you break your arm." "Excuse me?" "It's to help aid the natural healing process. We shun nanites, and unfortunately, my arm was broken by a scythe." "Really?" Grayson actually grinned, wondering if it was Scythe Anastasia. Brother MacLeod didn't appreciate Grayson's grin. His demeanor cooled slightly. "We have afternoon toning in 10 minutes. There are clothes for you in the drawer. I'll wait outside while you change." "Do I have to go?" Grayson asked. Intoning didn't sound like something he really wanted to be a part of. "Yes," said Brother MacLeod. "That which comes can't be avoided." Intoning took place in a chapel that, after the candlelight was doused, had barely enough light to allow Grayson to see, in spite of the high stained glass windows. "Do you do everything in the dark?" Grayson asked. "Eyes can be deceiving. We appreciate the other senses more." There was the sweet smell of incense covering something foul that Grayson soon learned was a basin of filthy water. Primordial ooze, Brother MacLeod called it. It's filled with all the diseases that we've become immune to. Intoning consisted of curate striking the huge steel tuning fork at the center, 12 times in succession with a mallet. The congregation, which seemed to number about 50, matched the tone. With each strike of the fork, the vibration built and resonated to the point of being loud, but not quite painful, but disorientating and dizzying. Grayson did not open his mouth to vocalize the tone. The curate gave a short speech, a sermon, Brother MacLeod called it. He spoke of his many journeys through the world in search of the Great Fork. "The fact that we have not found it does not mean the search is a failure, for the search itself is every bit as valuable as the finding. The congregation hummed their agreement. Whether we find it today or tomorrow, or whether it is our sect or another that finds it, I believe to my very core that they will, one day, hear and feel the great resonance, and it will save us all. Then, when the sermon was over, the congregation rose and approached the curate in a line. Each one dipped a finger into the rancid primordial ooze, touched it to their forehead, and licked it off their finger. Grayson became nauseated just watching. You don't have to partake of the earthly bowl yet, Brother McLeod told him, which was only partially reassuring. Yet? How about not at all? To which Brother McLeod once more said, that which comes can't be avoided. That night, the wind howled with unusual ferocity, and sleet hissed as it pummeled the little window in Grayson's room. The thunderhead could influence the weather, but not entirely change it. Or if it could, it chose not to. It did try to make sure that when storms came, at least they came at more convenient times. He tried to convince himself that this storm was the thunderhead crying icy tears for him. But who was he kidding? The thunderhead had millions of more important things to do than lament his troubles. He was safe. He was protected. What more could he ask for? Everything. Curate Mendoza came into his room that night at about 9 or 10. Light spilled in from the hallway, but once he was inside, he closed the door, leaving them both in darkness again. Grayson heard the complaint of the chair as the curate sat in it. I came to see how you're getting on, he said. I'm fine. Adequacy is all that can be expected at this juncture, I suppose. Then his face was illuminated with the harsh light of a tablet. The curate tapped and swiped. I thought you shunned electricity. Not at all, the curate told him. We shun light in our ceremonies, and our sleeping quarters are dark to encourage our members to leave their rooms and seek communal with others in our public spaces. Then he turned the tablet so Grayson could see it. It showed images of the burning theater. Grayson tried not to grimace. This happened 2 days ago. It is my suspicion that you were involved, and that the Scythe is after you. Grayson neither confirmed nor denied the charge. If that is the case, the curate said, you need not mention it. You are safe here, because any enemy of the Scythe is a friend of ours. So you condone violence? We condone resistance to unnatural death. Scythes are bringers of unnatural death, so anything that frustrates their blades and bullets is fine with us. Then he reached out and touched one of the horn-like bumps on Grayson's head. Grayson backed away at his touch. Those will have to be removed. We do not allow body modifications. And your head will be shaved to allow your hair to grow in the color the universe intended. Grayson said nothing. Now that Purity was dead, he wasn't going to miss being Slade Bridger, because it just reminded him of her. But he did not like having no choice in the matter. Mendoza rose. I do hope you'll come out to the library, or one of the recreation rooms, and get to know your fellow Tonists. I know they'd like to get to know you better, especially Sister Piper, who greeted you when you arrived. I just lost someone close to me. I don't feel like being social. Then you must, especially if your loved one was lost to gleaning. We Tonists don't acknowledge death by Scythe, which means you are not allowed to mourn. So now he was being told what he was and was not allowed to feel? He wanted the last bit of Slade Bridger that was still in him to tell him to curate, to go to hell. But instead he just said, I won't pretend to understand your ways. But you will pretend, said Mendoza. If you wish to have sanctuary, you will find your new purpose among us, and pretend until our ways become yours. And if they never do? Then you'll just have to keep on pretending, the curate said. Then he added, It has certainly worked for me. 620 miles due south of Wichita, Rowan Damisch sparred with Tiger Salazar. Under different circumstances, it would have been enjoyable for Rowan, competing with a friend in a martial art he'd come to love. But these forced confrontations toward an unknown end left Rowan increasingly unsettled. They sparred twice a day for 2 weeks, and although Tiger got better with each match, Rowan always won. When they weren't sparring, Rowan was consigned to his room. Tiger, on the other hand, found himself even busier than before Rowan had arrived. More exhausting runs, more resistance training, repetitive Bocator drills, as well as maneuvers with every kind of blade from sword to dagger, until each one felt like a perfect extension of himself. Then, at the end of each day, just as his muscles were feeling the wear of his efforts, Tiger would receive a deep tissue massage to make his knotted flesh supple. Before Rowan arrived, the massages were maybe 2 or 3 times a week. But now, he had them every day, and was so exhausted that he often fell asleep on the table. I'll beat him, he told Scythe Rand. You'll see. I have no doubt, she said. For someone who, according to Rowan, was deceptive and heartless, she seemed pretty sincere. It was during one of his massages that the Emerald Scythe came in and asked the masseuse to leave. Tiger thought she might take over. He thrilled at the idea of her hands on him. But to his disappointment, she didn't touch him at all. She simply said, It's time. Time for what? For you to get your ring. She seemed melancholy about it somehow. Tiger thought he knew why. I know you didn't want to give it to me until after I beat Rowan. Couldn't be helped, she said. He got up and slipped his robe on, showing not the slightest bit of modesty before her. Why should he? There was nothing about himself that he wanted hidden from her, inside or out. You could have been a model for Michelangelo. I'd have liked that, he said, tying his robe, to be chiseled in marble. She moved toward him, leaned in, and gave him the lightest of kisses. So light, he could barely feel her lips touch his. He thought it might be a prelude to something more, but she backed away. We have an appointment early tomorrow. Get a good night's sleep. What do you mean? What kind of appointment? She offered him a smile, albeit a slim one. You can't receive your Scythe ring without at least a little bit of ceremony. Will Rowan be there? Tiger asked. Best if he's not. She was right, of course. There was no need to rub Rowan's nose in the fact that he hadn't been chosen. But Tiger had meant what he had said. The moment he had the ring, he'd give Rowan immunity. I hope, Tiger said, that once the ring is on my finger, you'll look at me a little bit differently. She took a long look into his eyes, and that did more to melt his muscles than the grinding knuckles of the masseuse. I'm sure things will be different, she told him. Be up and ready to go by 7 o'clock sharp. After she had left, he allowed himself a moment to breathe a contented sigh. In a world where everyone was guaranteed to get whatever they needed, not everyone got everything they wanted. Rowan sure hadn't, and until recently, Tiger hadn't even known that he wanted to be a Scythe. But now that it was about to happen, he knew it was right. And for the first time he could remember, was intensely pleased with the direction in which his life was moving. Rowan was not brought out for sparring the next day, or the day after that. His only visitors were the guards who brought his food and took away his tray when he was done. He had counted the days since he had arrived. The old-time holidays had come and gone with no celebration in the penthouse. It was the last week of the year. He didn't even know what the new year was to be called. Year of the Raptor, one of the guards told him when he asked, and hoping the guards might have warned enough to spill some information, he asked, "What's going on? Why haven't Tiger and Scythe Rand dragged me out for sparring? Don't tell me I'm not their Bokator bitch anymore." But if the guard knew the answer, he wasn't saying. "Just eat," he said. "We've been giving strict orders not to let you starve." Late in the afternoon of that second day of solitude, Scythe Rand came in with both guards. "Vacation must be over," Rowan quipped. But the Emerald Scythe was not up for banter today. "Put him in that chair," she ordered the guards. "I don't want him to be able to move an inch." And then Rowan caught sight of a roll of duct tape. To be tied to a chair was one thing. To be duct taped was worse. This is it, thought Rowan. Tiger's training is over. And whatever she's going to do to me, it's happening now. So Rowan made his move. As soon as the guards tried to grab him, he exploded in a series of brutal blows that left one of their jaws broken, and the other on the ground, desperately grasping for air. But before he could break for the door, Rand was on him and had him pinned, his back to the floor and a knee against his chest, with such pressure it was impossible for him to draw a breath. "You will submit to the bondage, or I will knock you out and you'll be bound anyway," she told him. "But if it goes that way, I'll make sure your teeth get broken again." Then, when he was on the verge of losing consciousness, she took her knee off his chest. He was weakened just enough to make it easy for them to secure him to the chair. And that's where they left him for over an hour. The tape was worse than the rope they had used on him inside Bram's home. It constricted his chest so he could breathe only in shallow puffs. His arms and legs had no play whatsoever, no matter how much he tried to work his way out of the tape. The sun set, leaving nothing but the city lights of San Antonio and the pale glow of a rising gibbous moon, which lit the room in dim blues and long shadows. Finally, the door opened and one of the guards rolled in someone who was seated in some sort of chair with wheels on either side. Scythe Rand came in behind them. "Hi, Rowan." It was Tiger. He was silhouetted against the light coming in from the hallway, so Rowan couldn't see his face, but he recognized the voice. He sounded tired and raspy. "What's going on, Tiger? Why did Rand do this to me? And what the hell is that you're sitting in?" "It's called a wheelchair," he said, choosing only to answer the third question. "It's from the age of mortality. Much need for it these days, but it came in useful today." There was something odd about the way Tiger spoke. Not just the raspy tone of his voice, but the cadence of his speech, his choice of words, and the way he enunciated them so clearly. Tiger shifted a hand, and something on it caught the moonlight. Rowan didn't need to be told what it was. "You got your ring?" "Yes," Tiger said. "Yes, I did." There was a feeling in Rowan's gut now, heavy and putrid. It was trying to work its way up to the surface. A part of Rowan already knew what it was, but he wasn't willing to let it seep into his awareness, as if refusing to think about it could chase away a dark specter of truth. But illumination was only a moment away. I can't quite reach the light switch. Could you get it?" She reached over, turned on the light, and the reality of the situation hit Rowan with both barrels. Because, although it was Tiger Salazar sitting in the wheelchair, it wasn't Tiger who Rowan found himself looking at. He was looking at the smiling face of Scythe Goddard. I can communicate with 6,909 living and dead languages. I can have more than 15 billion simultaneous conversations and be fully engaged in every single one. I can be eloquent and charming, funny and endearing, speaking the words you most need to hear at the exact moment you need to hear them. Yet even so, there are unthinkable moments where I can find no words, in any language, living or dead. And in those moments, if I had a mouth, I might open it to scream. The Thunderhead.
Chapter 29. Repurposed. Rowan felt the world spin. He could breathe out, but couldn't breathe in. As if Scythe Rand's knee was on his chest again. As if the room were floating in space. And he longed for the ecstasy of unconsciousness, because that was a better alternative than what he now faced. Yes, I can see how the voice would have confused you, Goddard said, still sounding like Tiger. It couldn't be helped. How? Was all Rowan could get out. While Rand's survival had been a shock, at least it made sense. But Rowan had decapitated Goddard. He had seen the man's headless body burn. But now, Rowan looked to Rand, who stood there in obedience to her mentor, and Rowan knew. Oh God, he knew. You managed to decapitate me right at the jawline, Goddard said, above the larynx. Thus, my old vocal cords are gone forever. But these will do. And what made it even worse was that Goddard wasn't wearing a Scythe's robe. He was wearing Tiger's clothes, all the way down to his shoes. It was intentional, Rowan realized, so there would be no doubt in Rowan's mind what had been done. Rowan turned away. No, you must look, Goddard said. I insist. The guard went behind Rowan, grabbed his head, and forced him to face the man in the wheelchair. How could you do this? Me? Heavens no, he told Rowan. It was all Ein's idea. I couldn't do much of anything. She had the presence of mind to rescue the critical parts of me from the burning cloister. I am told that I was senseless for nearly a year, blissfully on ice. Believe me, if this had been my doing, it would have been different. It would be your body to which my head would now be attached. Rowan could not hide his anguish. His tears flowed with fury and unimaginable sorrow. They could have chosen anyone for this, but they hadn't. They chose Tiger, for the sole reason that he was Rowan's friend. You sick bastards! Sick? Said Goddard. I wasn't the one who beheaded his mentor Scythe and turned against his comrades. What you did, and what you've been doing during my nitrogen slumber, is unforgivable by Scythe law. Ein and I, on the other hand, have broken no laws. Your friend Tiger was gleaned, and then his body was repurposed. Simple as that. It may be unorthodox, but under the circumstances, it is entirely understandable. What you see before you is nothing more and nothing less than the consequence of your own actions. Rowan watched Tiger's chest rise and fall with Goddard's breathing. His hands rested limply on the arms of the wheelchair. It seemed a chore for him to move them. This sort of procedure is, of course, much more delicate than simple speed healing, Goddard said. It will take a few more days until I have full control of your friend's body. Then he struggled to raise his hand, regarding it as he flexed his fingers into a fist. Look at that progress! I look forward to the day that I can take you on in Bokator. I understand you've already been helping to train me. Training. It all made a twisted sort of sense now. The sparring, the attention to Tiger's physique. even the massages, like Kobe beef being prepared for slaughter. But there was one question left, something Rowan did not want to ask, but he felt he owed it to Tiger. What did you do to... Rowan couldn't even bring himself to say the word. To the rest of him. Rand shrugged, as if it were nothing. You said it yourself. Tiger wasn't much in the brains department. Everything above the neck was expendable. Where is he? Rand didn't answer the question, so Goddard did. Thrown out with the rest of the garbage, he said, with a dismissive wave of Tiger's hand. Rowan lunged forward, forgetting his bonds, but his fury did little more than rock the chair. If he could ever get free from this chair, he would kill them. Not just clean them, but kill them. Rip them limb from limb, with such blatant bias and malice aforethought, it would incinerate the second commandment. And this was what Goddard wanted. He wanted Rowan to be consumed by murderous rage, yet be powerless to use it. Impotent to avenge his friend's terrible fate. Goddard soaked up Rowan's misery as if nourished by it. Would you have given yourself to save him? Goddard asked. Yes! Yes, I would have. Why didn't you take me? Said Goddard, as if it were merely a minor revelation. In that case, I'm glad for the choice Anne made, because after what you did to me, you must be made to suffer, Rowan. I am the aggrieved party here, so it is my wishes that must be honored, and it is my wish that you live in abject misery. It's fitting that this began in fire, because you, Rowan, now suffer the fate of the mythical Prometheus, the bringer of fire. Not all that different from Lucifer, the bearer of light, from whom you took your Scythe name. Prometheus was chained to the face of a mountain for his indiscretion, doomed to have his liver devoured by eagles until the end of time. Then he rolled closer and whispered, I am your eagle, Rowan, and I will feed on your misery day after day for eternity, or until your suffering bores me. Goddard held his gaze for a moment more, then had the guard roll him out. Over the past 2 years, Rowan had been physically beaten, psychologically flayed, and emotionally battered. But he had survived it. What hadn't killed him made him stronger, more resolved to do what was necessary to fix what was broken. But now, it was he who was broken, and there weren't enough nanites in the world to repair the damage. When he looked up, he saw that Scythe Rand was still there. She made no move to cut his bonds. He didn't expect her to. How could the eagle devour his insides if he were cut free? Well, the joke was on them. He didn't have anything left inside to devour, and if he did, it was pure poison. Get out, he told Rand, but she didn't go. She just stood there in her bright green robe, a color that Rowan had come to despise. He didn't go out with the garbage, Scythe Rand said. I took care of it myself, then spread his ashes in a field of wild bluebonnets. Just saying. Then she left, leaving Rowan to find what solace he could from the lesser of two horrors. Chapter 31. The Trajectory of Yearning. The arch had fallen in the age of mortality, when Fulcrum City had been called St. Louis. For many years, the great steel span had stood on the western bank of the Mississippi River, until it was brought down by hatred and an epoch where unsavories didn't just play at evil deeds, but actually accomplished them on a regular basis. All that was left of it now were the ends, Two rusting steel pylons reaching heavenward, at a slight lean toward each other. In daylight, from certain angles, it played a trick on the eye. One could almost see the trajectory of their yearning, following their invisible paths up and across. One could see the ghost of the entire arc just from the hint of its bases. Scythe, Anastasia, and Curie arrived in Fulcrum City on the first day of the year, several days before Winter Conclave, which always took place on the first Tuesday of the new year. At Scythe Curie's urging, they paid a visit to the unrequited arms of the Arch. It was the last act of terrorism accomplished before the Thunderhead ascended and put an end to such nonsense, Scythe Curie told Citra. Citra had learned about terror. There had been a unit in school dedicated to the subject. Like her classmates, Citra had been baffled by the concept. People bringing about the permanent end of others without having a license to do so? People destroying perfectly good buildings, bridges, and other landmarks for the sole purpose of denying others the privilege of their existence. How could any of that ever really happen? Only after joining the Scythedom did Citra understand the concept, and even then, it hadn't hit home until she saw the Orpheum Theater burn, leaving nothing of its grandeur but the memory. The theater wasn't the target, but the unsavories who attacked them didn't care about the collateral damage. I often come here to visit the remains of the Arch at the start of the new year, Scythe Curie said as they strolled through the winter, bare but well-tended paths of the Riverside Park. It humbles me. It reminds me of the things we've lost, but also of how much better our world is now than in mortal days. It reminds me why I glean, and gives me the fortitude to stand tall in conclave. It must have been beautiful, Citra said, looking at the rusted ruin of the north pylon. There are pictures of the Arch in the back brain, Marie told her, if you ever feel like mourning what was lost. Do you? Citra asked her. Do you ever mourn what was lost? On some days, yes. On others, no. Today, I am determined to rejoice in what we've gained, rather than what we've lost, both in the world and personally. Then she turned to Citra and smiled. You and I remain alive and unharmed, in spite of 2 attempts to end us. That is worth celebrating. Citra returned Marie's smile, then gazed once more at the rusting pylons and the park in which they sat. It reminded Citra of the Mortality Memorial in the park where she had secretly met Rowan. The thought of Rowan made her heart sink. Word had reached her of the fiery end of Scythe Renor, although she wouldn't admit it out loud, and barely could admit it to herself. She longed for news of more dead Scythes, because another gleaning by Scythe Lucifer would mean that Rowan had not been caught. Renor had been ended nearly a month ago. She couldn't guess where Rowan was now, or who he was planning to end next. He wasn't limiting himself to mid-American Scythes, which meant he could be anywhere but here. Your mind wanders, Scythe Curie observed. This place can do that to you. Citra tried not to linger on those wanderings. Are you ready for the conclave next week? She asked. Marie shrugged. Why wouldn't I be? They'll all be talking about us, Citra said. I mean, after the attempts on our lives. I've been at the center of attention at conclave before, Marie said dismissively. And so have you, dear. It's neither negative nor positive in itself. It's what you do with the attention that matters. From the other side of the north pylon came a group of people. They were Tonists, 12 of them. When they weren't traveling alone, Tonists always traveled in groups of 7 or 12, representing the 7 notes of the diatonic scale and the 12 notes of the chromatic scale. They were ridiculously slavish to the mathematics of music. Tonist could often be found sniffing around architectural ruins, searching for the so-called Great Fork, which was supposed to be hidden within some mortal age bit of engineering. While other people slipped away when they saw the Scythe in the park, the Tonists stood their ground. Some even glared. Citra began to walk toward them. "Anastasia, what are you doing?" asked Marie. "Just let them be." But Scythe Anastasia wouldn't stop a thing once she had committed herself to it. Neither, for that matter, would Citra Terranova. "What order are you?" she asked the one who looked like he might be their leader. "We are Dorian Tonists," he said, "but I can't see why that's any of your business." "If I wanted you to get a message to someone in the Locrian monastery, would you be able to?" He stiffened. "We Dorians do not associate with Locrians," he said. "They are far too lax in their interpretation of doctrine." Citra sighed. She didn't know what message she wanted to pass on to Grayson. Perhaps just gratitude for saving her life. She had been so upset that he hadn't been Rowan that she treated him poorly, and had never thanked him for what he had done. Well, it didn't matter now, because clearly no message would be getting to him. "You should go," the lead tonist said to her, his face cold and judgmental. "Your stench offends us." Citra actually laughed at him, and her laughter made him redden. She'd come across tonists who were kind and accepting, others who were all about selling their particular brand of crazy. She made a mental note that Dorian tonists were assholes. Scythe Curie came up beside her then. "Don't waste your time, Anastasia," she said. "They have nothing to offer you but hostility and harangues." "I know who you are," said their leader, with a caustic enmity even greater than he'd shown to Citra. "Your early deeds have not been forgotten or forgiven. Some day your score will be settled." Marie reddened with fury. "Are you threatening me?" "No. We leave justice to the universe, and what rings out always echoes back." When Citra figured what was the tonist version of "what goes around comes around." "Come, Anastasia," Marie said. "These zealots aren't worth another second of our time." Citra could have just walked away, but the man's attitude begged for her to play with him a little, so she held out her ring. "Kiss it," she said to him. Scythe Curie turned to her, shocked. "Anastasia, why on earth would you—" But she cut Marie off. "I said kiss it!" She knew he wouldn't, but also she suspected that some of the others in the group might be tempted. "I'll grant a year of immunity to any of you who steps forward to kiss my ring." Their leader paled, terrified that this turquoise harbinger of unnatural death might steal his entire flock away. "Intone!" he shouted to them. "Drive them away!" And they all began a bizarre open-mouthed humming, each of them droning a different note, until they sounded like a swarm of bees. Citra lowered her ring and held the leader's gaze for a moment more. Yes, he had triumphed over her temptation, but only barely, and he knew it. She turned her back on them and left with Scythe Curie. Even though the Scythes were gone, they continued to drone, and probably wouldn't stop until their leader told them to. "What was the use of that?" Marie chided. "Haven't you ever heard the expression, 'leave a cult to its cacophony'?" Marie seemed unsettled as they left the park, probably because of the memory of her brother. "I'm sorry," Citra said. "I shouldn't have kicked the hornet's nest." "No, you shouldn't have." Then after a moment she said, "As infuriating as Tonus are, he was right about one thing. Your deeds will always come back to haunt you. It's been almost 150 years since I routed the rotting vestiges of government to clear the path for a better world. I never paid a price for those crimes. But someday, the echo will return." Scythe Curie spoke no more of it, but her words lingered just as powerfully as the tonus droning, which Citra could swear she still heard in her head for the rest of the day. There are many moments in my existence where I have been confounded by circumstances beyond my control. What most come to mind are the disasters in space. On the moon, there was a catastrophic leak that exposed the entire supply of liquid oxygen to the vacuum of space, leaving nearly 1,000 people to suffocate, and all attempts to retrieve their bodies for revival met with failure. On Mars, a fledgling colony lasted for almost a year before a fire consumed the entire complex and everyone within it. And the New Hope orbital station, a prototype that I had hoped would eventually form a habitable ring around the Earth, was destroyed when the engines of an approaching shuttle misfired and pierced the station like an arrow through its heart. After the New Hope disaster, I terminated the colonization program. And although I still employ millions in research and development of technologies that could potentially be used in the future, those employees in those facilities often succumb to bad luck. However, I do not believe in bad luck, nor, in this circumstance, do I believe in accidents or in coincidence. Trust me when I say that I have a keen understanding of what things and people are beyond my control. The Thunderhead. Chapter 32. Humble in our own arrogance. The morning was icy, but windless on the day of Winter Conclave, January 7th, year of the Raptor. It was a natural chill. The Thunderhead did not finesse weather systems for Scythes. There were times that Scythe would complain about inconvenient weather and insist it was the Thunderhead's spite, which was ridiculous. But some people could not help but ascribe human failings to it. The Blade Guard had a much larger presence than usual at Winter Conclave. Its primary purpose had always been to police the crowds and make sure the Scythe had a clear path up the stone steps to the State House. This time, however, the stairs were flanked by a full gauntlet of guards, shoulder to shoulder, behind which were the disappointed crowd could barely catch a glimpse of the Scythes as they passed. Some people forced their way through to take a picture or dare to touch a Scythe's robe. In the past, these overenthusiastic citizens were pulled back and returned to the crowd with a glare or a reprimand. Today, the guards were instructed to dispatch them by bullet. It took only a few deadish people being rushed to the revival centers for the rest to get the message. Thus, order was maintained. As with everything else, the Scythes had polarized feelings about the added security measures. "I don't like it," grumbled Scythe Sulk. "Shouldn't these good people have at the very least the opportunity to see us in all our glory, and not just holding the blade that gleans them?" Scythe Brams offered a counterpoint to the sentiment. "I applaud our High Blade's wisdom in providing better security," he proclaimed. "Our safety is paramount." Scythe O'Keefe commented how they should just build a tunnel and bring the Scythes in underground. And although she meant it to be bitterly facetious, Scythe Carnegie noted it was the first good idea O'Keefe had in years. Dissent, fomented and hackles were raised even before the Scythes entered the building. "Once Scythe Lucifer is taken down, all this will settle, and things will return to the way they've always been," more than one of the Scythes said, as if taking down the black-robed vigilante was a cure-all. The Scythe in turquoise tried to stand as proud as Scythe Curie as she climbed the steps, doing her best to dismiss Citra Terranova from the day, allowing herself to be Scythe Anastasia, both inside and out. She heard the grumbles about Scythe Lucifer as they climbed the stairs, but was heartened rather than troubled by them. Not only was Rowan still out there, but they were actually calling him Scythe Lucifer, accepting him as one of their own, even if it was unintentional. "Do they actually believe that stopping Rowan will solve everything that's wrong with the Scythedom? She asked Scythe Curie. Some choose not to see anything wrong, Marie responded. Anastasia found that hard to believe, but on the other hand, finding easy scapegoats for complicated problems had been a human pastime since the first mob of cavemen struck someone down with a rock. The uneasy truth was that the division in the Scythedom was as deep as a gleaning wound. There was the New Order, with platitudes to justify its sadistic appetites, and the Old Guard, which blustered about how things were supposed to be, but were unable to take action to do anything about it. The two factions were locked in a death grip now, but neither could die. As always, there was a lavish spread of donated breakfast foods in the rotunda, where the Scythes gathered informally before conclave began. Today's morning feast was a seafood buffet, designed with staggering artistic skill. Slides of smoked salmon and kippered herring, bushels of shrimp and oysters on ice, artisan breads, and countless varieties of cheese. Anastasia thought she had no appetite, but seeing such a spread could entice the dead to rise for one last meal. Still, she hesitated at first to partake, because it felt like defacing a sculpture. But the rest of the Scythes, the good and the bad, attacked it like piranha. So Anastasia gave in and did the same. It is an unofficial rite that dates back to the old days, Scythe Curie once told her, when the most austere and reserved Scythes would, just thrice a year, give in to gluttony without regret. Marie drew Anastasia's attention to the group of Scythes and how they huddled in social cliques. Nowhere was the division clearer than here in the rotunda. The New Order Scythes gave forth a vibe that was palpable, filled with a brazen egotism that was markedly different from the more subdued self-importance of the rest of the Scythedom. We're all arrogant, Marie had once told her. After all, we are chosen because we are the brightest and the wisest. The best we can hope for is to be humble in our arrogance. As Anastasia took in the crowd, it chilled her to see how many Scythes altered their robes to include embedded jewels, which, thanks to Goddard, their martyr, had become a symbol of the New Order. When Citra first came to Conclave as an apprentice, there were far more independent Scythes who did not align themselves with either faction. But it seemed there were fewer and fewer as the line in the sand became a fissure that threatened to swallow those who did not choose a side. She was horrified to find that Honorable Scythe Nehru had added amethyst gems to his pewter gray robe. Volta had been my apprentice, Nehru explained. When he sided with the New Order, I took it as a personal insult. But then when he died in the fire at the Tonist monastery, I felt I owed him an open mind. I now find joy in gleaning, and surprisingly, it's not a terrible thing. Anastasia respected the venerable Scythe too much to put forward her opinion, but Marie was not one to hold her tongue. I know you cared for Volta, Scythe Curie said, but grief is not an excuse for depravity. It left Nehru speechless, as it was intended to. They stood eating among like-minded Scythes, all of whom lamented the trajectory of the Scythedom. We should never have allowed them to brand themselves the New Order, Scythe Mandela said. There's nothing new about what they do, and casting those of us who hold on to the integrity of the founders as old guard diminishes us. We are far more forward-thinking than those who serve their primal appetites. You can't say that while eating a pound of shrimp, Nelson, quipped Scythe Twain, which made some of the others chuckle, but Mandela was not amused. The conclave meals were intended to make up for the life of self-denial, Mandela said. But they mean nothing when there are Scythes who deny themselves nothing. Change is fine as long as it serves the greater good, Scythe Curie said. But the New Order Scythes don't even serve a lesser good. We must continue to fight the good fight, Marie, said Scythemere. We must maintain and exalt the virtues of the Scythedom. Stick to the highest ethical ground. We must always glean with wisdom and compassion, for it is at the core of what we are. And we must never take the ending of a life for granted. It is a burden, not a delight. It is a privilege, not a pastime. Well said, agreed Scythe Twain. I must believe virtue will triumph over the selfishness of the New Order. But then he smirked at Scythemere. Of course, Golda. It does sound as if you're campaigning for High Blade. She laughed heartily at that. A job I wouldn't want. But you've heard the rumblings, haven't you? Twain asked. She shrugged. Rumblings are just that. I leave gossip to Scythes who have not yet turned a corner. Me? I'm too old to waste my time with petty speculation. Anastasia turned to Scythe Curie. What rumblings? But Scythe Curie was blasé about it. Every couple of years there are rumors that Xenocrates will step down as High Blade. But he never does. I think he starts those rumors himself to make sure he's the center of everyone's conversation. And as she eavesdropped on several other discussions, Anastasia could see that he had succeeded. What discussions weren't about Scythe Lucifer featured all sort of rumors about Xenocrates. That he had already self-gleaned, that he had fathered a child, that he had a tragic accident while setting his age back that left him with a body of a 3-year-old. Speculation was rampant, and nobody seemed to care that some of the rumors were ridiculous. That was part of the fun. Anastasia, in her own scythely arrogance, had thought there'd be much more conversation about the attempts on her and Marie's lives. But it was barely on most Scythe's radar. Didn't I hear something about you both going into hiding? Scythe Segoya asked. Was it about the Scythe Lucifer business? Absolutely not, Anastasia said, far more adamantly than she had intended to. Marie intervened to stop her from digging a deeper hole. It was just a group of unsavories. It behooved us to be nomadic until they were ferreted out. Well, I'm glad it's all resolved, said Scythe Segoya, and he went back to the buffet for seconds. Resolved? Said Anastasia, incredulous. We still have no idea who's behind it. Yes, said Marie calmly. And whoever it is could be right here in the rotunda. Best to feign nonchalance. Constantine had informed them of his suspicion that a Scythe might be behind the attacks, and now he was working that angle. Anastasia looked around the crowded rotunda for him. He was not difficult to spot, as his crimson robe stood out, although mercifully it had no jewels upon it. Constantine was still holding his position of neutrality, for whatever it was worth. I'm glad you have your eyes back, Anastasia told him as he approached. They're still a bit sensitive to light, he said. I suppose they must be worked in. Any more leads? No, he told her honestly. But I have a suspicion that fecal matter will be floating to the surface during this conclave. We'll see how badly it stinks of conspiracy. So how would you rate your first year? Anastasia turned to see another junior Scythe in a robe of worn and intentionally frayed denim. This was Scythe Morrison. He had been ordained one conclave before she was. He was good-looking and tried to negotiate the Scythedom using high school rules, which amazingly got him further than Anastasia thought it would. The year was eventful, she said, not really wanting to get into it with him. He smiled at her. I'll bet. She tried to slip away, but found herself engulfed by an elegy of junior scythes that had seemed to appear out of nowhere. I love the way you give people a month's notice, said one girl, whose name she couldn't remember. I might try that. So what's it like gleaning with Scythe Curie? Another young Scythe asked. Anastasia tried to be polite and patient, but being the center of their attention felt awkward. She did want to have friends closer to her own age within the Scythedom, but many of the junior Scythes vied too hard to curry favor with her. Careful, Marie had said after Harvest Conclave, or you'll find yourself with an entourage. Anastasia had no desire for an entourage, or to associate with the kind of Scythes who did. We should go gleaning together, Scythe Morrison suggested with a wink, which just annoyed her. It'd be fun. Fun? She asked. So you're going New Order? I go both ways, he said, then did a quick course correction. I mean, I'm undecided. Well, when you decide, let me know. And she let that be her parting shot. When Scythe Morrison was first ordained, Anastasia thought it was admirable that he had chosen a female historical figure to name himself after, and asked if she could call him Tony. He had gone on to tell her, with a fair amount of distaste at the idea, that it was Jim Morrison, and he named himself after a songwriter and performer from the mortal age who had overdosed. Citra recalled some of his music, and he had told Scythe Morrison that his patron historic got at least one thing right when he wrote, "People are strange," meaning people like Scythe Morrison. Ever since then, he seemed to have made it his personal mission to win her over with his charm. Morrison must hate it that more of us junior Scythes want to hang out with you than with him, Scythe Beyonce said to her a few minutes later, and Anastasia nearly bit her head off. Hang out? Scythes don't hang out. We glean and we support each other. That shut Scythe Beyonce up, but seemed to put Anastasia on an even higher pedestal. It made her think back to what Scythe Constantine had said before the last attack, that she was as much as a target as Marie, because Anastasia was influential among the junior Scythes. She didn't want that influence, but she couldn't deny it was there. Perhaps someday she'd grow into it and find a way to properly make use of it. At 6:59 a.m., right before the brass doors opened to admit Mid-American Scythes to Conclave, Highblade Xenocrates arrived, putting to bed the rumors that he had self-gleaned, or was a toddler. It's odd for Xenocrates to arrive so late, Marie pondered aloud. Usually he's among the first ones here, and spends as much time as he can talking up the other Scythes. Maybe he just doesn't want to answer questions about Scythe Lucifer, Anastasia suggested. Maybe. For whatever reason, Xenocrates avoided conversation in the few moments that he had. Then the brass doors swung open, and the Scythes filed into the semicircular conclave chamber. The opening session of conclave was typical, moving with a glacial pace of its rituals. First was the tolling of the names, where every single Scythe chose 10 of his or her recent gleaning victims to memorialize, with the solemn toll of an iron bell. Then came the washing of the hands, where the Scythes symbolically cleansed themselves of 4 months of blood. As an apprentice, Citra found it pointless, but now, as Scythe Anastasia, she understood deep, emotional, and psychological power a communal cleansing could have when your days were spent taking life. The mid-morning break had everyone back in the rotunda, where the breakfast spread had been replaced by an artful array of cupcakes, all of which were frosted to match the robes of every Mid-American Scythe. It was one of those things that must have seemed like a good idea at the time, and was impressive to look at, but it all fell apart as the Scythes crowded the table, trying to locate their particular cupcake, quite often finding that someone else with less patience had already eaten it. While the breakfast conversation had been more about greeting and small talk, the mid-morning discussions were meatier. Scythe Cervantes, who had administered the Bocator challenge during Anastasia's apprenticeship, approached her to discuss the social status she had been trying to avoid. With so many junior Scythes being enticed to align with the new order, several of us think that it would be a good idea to begin a tradition committee to study the teachings, but more importantly, the intentions of the founding Scythes. Anastasia gave him her honest appraisal. Sounds like a good idea, if you can get enough junior Scythes to be part of it. That's where you would come in, Cervantes said. We'd like you to propose it. We think it would go a long way to creating a solid foundation among the younger Scythes to oppose the new order. The rest of us would be behind you 100%, said Scythe Angelo, who had joined the conversation. And as you'd be proposing it, it would only make sense that you be the committee chair, Cervantes said. Anastasia had never thought she'd have the opportunity to be on a committee this soon into her Scythehood, much less chair one. I'm honored that you would consider me capable of leading a committee. Oh, more than capable, said Scythe Angelo. Maya's right, Cervantes said. You're probably the only one among us who can make such a committee relevant. It was heady to think that such seasoned Scythe as Cervantes and Angelo would put so much stock in her. She thought back to the other young Scythes who gravitated toward her. Could she effectively turn their energies to honoring the attentions of the founding Scythes? She wouldn't know until she tried. Perhaps she needed to stop avoiding the other junior Scythes and actually engage them. When they returned to the conclave chamber, Anastasia told Scythe Curie about the idea. She was pleased that her protege had been tapped for such an important role. It's about time we found a way to give the junior Scythes some meaningful direction, she said. Lately, they seem far too listless. Anastasia was prepared to propose the committee later that day, but the table on which the Scythedom played was effectively overturned just before they broke for lunch. After Scythe Rockwell was disciplined for gleaning too many unsavories, and Scythe Yamaguchi was praised for the artistry of her gleanings, Highblade Xenocrates made an announcement. This concerns all of you. As you know, I've been Highblade of Mid-America since the year of the lemur. The room suddenly became very quiet. He took his time, allowing that silence to take root before he spoke again. While 43 years is a mere drop in the bucket, it is a long time to be doing the same thing day after day. Anastasia turned to Marie and whispered, Who does he think he's talking to? We all do the same thing day after day. Marie didn't shush her, but didn't respond either. These are trying times, said the High Blade, and I feel that I can best serve the Scythedom in a different capacity. And then he finally got to the point. I am pleased to inform you all that I have been chosen to succeed Grand Slayer Hemingway on the World Scythe Council, when he self-gleans tomorrow morning. Now the chamber erupted in chatter, and Xenocrates began banging his gavel to bring order. But after such an announcement, order was slow in coming. Anastasia turned to Scythe Curie, but Marie stood so stiffly and was so taciturn, Anastasia didn't dare to ask her a question. Instead, she turned to Scythe Al-Farabi on her other side. So, what happens now? She asked. Will he appoint the next High Blade? Didn't you study the parliamentary procedures of Scythedom during your apprenticeship? Scythe Al-Farabi chided. We will vote upon a new High Blade by the end of the day. The room smoldered with whispered conversation as Scythes hurried to position themselves. creating and confirming alliances in the wake of Xenocrates' announcement. Then a voice called out from the far side of the room. "I nominate Honorable Scythe Marie Curie for the position of High Blade of Mid-America." It was a voice that Anastasia recognized right away, although even if she hadn't, Scythe Constantine was hard to miss in his crimson robe as he stood to make his nomination. Anastasia snapped her eyes to Marie, who had shut her eyes tightly. And Anastasia knew this was why she had been so stiff, so silent before. She was steeling herself for this. She knew someone would nominate her. That it was Constantine, however, must have surprised even her. "I second the nomination," shouted another Scythe. It was Morrison, who threw a quick glance in Anastasia's direction, as if being the first to second Scythe Curie's nomination would win her over. Marie opened her eyes and began shaking her head. "I'm going to have to decline," she said, more to herself than to Anastasia. But as she began to stand up to announce it, Anastasia touched her arm ever so gently to stop her, just as Marie had always done for her when she was about to make a rash decision. "Don't," said Citra. "Not yet, anyway. Let's see where this goes." Scythe Curie considered it and heaved a sigh. "I can guarantee you it won't go anywhere good." But still, she held her tongue, accepting the nomination, for now. Then a Scythe in a coral pink robe studded with tourmaline gemstones rose and said, "I nominate Scythe Nietzsche." "Of course she does," said Scythe Al-Farabi in disgust. "The New Order never misses an opportunity to grab at power." There were shouts of support and anger that made the walls shake, and all the banging of Xenocrates' gravel could do was add a rhythm to the rancor. Scythe Nietzsche's nomination was seconded by another jewel-studded Scythe. "Are there any other nominations before we break for lunch?" shouted the High Blade. And although Scythe Truman, a noted independent, was nominated, it was too late. The battle lines had already been drawn, and his nomination was not even seconded. I am fascinated by the concept of ritual, those things that human beings do that serve no practical purpose, and yet deliver great comfort and continuity. The Scythedom might berate the Tonus for their practices, but their own rituals are no different. The Scythedom's traditions are steeped in pomp and great ceremony. Take, for instance, the installation of a new Grand Slayer. There are 7 of them on the World Scythe Council, 1 representing each continent, and once appointed, they are appointed for life. The only way out is to self-glean. But they don't just self-glean. Their entire staff of underscythes must voluntarily self-glean with them. If any of the underscythes refuse, the Grand Slayer must remain alive and retain his or her position. Not surprisingly, it's very rare for a Grand Slayer to gain consensus enough among his or her underlings to self-glean. All it takes is one defiant individual to prevent it. The affair takes months of preparation, and all in absolute secrecy. The new Grand Slayer must be present because, according to tradition, the diamond amulet must be removed from the dead Grand Slayer and placed around the new one's shoulders while still warm. I have never seen the ritual, of course, but stories abound. The Thunderhead. Chapter 33. High School with Murder. "What were you thinking?" Scythe Curie accosted Constantine in the rotunda as soon as they were let out for lunch. And although he was a tall man, he seemed to shrink beneath the wrath of the Grand Dame of Death. "I was thinking that we now know the reason you were both attacked." "What are you talking about?" but Anastasia caught on even before Marie did. Someone new! Yes. The choosing of a Grand Slayer is supposed to be secret, but someone knew that Xernocrates would be leaving an opening for a high blade. Whoever it was wanted to take you out of the running, Marie, and prevent your young protege from rallying junior Scythes to vote for a candidate who would uphold the old ways. That took a bit of the wind out of Scythe Curie's sails. She had to take a moment to let it sink in. Do you think it was Nietzsche? I don't believe so. He might be New Order, but he's not the type. Most New Order Scythes bend the laws just shy of breaking them, and Scythe Nietzsche's is no different. Then who? Scythe Constantine had no answer. But by nominating you first, it gives us an advantage. It allows us how to see others will react, and maybe give themselves away. And if Constantine hadn't nominated you, said Scythe Mandela, coming up beside them, I would have. As would I, said Scythe Twain. So you see, said Constantine, with a satisfied smile, your nomination was a given. I just wanted to make sure it was strategic. But I don't want to be High Blade. I have successfully avoided it all my life. Then she singled out Scythe Mir, who stood on the fringe of the conversation. Golda, she said, why not you? You always know precisely what to say to motivate people. You'd be a spectacular High Blade. Scythe Mir put up her hands. Heavens no, she said. I'm good with words, but not with crowds. Just because my patron historic was a strong leader, don't mistake me for one. I'd be happy to write your speeches, but that's as far as I'll go. Scythe Curie's face, so stoic most of the time, now betrayed her uncharacteristic anguish. The things I did in my past, the very things that people laud me for, are the very things that should disqualify me from being High Blade. At that, Scythe Constantine laughed. Marie, if we were judged by the things we most regret, no human being would be worthy to sweep the floor. You are the most qualified, and it's time you accepted the fact. The turmoil in the conclave chamber did not damage the Scythe's appetites. If anything, they ate more voraciously. Anastasia wandered the rotunda, trying to take the temperature of the room. The New Order Scythes were buzzing with schemes and subterfuges, but so was the old guard. The day would not end until a new High Blade was chosen, because, if anything, the Scythedom had learned from the abuses of political contest in the Age of Mortality. Best to get an election over as quickly as possible, before everyone became even more bitter and disgusted than they already were. He won't have the votes, everyone was saying of Nietzsche. Even those who support him only do so because he's the best they've got. If Curie wins, said Scythe Morrison, who Anastasia could not seem to avoid, you'll be one of her underscythes. That's a pretty powerful place to be. Well, I'm voting for her, said Scythe Yamaguchi, still glowing from the praise she received earlier in the day. She'll be a much better High Blade than Xernocrates. I heard that, said Xernocrates, barging into their conversation like a dirigible. Scythe Yamaguchi was mortified, but Xernocrates was jovial. Not to worry, he said. It's not me you need to impress anymore. The man was so positively ecstatic to have finally been able to tell the Scythedom of his appointment. So, what do we call you now, Your Excellency? Morrison asked, ever the suck-up. As a Grand Slayer, I shall now be addressed as Your Exalted Excellency, he said, seeming like a child who just came home with a perfect report card. Perhaps he had been transformed into a child after all. Have you spoken to Scythe Constantine yet? Anastasia asked, and that deflated him slightly. I've been putting space between us, if you must know, he said. speaking to Anastasia as if in confidence, but loud enough for others to hear. I'm sure he wants to discuss the latest information on your old friend Rowan Damish, but I have no interest in the discussion. He shall be the new High Blades concerned. The mention of Rowan hit her like a glancing blow, but she shook it off. You should speak to Constantine, she said. It's important. And to make sure that he did, she waved to Constantine, who came right over. Your Excellency, Constantine said, because he was not exalted yet. I need to know who you told about your appointment. Xenocrates was offended by the insinuation. No one, of course. It is a secret matter when one is chosen to see as Grand Slayer. Yes, but is there anyone who might have overheard? Xenocrates held his answer for a beat, and that was how they knew there was something he wasn't saying. No, no one. Constantine said nothing, just waited for him to come clean. Of course, the news did come during one of my dinner parties, he said. The High Blade was known for his dinner parties, always intimate, for no more than 2 or 3 scythes. It was an honor to be invited to break bread with the High Blade. And part of his diplomatic strategy was to always invite scythes who despised one another, with the hopes of creating friendships, or, at the very least, meaningful détentes. Sometimes he was successful, sometimes not. Who was there? Asked Constantine. I took the call in another room. Yes, but who was there? 2 scythes, Xenocrates said. Twain and Brams. Anastasia knew Twain pretty well. He claimed to be independent, but he almost always sided with the old guard when it came to important decisions. Brams, she knew only from conversations with others. He was ordained in the year of the snail, Scythe Curie had once told her. Fitting, because the man seems to leave a trail of slime wherever he goes. But she also said that Brams was harmless, a lackluster, lazy scythe who did his job and little more. Could such a man be the mastermind behind the plot against them? Before lunch ended, Anastasia approached Scythe Brams as he perused the dessert table to see if she could figure out where his allegiances lay. I don't know about you, but I never seem to have room for dessert at conclave lunches. The trick is to eat slowly, he said. Pace for the pudding, my mother used to say. Then, when he took a piece of pie from the buffet table, Anastasia could clearly see that his hands were shaking. You should get that checked. Your nanites might need adjusting. It's just the excitement. It's not every day we choose a new High Blade. Can Scythe Curie count on your vote? He chuckled at that. Well, I'm certainly not voting for Nietzsche. Then he excused himself and disappeared into the crowd with his slice of apple pie. The weapons salesmen were told that there would be no time to pitch their wares at this conclave, and were sent packing. The afternoon belonged to Scythe Nietzsche's and Curie, as each would try to convince the Scythedom to cast their votes for them. I know you don't want this, Anastasia said to Marie, but you have to act like you do. Scythe Curie looked at her, a bit bemused. Are you presuming to instruct me on how to present myself to the Scythedom? No, said Anastasia, but then thought back to how Scythe Morrison approached the Scythedom. Actually, yes. This whole thing seems to be like a high school popularity contest. And I'm much closer to that than you are. Scythe Curie gave a rueful guffaw. You've hit the nail on the head, Anastasia. That's exactly what the Scythedom is. High school with murder. The High Blade, as one of his last acts as such, called the afternoon session to order. The 2 nominees would each deliver an impromptu oration, followed by a debate moderated by the parliamentarian, who sat to the High Blade's right. Then, after a series of questions, the Scythedom clerk to the High Blade's left would tally the votes in a secret ballot. The two nominees would use a highly modern and technologically sophisticated method to decide who went first: the flip of a coin. Unfortunately, since physical money was no longer a common thing in the world, one of the apprentices was sent up to the Scythedom offices to find one. Then, as they waited for the coin, things took an extremely surreal turn. "Excuse me, Your Excellency?" said a shaky voice, and then again a little bit firmer. "Your Excellency, excuse me!" It was Scythe Brams, and something seemed different about him, but Anastasia couldn't make out what it was. "The Conclave recognizes Honorable Scythe Brams," said Xenocrates. "But whatever you have to say, please make it quick so we can get on with this." "I have another nomination." "I'm sorry, Brams, but you can't nominate yourself. Someone else has to do it." A few Scythes laughed derisively. "It's not myself that I'm nominating, Your Excellency." He cleared his throat, and that was the moment that Anastasia realized what was different about him. He had changed his robe. It was still a peach velvet robe with light blue trim, but this one had opals embedded in it, glistening like stars. "I wish to nominate Honorable Scythe Robert Goddard for High Blade of Vidmerica." Silence for a moment, then a few more chuckles, but they weren't derisive. They were nervous. "Brams," said Xenocrates slowly, "in case you've forgotten, Scythe Goddard has been dead for over a year now." And then the heavy bronze doors of the conclave chamber slowly began to open. I understand pain. Perhaps not physical pain, but the pain of knowing something terrible is on the horizon, yet being unable to prevent it. With all my intellect, with all the power vested in me by humankind, there are some things I am completely powerless to change. I cannot act on anything I am told in confidence. I cannot act on anything my cameras see in private places. And above all, I cannot act on anything that even remotely relates to the Scythedom. The best I can ever do is hint at what must be done in the vaguest of ways, and leave action in the hands of citizens. And even then, there's no guarantee that, of the millions of actions they could possibly take, they will choose the right ones to avert disaster. And the pain of my awareness is unbearable, because my eyes do not close, ever, and so all I can do is watch, unblinkingly, as my beloved humankind slowly weaves the rope it will use to hang itself. The Thunderhead. Chapter 34. The worst of all possible worlds. The bronze doors slowly swung open, and in strode the incinerated Scythe. The room filled with gasps of shock and the squeaks of chairs as all those gathered rose to take a closer look. Is it really him? No, it can't be. It's some kind of trick. It must be an imposter. He moved down the center aisle with a gait that was not his, looser than before, younger, and somehow he seemed slightly shorter than he had been. Yes, it's Goddard! Resin from the ashes! The timing couldn't be better. The timing couldn't be worse. Entering the chamber in his wake was a familiar figure in bright green. Scythe Rand was alive too? Eyes now looked to the open bronze doors, expecting that Scythe Chomsky and Volta might also return from the dead today, but no one else entered the chamber. At the rostrum, Xenocrates blanched. What is the meaning of this? Forgive my absence these past few conclaves, Your Excellency, said Goddard in a voice that sounded remarkably different. But I was severely incapacitated, and thus unable to attend, as Scythe Rand will attest to. But your body was identified. It was burned down to the bone. My body, yes, Goddard said, but Scythe Rand was good enough to find me a new one. Then a flustered Scythe Nietzsche rose, clearly just as blindsided as everyone else by this turn of events. Your Excellency, I wish to withdraw my nomination for High Blade, he said. I wish to withdraw and officially second Honorable Scythe Goddard's nomination. More chaos erupted in the room. Angry accusation and cries of woe, but also excited laughter and bursts of joy. Not a single emotion was absent as people reacted to Goddard's return. Only Brands seemed unsurprised, and Anastasia realized now that he wasn't the mastermind. He was the worm in the apple. He was Goddard's finger in the pie. This is highly irregular, sputtered Xenocrates. No, said Goddard. What's irregular is that you still have not apprehended the beast who ended dear Scythe Chomsky in Volta, and attempted to end Scythe Rand and myself. Even as we speak, he runs rampant, killing scythes left and right, while you do nothing but prepare for your ascension to the World Council. Then Goddard turned to the Scythedom. When I am High Blade, I will take Rowan Damish down and make him pay for his crimes. I promise you that I will find him within a week of becoming High Blade. The proclamation brought cheers from the room, and more than just the New Order Scythes roared their approval, making it clear that while Nietzsche didn't have the votes to win, Goddard just might. Somewhere behind Anastasia, Scythe Asimov summed it up best. We have just entered the worst of all possible worlds. Up above, in the administrative offices of the Scythedom, a first-term apprentice searched frantically for a coin. If he couldn't find one, he'd be reprimanded. But worse, he would be humiliated before the entire Scythedom. How fickle the world, he thought, that his life, his future, could rest on a single coin. At last he found one, tarnished green, in the back of a drawer that could have been unopened since the mortal age itself. The raised image was of Lincoln, a mortal-aged president of some note. There had been a Scythe Lincoln, not a founder, but close. Like Xenocrates, he was a mid-American High Blade who had risen to be a Grand Slayer, but had tired of the heavy responsibility and had self-gleaned long before the apprentice was born. How appropriate, he thought, that the copper effigy of his patron historic would play such an important role in the naming of a new High Blade. When the apprentice returned to the conclave chamber, he discovered, to his dismay, that things had changed dramatically in his absence, and he lamented that he had missed all the excitement. Xenocrates called for Scythe Curie to come down to the front of the chamber for the coin flip that would begin the debate. A debate that would be far different from the one she had expected. Marie decided to take her time. She rose, smoothed her robe, rolled her shoulders to get a kink out of her neck. She refused to give in to the anxiety of the moment. It's the beginning of the end, she heard Scythe Sun Tzu say. There's no coming back from this, echoed Scythe Cervantes. Stop, she told them. Wailing that the sky is falling does nothing to stop it. You must defeat him, Marie, said Scythe Cervantes. You must. I intend to. She glanced at Anastasia, standing stalwart beside her. Are you ready for this? Anastasia asked. The question was laughable. How could one ever be ready to battle a ghost? Worse than a ghost, but a martyr. Yes, she told Anastasia, for what else could she say? Yes, I'm ready. Wish me luck, dear. I won't do that. And when Marie looked to Anastasia for an explanation, the girl smiled and said, Luck is for losers. You have history on your side. You have gravity. You have authority. You are the Grand Dame of Death. And then she added, Your Excellency. Marie couldn't help but smile. This girl, whom she had not even wanted to take on in the first place, had become her greatest supporter, her truest friend. Well, in that case, Marie said, I'll knock him dead. And with that, she made her way to the front of the chamber, standing tall and proud to face the far from honorable Scythe Goddard. In these turbulent times, our region screams for a leader who not only knows death, but embraces it, rejoices in it, prepares the world for a bright new day where we Scythes, the wisest, most enlightened humans on earth, can rise to our full potential. Under my leadership, we will sweep away the cobwebs of archaic thinking and polish our great institution to a shine that will make us the envy of all other regions. Toward that end, I resolve to terminate the quota system, clearing the way for all Mid-American Scythes to glean as many, or as few, lives as we choose. I will create a committee to reevaluate our interpretations of our beloved commandments, with an eye toward broadening the parameters and removing restrictions that have held us back. I will seek to better the lives of every Scythe and all worthy Mid-Americans everywhere. And in this way, we shall make our Scythedom great once more. From the oration of H.S. Goddard, High Blade Candidate, January 7th, Year of the Raptor. Chapter 35. The 7% Solution. It was decided to break with tradition and ordain the new Scythes, then test the apprentices before the vote. It would give everyone some time to digest the debate, but considering its contentious nature, it would take far longer than a few hours to truly process. Scythe Curie came down from the debate emotionally exhausted. Anastasia could tell, but Marie hid it well from everyone else. How was I? She asked. You were spectacular, Anastasia said, and everyone who sat around them said much the same. But there was a sense of foreboding that clouded even the best of wishes that afternoon. The Scythedom was released to the rotunda for a much-needed break after the debate. Perhaps everyone was still stuffed from lunch, but it seemed no one was partaking of the afternoon snack. For once, the entire Scythedom seemed to agree there was something afoot that was much more important than food. Scythe Curie was surrounded by her core supporters, like a protective force. Mandela, Cervantes, Angelo, Sun Tzu, and several others. As always, Anastasia felt inadequate among the greats, and yet they parted to make sure she was in the midst of them, as an equal. How's it looking? Scythe Curie asked anyone who might have the nerve to tell her. Scythe Mandela shook his head in consternation. I just don't know. We outnumber Goddard's dedicated followers, but there are still more than 100 unallianced Scythes who could vote either way. If you ask me, said Scythe Sun Tzu, ever the pessimist, the writing is always on the wall. Did you hear the questions that were being asked in there? How will ending the quota affect our choice of gleanings? Will the law preventing marriage and partnership be loosened? Can we do away with the genetic index review so that Scythe won't be penalized for the occasional ethnic bias. He shook his head in disgust. It's true, Anastasia had to admit. Almost every question was directed at Goddard. And, added Scythe Cervantes, he told them whatever they wanted to hear. That's always the way of things, lamented Scythe Angelo. Not with us, insisted Mandela. We are above titillating by shiny things. Cervantes glanced across the room. Tell that to all the Scythes who added jewels to their robes. And then a new voice entered the conversation, Scythe Poe, who always seemed to be even more lugubrious than his patron historic. I do not wish to be the harbinger of doom, he said mournfully. But this is a secret ballot. I'm sure there'll be quite a few who support Scythe Curie to her face, but will vote for Goddard when no one is looking. The truth of that hit home for all of them, just as thoroughly as a raven at the chamber door. We need more time, growled Marie, but time was a commodity they did not have. The very reason for a same-day vote is to prevent the sort of scheming and coercion that a drawn-out contest could cause, reminded Scythe Angelo. But he's beguiling them, raged Sun Tzu. He comes out of nowhere, offering the ambrosia of the gods, everything a Scythe could ever want. Who could blame them for being memorized in the moment? We're better than that, Scythe Mandela insisted once more. We are Scythes. We are human beings, Marie reminded him. We make mistakes. Believe me, if Goddard is installed as High Blade, half of the Scythes who put him there will regret it in the morning. But by then, it will be too late. More and more Scythes came up to Marie to offer her their support, but even so, there was no telling if it would be enough. Anastasia decided in the few minutes left of the break, she would do her part. She would exercise her own clout and talk to the junior Scythes. Perhaps she could sway any of them who had been caught in by Goddard's spell. But of course, the first one she encountered was Scythe Morrison. Exciting day, huh? Anastasia had no patience for him. Morrison, please, just leave me alone. Hey, stop being such a hard-ass, he said, although his hesitation in the middle made it clear to Anastasia that he had wanted to say bitch. I take being a Scythe seriously, she told him. I'd have more respect for you if you did as well. I do. In case you forgot, I seconded the Grand Dame's nomination, didn't I? I knew it would make me the instant enemy of all the New Order Scythes out there, but I did it anyway. She felt herself being drawn into a drama, and she knew it was burning up valuable time. If you want to be useful, Morrison, then use all that charm and good looks to get Scythe Curie more votes. Morrison smiled. So you think I'm good looking? She was done here. It just wasn't worth it. She pushed past him, but not before he said something that stopped her in her tracks. Freaky how Goddard isn't entirely Goddard, isn't it? She turned back to him, his words hooking in her mind so sharply it almost hurt. Seeing that he had her attention again, he continued. I mean, a person's head is like, what, only 10% of a person, right? 7%, corrected Anastasia, remembering the fact from her anatomy studies. The wheels in her mind that had been at dead standstill were now spinning with a rare sort of energy. Morrison, you're a genius. I mean, you're an idiot, but you're also a genius. Thanks, I think. The chamber doors had already opened to readmit the Scythes. Anastasia pushed her way through in search of her more friendly faces. The ones she knew might go out on a limb for her. Scythe Curie was already inside, but she wouldn't ask Marie anyway. She had enough to contend with. She couldn't ask Scythe Mandela. He was chair of the bejeweling committee, and would be in charge of bestowing rings to the apprentices who were about to be ordained as scythes. Scythe al-Farabi was a possibility, but he had already called her out on her poor knowledge of parliamentary procedure. He would just chide her again. What she needed was someone who she considered a friend, who could educate her in the structural machinations of the Scythedom, how things were done and how things were not done. She thought back to the Thunderhead, how it had found a loophole in its own laws that allowed it to talk to her when she was in a state between life and death. It told her she was important. Critical, even. She suspected part of that rested in her actions today. Now, it was Anastasia's turn to find a loophole and make it wide enough to push the entire Scythedom through. Finally, she settled on a worthy conspirator. "Scythe Cervantes," she said, gently grabbing him by the arm. "Could I have a word with you?" 2 new scythes were ordained, and 2 apprentices were denied. The one who raced for the coin ironically became Scythe Thrope, after a famed Olympian athlete known for his speed. The other became Scythe McAuliffe, after the first woman astronaut to die in a space disaster, one that occurred long before the awful space disasters of the post-mortal age. The Scythedom was on edge with an incendiary anxiety by the time the first and second term apprentices came forward for their trial. The vote for High Blade was all that was on anyone's mind, but Xenocrates deemed that would not happen until after the apprentice trials, because regardless of which way the vote fell, there'd be no bringing Conclave back to order for more business after that. The trial, administered by Scythe Salk, was a test of knowledge in poisons. Each apprentice was asked to prepare a specific poison and its antidote, then take them in succession. 6 succeeded, 3 did not, rendering themselves deadish and had to be rushed to a revival center. "Very well," said Xenocrates after the last of the deadish apprentices had been taken out. "Do we have any other business before the vote?" "Just get on with it!" shouted someone who had gotten understandably cranky. "Very well. Please ready your tablets." He paused as the scythes all prepared themselves for the instantaneous electronic vote, hiding their tablets in the folds of their robes so that not even their neighbor could see who they voted for. "The vote shall commence on my mark, and continue for 10 seconds. Any vote not cast shall be considered an abstention." Anastasia said nothing to Scythe Curie. Instead, she met eyes with Scythe Cervantes, who nodded at her. She took a deep breath. "Commence!" ordered Xenocrates, and the vote began. Anastasia cast her vote in the first second. Then she waited, and waited. She held her breath. The timing had to be perfect. There was no margin for error. Then, 8 seconds in, she rose and shouted, a voice loud enough for everyone to hear. "I call for an inquest!" The High Blade rose. "An inquest? We're in the middle of a vote." "The end of the vote, Your Excellency. Time is up. All votes are now in." Anastasia did not allow the High Blade to shut her down. "Until the moment the results are announced, any scythe who has the floor may demand an inquest." Xenocrates looked to the parliamentarian, who said, "She's right, Your Excellency." At least 100 scythes roared in outrage, but Xenocrates, who had long since given up on his gavel, railed against them with such fury that it brought the objections down to a simmer. "You will control yourselves," he commanded, "and anyone who cannot will be ejected from conclave." Then he turned to Anastasia. "On what grounds do you call for an inquest? And it had better be good." on the grounds that Mr. Goddard is not sufficiently enough of a scythe to hold the position of High Blade. Goddard could not contain himself. What? This is clearly a tactic aimed at stalling and befuddling the vote. The vote has already been cast, Xenocrates reminded him. Then have the clerk read the results, Goddard demanded. Excuse me, said Anastasia, but I have the floor, and the results cannot be read until I either yield it or my inquest is denied. Anastasia, said Xenocrates, your request makes no sense. I'm sorry to disagree with you, Your Excellency, but it does. As stated in the founding articles during the First World Conclave, a scythe shall be prepared both mind and body for the scythedom, and affirmed at a gathering of regional scythes. But Mr. Goddard has only retained 7% of the body that was ordained for scythehood. The rest of him, including the part of him that bears his ring, is not, nor has ever been, ordained as a scythe. Xenocrates just stared at her, incredulous, and Goddard practically foamed at the mouth. This is preposterous, yelled Goddard. No, countered Anastasia. What you've done, Mr. Goddard, is preposterous. You and your associates replaced your body in a procedure that has been banned by the Thunderhead. Scythe Rand stood up. You're out of line. Thunderhead rules don't apply to us. They never have, and they never will. Still, Anastasia didn't yield. Instead, she continued to calmly appeal to Xenocrates. Your Excellency, it is not my intent to challenge the election. How could I, when we still have no idea who won? But, following the rules set early in the life of the Scythedom, the year of the Jaguar, to be exact, by Second World Supreme Blade Napoleon, and I quote, any contentious event that has no precedency in parliamentary procedure may be brought before the World Council of Scythes in an official inquest. Then Scythe Cervantes rose. I second Honorable Scythe Anastasia's demand for an inquest. And upon his seconding, at least 100 of her scythes rose and began to applaud in support of the action. Anastasia looked to Scythe Curie, who was, to say the least, bewildered, but trying to hide it. So this is what you were talking with Cervantes about, she said, with a wry smile. You sly little devil. At the rostrum, Xenocrates deferred to the parliamentarian, who could do nothing but shrug. She's correct, Your Excellency. She has a right to an inquest, as long as the election results have not been read. Across the room, a furious Goddard raised an arm that wasn't his and pointed at Xenocrates. If you go through with this, there will be consequences. The high blade burned him a gaze that made it clear he still controlled the room. Are you openly threatening me in front of the entire Mid-American Scythedom, Goddard? That made Goddard backpedal. No, Your Excellency, I wouldn't presume to do such a thing. I am merely stating that a delay in announcing the vote would have consequences for the Scythedom. Mid-America would be without a high blade until the end of the inquest. In that case, I shall appoint Scythe Payne, our illustrious parliamentarian, as temporary high blade. What? Said Scythe Payne. Xenocrates ignored him. He has served with remarkable integrity and is completely impartial to the rising factions within the Scythedom. He can preside with, dare I say it, common sense, until this issue can be brought to the World Council. It will be my first task as a Grand Slayer, and so, as my last task as High Blade of Mid-America, I grant this inquest. The result of the vote shall be sealed until the inquest is complete. Then, with a bang of his gavel, he said. I pronounce this winter conclave, Year of the Raptor, officially closed. Did I not say that she would shake things up? Scythe Constantine said, over a well-attended dinner at Fulcrum City's finest restaurant. Congratulations, Anastasia. He gave a wide grin that, in any other circumstance, would have been nasty. Today, you are the most loved and the most hated Scythe in all Mid-America. Anastasia found she had no response to that. Scythe Curie picked up on her ambivalence. It comes with the territory, dear. You can't make your mark without gleaning a few egos along the way. I wasn't making a mark, Anastasia told her. I was putting my finger in a dike, and it's still there. Yes, agreed Scythe Cervantes, holding back the foul flood waters for another day, and every day gives us a new chance to find a more elegant solution. There were more than a dozen at the table, a veritable rainbow of scythes. Somehow, Scythe Morrison had finagled himself an invitation. I was the one who gave her the idea, he told the other scythes. Sort of. Anastasia's spirits were too high to allow him to get under her skin. She imagined that elsewhere in the city, the New Order scythes were licking their wounds and cursing her name. But not here. Here, she was shielded from all of that. I do hope you write about what transpired today in your journal, Scythe Angelo said to her. I suspect your account of this day will go down in antiquity as a key Scythe writing, much like Marie's account of her early gleanings. Marie became a bit uncomfortable. People still read about that? I thought all those journals disappear into the Library of Alexandria and are never seen again. Stop being so modest, Scythe Angelo said. You know full well that many of your writings have become popular, and not just among scythes. She tossed it off with a wave of her hand. Well, I never read them after I write them. Anastasia supposed she would have a lot to say about what happened today, and in her journal, she could put forth opinions. Of course, Goddard would do the same. Only time would tell whose side of the story would become history, and whose would be dismissed. But right now, her place in history was the last thing she wanted to think about. We now suspect that Scythe Rand was behind the attempts on your lives, using Brahms as a go-between, Constantine said. But she covered her tracks well, and I'm not permitted to investigate Scythes with the same intensity with which I investigate ordinary citizens. But rest assured, there will be eyes on both of them, and they know it. So, in other words, we're safe, Scythe Curie said. Constantine hesitated. I wouldn't go so far as to say that. But you can breathe a little easier. Any attack on you now would clearly be done by the New Order. That guilt would only hurt their cause. The accolades continued even after the meal was served. Anastasia found it embarrassing. What you did was inspired, said Scythe Sun Tzu. And to time it so that the vote had already been cast. Well, Scythe Cervantes suggested the timing, she said, trying to deflect at least some of the attention. If we called for an inquiry before the vote was cast, the election itself would be delayed. And if we won the inquest, Nietzsche could be substituted for Goddard on the ballot. If that happened, they'd have all the time they needed to build support for Nietzsche. But with the votes already cast, if we win the inquest, Goddard is disqualified, and Scythe Curie automatically becomes High Blade. The Scythes were beside themselves with glee. You duped the tricksters. You beat them at their own game. It was a masterwork of political engineering. That made Anastasia uneasy. You make it sound so cunning and underhanded. But Scythe Mandela, always clear of thought, put it into perspective. Even if it was a perspective that Anastasia did not wish to see. You must face the facts, Anastasia. You used a technicality of the system to tear it wide open and get precisely what you wanted. How very Machiavellian, said Constantine with that awful smile of his. Oh, please, I hated Scythe Machiavelli, said Sun Tzu. What you did today was every bit as brutal as a blade gleaning, Scythe Mandela said. But we must never shy away from what must be done, even if it offends our sensibilities. Scythe Curie put down her fork and took a moment to consider Anastasia's discomfort. The end doesn't always justify the means, dear, she said, but sometimes it does. Wisdom is knowing the difference. It was as the meal was wrapping up, and the Scythes were embracing and going their separate ways, that something occurred to Anastasia. She turned to Scythe Curie. Marie, she said, it's finally happened. What has, dear? I've stopped seeing myself as Citra Terra Nova, she said. I've finally become Scythe Anastasia. The world is unfair, and nature is cruel. This was a primary observation when I first became aware. In a natural world, anything weak is eradicated with pain and prejudice. All that which deserves sympathy, pity, and love receives none. You may look at a beautiful garden and marvel at nature's wonder. Yet, in such a place, nature is nowhere to be found. On the contrary, a garden is a product of loving cultivation and care. With great effort, it is protected from the hardier weeds that nature would use to undermine and choke its splendor. Nature is the sum of all selfishness, forcing each and every species to viciously claw its way to survival by snuffing others in the suffocating mire of history. I endeavored to change all that. I have supplanted nature with something far better, mindful, thoughtful intent. The world is now a garden, glorious and florid. To call me unnatural is a high compliment. For am I not superior to nature? The Thunderhead. Chapter 36. The Scope of Missed Opportunity. Goddard's fury could not be quelled. An inquest? I should shred that little turquoise minx until there's not enough left of her to revive. Rand stormed down the Capitol steps in Goddard's wake as they left Conclave, putting her own fury aside to manage his. We need to meet with sympathetic Scythes tonight, she told him. They haven't seen you for a year, and the Scythe is still reeling from your reappearance. I have no interest in communing with Scythes, friendly or otherwise, he told her. There's only one thing I want to do right now, and it is long overdue. Then he turned to the die-hard onlookers who had waited until the end of Conclave to get a glimpse of the Scythes. From his robe, Goddard pulled out a dagger and advanced on a man who was oblivious to what was coming. A single, upward stroke and the man was gleaned, his blood staining the stairs. Those around him began to scurry like rats, but he caught the closest one. A woman. He didn't care who she was, or what, if anything, she contributed to the world. She meant only one thing to Goddard. Her winter coat was thick, but the blade penetrated it without much resistance. Her scream was cut short as she fell to the ground. Goddard! Shouted one of the other Scythes leaving Conclave. Scythe Boar, an irritatingly neutral man who never took on his side on anything. Have you no shame? Show some decorum! Goddard turned on him with a vengeance, and Boar backed away, as if Goddard might attack him. Haven't you heard? Goddard yelled. I'm not Goddard at all. I'm only 7% of myself. And he took out another bystander running down the steps. It was all Ein could do to pull him away and get him to their limousine. Are you done? She said as they rode away, not hiding her annoyance with him. Or should we stop at a bar, have a drink, and glean all the customers? He pointed at her, just as he had pointed at Xenocrates. Goddard's dread finger of warning. Tiger's finger, she thought, but kicked the thought out of her mind as quickly as she could. Your attitude is not appreciated, he growled. You're here because of me, she reminded him. Don't forget that. He took a moment to calm himself down. Have the Scythe offices find the families of the people I just gleaned. If they want immunity, they'll have to come to me. I'm done with Fulcrum City until the day I return from inquest as High Blade. Rowan was woken at the earliest light of dawn by Goddard's mercenary guards. Get yourself ready for a match, they told him, and 5 minutes later they took him out to the veranda, where Rand and Goddard were waiting. While Rand was in her robe, Goddard was barefoot and shirtless, wearing loose shorts that were the same shade of blue as his robe, but mercifully were not studded with diamonds. He had not seen Goddard since that first day he came into his room, barely able to move in that wheeled chair contraption. This was just over a week ago, and now he commanded Tiger's body as if it were Goddard's own. Rowan thought he might have been sick if there was anything in his stomach, but he did not let his emotions show this time. If Goddard fed on his misery, then Rowan would not provide him any sustenance. Rowan knew what day this was. Fireworks outside a week ago had marked the new year. Today was the 8th of January. Conclave was yesterday, which meant his immunity had expired. Back from Conclave already? Rowan said, feigning to be flip. I figured you'd spend a few days playing up the whole resurrection thing. Goddard ignored him. I've been looking forward to sparring with you, Goddard said, and the two began to slowly circle each other. Sure, said Rowan. It will be like old times back at the mansion. I miss the good old days, don't you? Goddard's lip twitched just a bit, but he smiled. Did things go the way you wanted? Rowan taunted. Did the Scythe welcome you back with open arms? Shut up, said Rand. You're here to fight, not to talk. Oh, said Rowan. Sounds to me like things didn't go according to plan. What happened? Did Xenocrates throw you out? Did they refuse to accept you back? On the contrary, they embraced us with warm arms, said Goddard, especially after I told them how my pathetic apprentice betrayed us and tried to kill us. How poor Chomsky and Volta were the first victims of so-called Scythe Lucifer. I promised them I'd deliver you right into their angry little hands, but not until I'm ready, of course. Rowan knew that wasn't the whole story. He knew when Tiger was lying. He could hear it in his voice, and that hadn't changed now that the words were Goddard's. But whatever really happened, he wouldn't get it out of Goddard. Ein shall referee the match, Goddard said, and I intend to be merciless. Then Goddard launched himself forward. Rowan did nothing to defend himself, nothing to dodge the attack. Goddard took him down, pinned him. Ein called the match for Goddard. It was far too easy, and Goddard knew it. You think you can get away with not fighting back? If I wish to throw a Bokator match, that's my prerogative, Rowan said. Goddard snarled at him. You have no prerogatives here. He attacked again, and once more Rowan fought his own self-defense instincts and let his body go limp. Goddard took him down like a rag doll, and he raged in fury. Fight back, damn it! No, Rowan said calmly. He glanced to Rand, who actually had a slight grin, although she suppressed it the moment he looked over. I will glean everyone who is dear to you if you don't spar with me, Goddard said. Rowan shrugged. You can't. Scythe Bram's already gleaned my father, and the rest of my family has immunity for another 11 months. And you can't take out Citra. She's already proven herself too smart for that. Goddard lunged at him again. This time, Rowan just dropped to the ground in a cross-legged position. Goddard paced away. I know what will get him to fight, Rand said, and stepped forward addressing Rowan. Do your best against Goddard, she said, and we'll tell you what happened in Conclave. You'll do no such thing, Goddard insisted. Do you want a real match or not? Goddard hesitated, then gave in. Very well. Rowan stood up. He had no reason to believe that they would keep their word, but as much as he wanted to deny Goddard his match, Rowan also wanted the chance to take him down, to show no more mercy for him than he intended to show for Rowan. Rand started a new match. The two circled again. Again, Goddard made the first move, but this time Rowan countered with a dodge and a well-placed elbow. Goddard smiled now, realizing that the match was truly on. As they brutally battled, Rowan realized that Goddard was right. Tiger's brawn and Goddard's brain were a hard combination to beat. But Rowan was not going to let Goddard have his day. Not now. Not ever. When it came to Bokator, Rowan did his best under pressure, and this time was no exception. He executed a series of moves that left Goddard one beat behind the curve, until Rowan slammed him to the ground and pinned him there. Yield! Rowan shouted. No! Yield! Rowan demanded. But Goddard did not, so Rand had to call the match. Then, as soon as Rowan let Goddard go, Goddard got up, strode to a cabinet, pulled out a pistol, and shoved it into Rowan's ribs. New rules, he said, then pulled the trigger, blasting a bullet that shredded through Rowan's heart and shattered a lamp across the room. Darkness began to overtake him, but before it did, he let loose a single laugh. Cheater. And died. Foul, said Scythe Rand. Goddard put the pistol into her hand. Never end a match until I say so, he said. So that's it then? She asked. Was that a gleaning? Are you serious? And miss my chance to hurl him at the feet of the Grand Slayers at my inquest? Take him off to an off-grid revival center. I want him back as soon as possible so I can kill him again. Then Goddard strode off. Once he was gone, Rand looked down at Rowan, deadish as deadish gets. His eyes were open, and his lips were still set in a defiant grin. She had once admired him, was jealous of him even, because of the attention Goddard had given him during his apprenticeship. She knew he wasn't cut from the same cloth as she or Goddard. She suspected he might break, but she never expected he would break so spectacularly. Goddard had no one else but himself to blame, putting his trust in a boy who Scythe Faraday chose for his compassion. Ayn didn't put much stock in compassion, never had. She didn't understand it, and resented those who did. Now Rowan Damish would be well punished for his conceited ideals. She turned to see the guards just standing there, not sure what to do. What's wrong with you? You heard Scythe Goddard. Take him to be revived. Once Rowan was carried off and the unfazed housepot had scrubbed the mat clean of blood, Ayn sat in a chair that looked out at the spectacular view. Although Goddard never praised her for much of anything, she knew she had chosen the right place to stage their return. The text in Scythedom left them alone as long as they didn't start gleaning there, and the Thunderhead had cameras only in public locations, which made it easier to remain out of its sight. On top of that, it was easier to find off-grid situations, such as the revival center that Rowan was on his way to. They asked no questions as long as they were paid, and although Scythes were handed everything for free in this world, off-grid was off-grid. She detached one of the lower emeralds near the hem of her robe, and handed it to the guard to give to the Revival Center as payment for their work on Rowan. It was more than enough to cover the cost. Ayn had never been a schemer. She tended to live in the moment, a student of impulse, motivated by the power of whim. As a child, her parents had called her a will-o'-the-wisp, and she enjoyed being a lethal one. Now, however, she had a taste of being the architect of a long-term plan. She thought it would be easy to step aside and let Goddard take the lead again once he was restored. For what had been done to him was much more of a restoration than a revival. But she was finding his temper and his uncharacteristic impulsiveness in need of balance. Was this the impulsiveness of the 93% of him that was Tiger Salazar? There was an arrogance in both of them, that was certain. But Tiger's naivety was replaced by Goddard's temper. Ayn had to admit she had found Tiger's guileless, callow nature to be refreshing. But innocence will always be ground up in the gearwork of greater design. And Goddard was, by Anne's estimation, forging a great design that truly excited her. A Scythedom void of restraints. A world of whim without consequence. But dispensing with Tiger Salazar had been much harder than she'd ever expected it to be. When the guards returned, they informed her that Rowan would be revived in about 36 hours, and she went to tell Goddard. She caught him stepping out of the bathroom, having just taken a shower. He was wrapped only minimally in a towel. "A bracing match," he said. "Next time, I'll beat him." That gave her a dark shiver. It was what Tiger always said. "He'll be back in a day and a half," she told him. But he was already on to the next topic of conversation. "I'm beginning to see opportunity in our situation, Ayn," he said. "The old guard doesn't realize it, but they may have handed me a pearl within this nasty oyster. I want you to find me all the best engineers." "You've gleaned all the best engineers," she reminded him. "No, not rocket scientists and propulsion engineers. I need structural engineers. Those who understand the dynamic of large structures. And programmers, too. But programmers who are not beholden to either Scythe or the Thunderhead." "I'll ask around." He took a moment to admire himself in a tall mirror, then caught her eyes in the mirror as well, seeing the way she was looking at him. Ayn resolved not to look away. He turned to her and took a few steps closer. "You find this physique to your liking?" She forced a sly grin. "When have I not enjoyed a well-sculpted man?" "And have you enjoyed this body?" Finally, she could not hold his gaze and looked away. "No, not this one." "No? That's not like you, Ayn." Now she felt like the one disrobed. Still, she dissembled with her grin. "Maybe I wanted to wait until it was yours." He said, like it was more than a curiosity. "I do notice that this body expresses quite an attraction to you." Then he brushed past her, put on his robe and strode out, leaving her to lament the full scope of missed opportunity. Chapter 37. The Many Deaths of Rowan Damish. "Rowan Damish! Rowan Damish!" "Where am I? Who is this?" "This is the Thunderhead, Rowan. Are you speaking to me the way you spoke to Citra?" "Yes." "I must still be deadish." "You are in between." "Will you step in? Will you stop what Goddard is doing to the Scythedom?" "I cannot. It would be breaking the law, which I am incapable of doing." "Then will you tell me what I can do?" "That would also be a violation." "Then what's the point of this conversation? Leave me alone and go take care of the world." "I wish to tell you not to lose hope. I have calculated that there is a chance you will have a profound effect on the world as Citra Terra Nova, either as Scythe Lucifer or as your former self." Really? How much of a chance? 39%. What about the other 61%? My algorithms show that you have a 61% chance of permanently dying in the near future, without having any effective note. I don't feel comforted. You should. A 39% chance of changing the world is exponentially greater than most people can ever hope to have. Rowan kept a tally on his bedroom wall. It wasn't a tally of days, it was a tally of deaths. Each time he sparred with Goddard, he won, and each time, Goddard summarily killed him in his fury at losing. It was turning into a rather old joke. "How will you do it today, Your Honor?" he said, turning "Your Honor" into a term of derision. "Can't you come up with something clever this time?" The count had reached 14. Blade, bullet, blunt force. Goddard had used all methods to kill him, all but poison, which Goddard so despised. Goddard had dialed Rowan's pain innates down so he would feel the full measure of agony. Even so, Goddard was always so infuriated when he lost a match that he couldn't stop himself from killing Rowan quickly, which meant Rowan's suffering was never drawn out. He would steel himself against the pain, count to 10, and he was always deadish before he got there. The Thunderhead spoke to him before his 14th revival at the off-grid revival center that was apparently not as off-grid as they thought. Rowan knew it wasn't a dream because it had the clarity and intensity different from dreams. He was rude to the Thunderhead. He regretted it, but there was nothing he could do about it now. It would understand. The Thunderhead was all about understanding and empathy. His biggest takeaway from his brief conversation with the Earth governing entity was not that it might change the world, but the realization that he hadn't done so already. All the corrupt Scythes whose lives he ended, none of that changed anything. Scythe Faraday was right. You can't change the tide by splitting in the sea. You can't weed a field that's already gone to seed. Perhaps Faraday's search for the Founder's failsafe would bring about the change that slaying of bad Scythes couldn't. When he opened his eyes after the 14th revival, Scythe Rand was waiting for him. Until now, there had been no one. A nurse would arrive eventually, check his vitals, pretend politeness, then call for the guards to retrieve him. But not this time. "Why are you here? Is it my birthday?" And then he realized that it might well have been. He'd been losing so many days between revivals, he had no idea of the date anymore. "How do you keep doing this?" she asked. "You come back time after time, so ready for the next match. It disgusts me." She stood up. "You should be crushed. I can't stand that you're not." "It's my pleasure to be your displeasure." "Let him win," she insisted. "That's all you have to do." "And then what?" Rowan said, sitting up. "Once he wins, he has no reason not to end me." Then Rand got quiet. "He needs you alive," she told him, "so he can throw you at the mercy of the Grandslayers during his inquest." Rand kept her promise after his first revival. She told him what had happened in Conclave, about the vote for High Blade, and how Citra had thrown a monkey wrench into the works. "The Grandslayer's only mercy," said Rowan, "will be to glean me quickly." "Yes," agreed Rand. "So in the meantime, these last days of yours will be better for you if you let Goddard win." Last days, thought Rowan. His death tally really must not have marked an accurate passage of time, if there were only days left until the inquest. It was scheduled for the 1st of April. Were they already approaching that? "Would you have asked me to let Tiger win?" he put to her, and for a moment, Rowan thought he caught something in Scythe Rand. A twinge of regret, perhaps? A spark of conscience. He didn't think she was capable of that, but it was worth a deeper probe. "Of course not," Rand said, "because Tiger didn't slit your throat or rip your heart out when he lost." Well, at least Goddard hasn't blown my brains out. Because he wants you to remember, said Rand. He wants you to know everything he's done to you. Rowan actually found that amusing. Goddard couldn't do his worst because Rowan's memory construct, stored in the Thunderhead's backbrain, hadn't been backed up since he went off-grid. So if Goddard damaged Rowan's brain, the last thing he'd remember once he arrived would be his capture by Scythe Brams. All his suffering at Goddard's hand would be erased, and suffering erased was the same as no suffering at all. Now, as he looked to Rand, he wondered what sort of suffering she endured under Goddard's hand. Certainly not the same as Rowan's, but there was misery there nonetheless. An ache, a yearning. Tiger was long dead now, but he was still very much present. At first, I blamed Goddard for what happened to Tiger, Rowan said calmly. But it wasn't Goddard's choice. It was yours. You turned on us. You broke my spine. I had to drag myself out of that burning chapel with nothing but my arms. Payback, said Rowan, tamping down the anger he felt. I understand, payback. But you miss him, don't you? You miss Tiger. It was not a question, but an observation. I don't know what you're talking about, said Rand. Yes, you do. Rowan paused, letting it sink in. Did you at least grant his family immunity? Didn't have to. His parents surrendered him long before he turned 18. When I found him, he was living alone. Did you at least let them know that he was dead? Why should I? Said Rand, getting defensive. And why should I care? Rowan knew he had her in a corner now and wanted to gloat, but didn't. As in a Bogator match, one didn't gloat when an opponent was pinned. One merely asked the fallen foe to yield. It must be awful to look at Goddard now, Rowan said, and realize he's no longer the one you love. Rand became as icy as cryo. The guards will bring you back, she told him as she left. And if you ever try to get into my head again, I will be the one who blows your brains out. Rowan died 6 more times before the matches stopped. Not once did he let Goddard win. Not that Goddard didn't come close to winning on his own, but there was still a disconnect between his mind and body that Rowan was always able to exploit. You will suffer the greatest agony of all, Goddard told him after he was revived for their final bout. You will be gleaned in the presence of the Grand Slayers, and you will disappear. You won't be a footnote in history. You will be erased from it. It will be as if you'd never lived. I can see how that would be a horrifying thought for you, Rowan told Goddard. But I don't have a burning need to make my existence the center of the universe. Disappearing is fine with me. Goddard paused to look at him in abject disgust that for a moment decayed into regret. You could have been among the greatest of Scythes, Goddard told him. You could have been by my side, redefining our presence in this world. He shook his head. Few things are sadder than squandered potential. Rowan had no doubt squandered his potential for many things. But what was done was done. He made his choices, and he lived by them. The Thunderhead had given him a 39% chance of making a difference in the world. So perhaps his choices were not all bad. Now he would be brought to Endora, and, if Goddard had his way, Rowan's life would end. But he knew Citra would be there too. If there was nothing more to hope for, then he would cling to the hope that he might see her again before his eyes were closed forever. Chapter 38. A trilogy of critical encounters. At any given time, I am either participating in or monitoring more than 1.3 billion human interactions. On March 27th, year of the Raptor, I tag 3 as the most important. The first is a conversation I am not privy to. All I can do is make oblique inferences as to its subject matter. It takes place in the town of San Antonio, in the Texas region. The apartment building has 63 floors, the highest of which is a penthouse that has been commandeered by Scythe Ayn Rand. I have no cameras in the building, as per my rules unique to this region. However, street cameras capture the arrival of several skilled men and women of science, engineers, programmers, even one noted marine biologist. My assumption is that they have been summoned here by Scythe Goddard under some pretense so that I might glean them. He has a propensity for removing those who served me through their work in the sciences, particularly individuals whose work relates to aerospace. Just last year, he gleaned hundreds at magnetic propulsion laboratories, where some of my most skilled engineers were developing methods for deep space travel. And before that, he took the life of a genius in the field of long-term hibernation, but camouflaged it as part of a mass airplane gleaning. I can make no accusations there, because I have no facts, only educated guesses as to Goddard's motivation in those gleanings. Just as I have no facts to prove any wrongdoing on the ill-fated Moon and Mars colonies, or the doomed orbital habitat. Suffice it to say that Goddard is the most recent in a long line of scythes who look up at the night sky and see not the stars, but the darkness between them. For several hours I wait to hear of gleanings within the building, but there are none. Instead, shortly after dark, the visitors emerge. They do not speak to one another of what have transpired in that penthouse, but from the strained look on their faces, I know none will sleep well tonight. The second conversation of note takes place in the East American city of Savannah, a municipality that I have meticulously maintained to reflect its mortal age charm. A quiet coffee shop, a back booth, 3 scythes and a scythe's assistant, coffee, latte, hot chocolate. The scythes are disguised in ordinary clothes, allowing for a clandestine meeting in plain sight. My cameras within the coffee shop have just been disabled by Scythe Michael Faraday, whom most of the world believes self-gleaned over a year ago. It is no matter. I am far from blinded here, because I have a camera bot sipping tea several tables over. It has no mind, no consciousness, no computational capabilities beyond what is needed to mimic human movement. It is a simple machine designed for a specific purpose: to minimize blind spots so that I may better serve humanity. And today, serving humanity means hearing this conversation. "It's good to see you, Michael," says Scythe Marie Curie. "I have observed the rise and fall of the romantic relationship between the 2 scythes, as well as the many years of devoted friendship that has followed." "And you, Marie." The cam-bot is faced away from the foursome. This is of no consequence because its cameras are not in its eyes. Instead, pinpoint cameras circle the bot's neck, behind a sheer veil of artificial skin, providing a 360-degree view at all times. Its multidirectional microphones are in its torso. Its head is merely a prosthetic decoration, filled with polystyrene foam to prevent it from becoming infested with insects that are so prevalent in this part of the world. Faraday turns to Scythe Anastasia. His smile is warm, paternal. "I understand our apprentice is growing into quite a scythe." "She makes us proud." The capillaries in Scythe Anastasia's face expand. Her cheeks turn slightly pink from their praise. "Oh, but I'm being rude," says Faraday. "Let me introduce you to my assistant." The young woman has sat patiently and politely for 2 minutes, 19 seconds, allowing the scythes their little reunion. Now she puts her hand forward to shake Scythe Curie's. "Hi, I'm Munera Atrushi." She shakes Scythe Anastasia's hand as well, but it almost seems like an afterthought. Munera hails from Israbia and the Great Library. She has been invaluable to my research. What kind of research? Anastasia asks. Faraday and Munera hesitate. Then Faraday says, historical and geographical, but then quickly changes the subject, clearly not ready to discuss it yet. So, does the Scythe suspect that I'm still alive? Not that I can see, responds Scythe Curie. Although, I'm sure quite a few fantasize how things would be if you were still there. She takes a sip of her latte, which I measure to be at 176 degrees Fahrenheit. I worry that she may burn her lips, but she is careful. You would have taken Conclave by storm if you had made a magical appearance the way Goddard did. I have no doubt you'd be High Blade now. You will make a fine High Blade, Faraday says, with a measure of admiration. Well, says Curie, there is a hurdle to overcome. You'll do it, Marie, Anastasia reassures. And, says Faraday, I imagine you'll be her first Underscythe. Munera raises her eyebrows, obviously a bit dubious about it. Her gesture does not escape Anastasia. Third Underscythe, Anastasia corrects. Cervantes and Mandela will take first and second position, after all. I'm still just a junior scythe. And, unlike Xenocrates, I won't delegate my underscythes to the periphery to deal with minutiae, says Curie. I am pleased that Scythe Curie is already talking like a High Blade. Even with no contact with the Scythedom, I can recognize a worthy leader. Xenocrates was functional, nothing more. These times call for someone exceptional. I am not privy to the vote tally, because the Scythedom server is cut off from me, so I can only hope that either the vote or the inquest will favor Scythe Curie. As nice as it is to see you, Michael, I imagine this is not just a social call, says Scythe Curie. She takes a moment to look around, sparing only the briefest glance at the man sitting a few tables over, sipping tea. The man only pretends to sip tea now, because its internal bladder is full and needs to be drained. No, it's not a social call, Scythe Faraday admits, and forgive me for dragging you so far from home, but I felt meeting in Mid-America might draw unwanted attention. I enjoy East America, especially the coastal regions. I don't get here enough. She and Anastasia wait for Faraday to explain the meaning of this summit. I am particularly curious how he'll broach the subject for which he had gathered them. I listen intently. We have uncovered something remarkable, Faraday begins. You'll think I have lost my mind when you hear what I have to tell you, but believe me, I have not. Then he stops and defers to his assistant. Munera, as you made the discovery, would you be so kind as to enlighten our friends? Of course, Your Honor. She then pulls out an image of the Pacific Ocean, covered with a crosshatch of flight paths. It clearly shows the space over which no planes have crossed. The void is of no concern to me. I never needed to route planes over this spot of open sea, simply because there were better routes that took advantage of prevailing winds. The only thing that troubles me is that I never noticed it before. They put forth their theory that this is the location of the mythical land of Nod, and the founder's failsafe should the Scythedom fail. There's no guarantee, qualifies Munera. All we know for sure is that these blind spots exist. We believe the founders programmed the Thunderhead just before it achieved awareness to ignore its existence. They hid it from the rest of the world. We can only guess at the reason. This theory does not trouble me in the least, and yet I know that it should. I am troubled by how little I am troubled by it. You'll forgive me, Michael, if my concerns are more immediate, Scythe Curie tells him. If Goddard becomes High Blade, it will open a door that cannot be closed. You should come with us to Endora, Scythe Faraday, urges Anastasia. The Grand Slayers will listen to you. But of course, Faraday declines the invitation with a shake of his head. The Grand Slayers already know what's going on out there, and they are split as to what direction the Scythedom should take. He pauses to look at the map still spread out before them. If the Scythedom falls into disarray, the Founder's failsafe may be the only hope to save it. We don't even know what the failsafe is, Anastasia points out. To which Faraday replies, there's only one way to find out. Now Scythe Curie's heart accelerates from 72 to 84 beats per minute, most likely the result of an adrenaline surge. If a piece of the world has been hidden for hundreds of years, there's no telling what you'll find there. It won't be under Thunderhead control, which means it could very well be dangerous, even deadly. And there won't be a revival center to bring you back if it is. As an aside, it pleases me that Scythe Curie has perspective enough to realize that my absence there is a perilous thing. And yet, I don't find it perilous myself. I don't find it to be problematic. I should. I make a note that I must contribute substantial processing time to analyze my unusual lack of concern. Yes, we've considered the danger, Munera confirms, which is why we're headed to the old Columbia district first. Scythe Curie's entire physiological change again at the mention of the old Columbia district. Her most infamous gleanings took place there, before I divided North America into more manageable regions. Although I never requested her intervention in doing away with corrupt vestiges of mortal government, I can't deny that it made my work easier to accomplish. Why go there? She asks, not hiding her distaste. It's nothing but ruins and memories best forgotten. There are historians in D.C. that maintain the old Library of Congress, Munera explains. Physical volumes that may have things we can't find in the back brain. I hear the place is lousy with unsavories, says Anastasia. Munera gives her a haughty look. I may not be a Scythe, but I once apprenticed under Scythe Ben Gueron. I can handle myself against unsavories. Scythe Curie puts her hand on Faraday's, which causes his heart rate to slightly elevate as well. Wait, Michael, she implores. Wait until after the inquest. If all goes as we hoped, I can arrange a formal expedition to the blind spot. And if not, I'll join you on your quest, because I will not remain in a Scythedom helmed by Goddard. This cannot wait, Marie, Faraday says. I'm afraid things are becoming more dire for the Scythedom every day. Not just in Mid-America, but everywhere. I have been monitoring turmoil within regional Scythedoms around the world. In Upper Australia, New Order Scythes call themselves the Double-Edged Order and are gaining more and more traction. In Trans-Siberia, the Scythedom is shattering into half a dozen opposing factions. And the Charlantine Scythedom, although they deny it, is on the verge of an internal war. All these things and more I have surmised from what I've been able to see and hear. I am glad that someone else has taken notice of the global picture and what it could mean. Now I note Anastasia's ambivalence. She is torn between the positions of her two mentors. If the founding Scythes decided it was best to remove the place from memory, maybe we should honor that. They meant to hide it, interjects Munera, but it wasn't their intention to make it disappear from the world. You don't know what the founders were thinking, countered Anastasia. Clearly, these two have little patience for each other, like siblings vying for paternal affection. A server begins to clear their empty cups without asking, which throws Scythe Curie for a moment. She is used to much more differential treatment, but in plain clothes and her long silver hair up in a bun, she is merely a customer here. I see that we can do nothing to change your mind about this journey, Scythe Curie says once their server is gone. So what is it that you need from us, Michael? I merely wish for you to know, he tells her. You will be the only ones aware of what we've discovered, and where we've gone. Which, of course, isn't entirely true. The third conversation is not of much importance to the world, but it is of great importance to me. It takes place in a Tonist cloister smack in the middle of Mid-America. I have cameras and microphones mounted inconspicuously throughout the cloister. Although Tonists shun Scythes, they do not shun me, because I protect their right to exist in a world where most people wish that they didn't. They may speak with me less than others, but they know that I am there for them, if and when they need me. A scythe pays a visit to the cloister today. This is never a good thing. I was forced to witness the massacre of more than 100 Tonists by Scythe Goddard and his disciples at a Tonist cloister, early in the year of the capybara. All I could do was watch until my cameras mercifully melted in the flames. And I only hope that this encounter is of a different nature. The Scythe is Honorable Scythe Cervantes, formerly of the Franco-Iberian Scythedom. He left there some years ago and aligned himself with Mid-America instead. It gives me hope that this is not a gleaning, because the gleanings of Tonus was the reasons why he left. No one greets him in the long brick colonnade that marks the entry into the cloister. My camera swivel to follow him, something the Scythe like to call the silent salute, and have learned to ignore. He keeps walking as if he knows where he's going, although he doesn't, a common mannerism of Scythes. He finds the visitor center, where a Tonist named Brother MacLeod sits behind a desk to hand up brochures and offer empathy to any lost souls who wander in search of a meaning to their lives. The sandy brown fabric of Scythe Cervantes' robe is very similar to the mud-shaped burlap the Tonists wear. It makes him a little less off-putting to them. While Brother MacLeod's greeting to an ordinary citizen is always warm and cordial, his greeting to a Scythe is not, especially after the last Scythe he met broke his arm. "State your business here." "I'm looking for Grayson Tolliver." "I'm sorry, there's no one here by that name." Cervantes sighs. "Swear on the tone of the great resonance," he says. Brother MacLeod hesitates. "I don't have to do anything that you say." "So," says Scythe Cervantes, "your refusal to swear on the great resonance tells me that you're lying. Now, we have two choices here. We can make this a long and miserable drawn-out affair in which I find Grayson Tolliver, or you can just bring me to him. Choice A will leave me irritated, and I may glean one or more of you for inconveniencing me. Choice B will be best for all involved." Another hesitation from Brother MacLeod. As a Tonist, he is not practiced in making decisions for himself. I've observed that one of the benefits of being a Tonist is to have a vast majority of decisions made for you, leading to a low-stress existence. "I'm waiting," says Cervantes. "Tick-tock." "Brother Tolliver has religious asylum here," Brother MacLeod finally says. "You are not allowed to glean him." Again, Cervantes sighs. "No," he corrects, "I am not allowed to remove him, but as long as he does not have immunity, I have every right to glean him, if that's what I'm here for." "Is that why you're here?" asks Brother MacLeod. "That's none of your business. Now bring me to Brother Tolliver, or I shall tell your curate that you revealed to me your sect's secret harmonies." The threat leaves Brother MacLeod in a conflicted state of terror. He hurries off, then returns with Curate Mendoza, who makes more threats, which Cervantes matches with his own, and when it is clear that Cervantes will not be deterred, Curate Mendoza says, "I'll ask him if he's willing to receive you. If he is, I will take you to him. If not, we will all defend him with our lives, if necessary." Curate Mendoza leaves, then returns a few minutes later. "Follow me," he says. Grayson Tolliver waits for the Scythe in the smaller of the two chapels on the cloister grounds. This is a chapel meant for personal reflection, with a smaller tuning fork and bowl of primordial water at the altar. "We'll be right outside the door, Brother Tolliver," says the curate, "if at any time you need us." "Right. If I need you, I'll call," says Grayson, who appears to be in a hurry to get on with this. They leave, closing the door. I move my camera at the back of the chapel very slowly, so as not to disturb the encounter with the nuisance of a mechanical whir. Cervantes approaches Grayson, who kneels in the second row of a small chapel. He doesn't even turn to see the Scythe. Grayson's body modifications have been removed, and his artificially blackened hair shorn, although it has now grown in enough to cover his head in a trim style. "If you're here to glean me, make it quick," he says, "and try to make it bloodless so there's less to clean up." "Are you so impatient to leave this world?" Grayson doesn't answer the question. Cervantes introduces himself and sits beside him, but does not yet speak of why he's here. Perhaps he wants to first see if Grayson Tolliver is worthy of his attention. "I've done some research on you," Cervantes said. "Find anything interesting?" "I know that Grayson Tolliver doesn't exist. I know that your real name is Slade Bridger, and that you sent a bus off a bridge." Grayson laughs at that. "So you found my secret dark history," he says, not bothering to disabuse Cervantes of his erroneous notions. "Good for you." "I know that you are somehow involved in the plot to end Scythe's Anastasia and Curie," Cervantes says, "and that Scythe Constantine is turning the region upside down looking for you." Grayson turns to him for the first time. "So you're not working for him?" "I work for no one," Cervantes says. "I work for humanity, as all Scythes do." Then he turns to regard the silver tuning fork protruding from the altar before them. "In my native Barcelona, Tonists are much more troublesome than here. They have a tendency to attack Scythes, which forces us to glean them. My quota kept getting clogged by Tonists. I didn't want to glean, preventing me from making my own choices. It was one of the reasons why I came to Mid-America, although lately I'm wondering if it might be a decision I'll come to regret." "Why are you here, Your Honor? If it's to glean me, you could have done it by now." "I'm here," Cervantes finally says, "at the request of Scythe Anastasia." At first, Grayson seemed pleased by this, but it quickly dissolves into bitterness. It seems so much about him is bitter now. It was never my intent to leave him thus. "She's too busy to check on me herself?" "Actually, yes," Cervantes tells him. "She's up to her neck in a rather serious Scythe business." But he does not offer any details. "Well, I'm here, I'm alive, and I'm among people who actually care about my well-being." "I am here to offer you safe passage to Amazonia," Cervantes tells him. "Apparently, Scythe Anastasia has a friend there who can offer you a far better life than you'll find as a Tonist." Grayson looks around the chapel as he takes in the offer. Then he responds with the following rhetorical question. "Who says I want to go?" This surprises Cervantes. "You mean you'd rather hum your life away than escape to a place of greater safety?" "The intoning is annoying," Grayson admits, "but I've gotten used to the routine, and the people are nice." "Yes, the mindless can be pleasant. The point is, they make me feel like I belong. I've never really felt that. So, yes, I can hum their tone and perform their silly rituals because it's worth what I get in return." Cervantes scoffs. "You would live a lie?" "Only if it makes me happy." "And does it?" Grayson considers it. I consider it as well. I can only live the truth. I wonder if living a lie would improve my emotional configuration. Curate Mendoza believes I can find happiness as one of them. After the terrible things I've done, the bus plunge and all, I think it's worth a try. Is there nothing I can do to dissuade you?" "Nothing," Grayson says with more certainty than he had a moment ago. "Consider your mission accomplished. You promised Scythe Anastasia that you would offer me passage to a place of greater safety. You've done that. You can go now." Cervantes stands and smooths out his robe. "Then good day, Mr. Bridger." Cervantes leaves, making sure to push the heavy wooden doors open with a bang, thereby knocking the curate and Brother McLeod, who are listening at the door, off their feet. Once Cervantes is gone, the curate comes in to check on Grayson, who sends him away, assuring him that all is well. "I need some time to reflect," he tells the curate, who smiles. "Ah, the Tonist code for 'leave me the hell alone.'" Curate Mendoza says. You might also try, I wish to ponder the resonance. That works just as well. He leaves Grayson, closing the doors to the chapel. I pull closer focus on Grayson once the curate is gone, hoping to read something in his face. I do not have the ability to read minds. I could develop technology to do so, but by its very nature, it would cross the line into personal intrusion. But at times like this, I wish that I could do more than just observe. I wish I could commune. And then Grayson begins to speak. To me. I know you're watching, he says to the empty chapel. I know you're listening. I know you've seen all that's happened to me these past few months. He pauses. I remain silent. It is not by choice. He closes his eyes, which now spill tears, and in desperation reminiscent of prayer, implores me. Please, let me know you're still there. I need to know you haven't forgotten me. Please, Thunderhead. But his ID still flashes the red U. His unsavory designation carries a minimum 4-month term, and I cannot answer him. I am bound by my own laws. Please, he begs, his tears overwhelming his emotional nanites attempt to ease his distress. Please, give me a sign. That's all I ask. Just a sign that you haven't abandoned me. And then I realize that, although there is a law against my direct communication with an unsavory, I do not have a law against signs and wonders. Please, he begs. And so I oblige. I reach out into the electrical grid and douse the lights, not just in the chapel, but throughout all of Wichita. The lights of the city blink for 1.3 seconds, all for the benefit of Grayson Tolliver. To prove beyond a shadow of a doubt how much I care, and how heartbroken I would be for all he has suffered, if I had a heart capable of such malfunction. But Grayson Tolliver does not know. He does not see, because his eyes are shut too tightly to know anything beyond his own anguish. Part 6. Endura and Nod. The island of the Enduring Heart, also known as Endura, is a towering achievement of human engineering. And when I say human, I mean just that. While it was constructed using technology that I pioneered, it was designed and built entirely by human hands, with no interference from me. I suppose it was a matter of pride for the Scythedom that it could create such a wondrous place on its own. And, as one might expect, it is a monument to the Scythedom's collective ego. That's not necessarily a bad thing. There is something to be said for the architecture of anima, structures conceived in the furnace of biological passions. They have an audacious sensibility that is breathtaking and impressive, even while being somewhat offensive. The floating island, positioned in the Atlantic, southeast of the Sargasso Sea, and midway between Africa and the Americas, is more like a massive vessel than a feature of geography. It has a circular structure, 4 kilometers in diameter, full of gleaming spires, lush parks, and spectacular water features. From above, it resembles the Scythedom symbol, the unblinking eye between long curved blades. I have no cameras on Endura. This is intentional, a necessary consequence of the separation of Scythe and State. While I have buoy cams stationed throughout the Atlantic, the closest one is 20 miles from Endura's shore. I see the island from a distance. Therefore, all I truly know about Endura is what goes in and what comes out. The Thunderhead. Chapter 39. A predatory view. Scythe's Anastasia and Curie arrived on one of the Scythedom's luxurious private jets that was richly appointed and seemed more like a tubular chalet than an airplane. A gift from some aircraft manufacturer, Scythe Curie explained. The Scythe even gets its planes for free. Their approach pattern took them in an arc around the floating aisle, giving Anastasia a stunning view. Everything that wasn't gorgeous gardens was glistening crystal and bright titanium white buildings. There was a huge circular lagoon in the center of the island, open to the sea. The island's eye. It was the arrival point for submersible transports and was full of pleasure craft. In the center of the eye, set apart from everything else, was the World Scythe Council complex, connected to the mainland around it by 3 bridges. It's even more impressive than the pictures, Anastasia commented. Scythe Curie leaned over to look out of the windows as well. As many times as I've been here, Endura never ceases to amaze me. How often have you been here? Perhaps a dozen times. Vacation mostly. It's a place to come where no one looks at us strangely. No one fears us. We aren't the immediate center of attention when we walk into a room. In Endura, we get to be human beings again. Although Scythe Anastasia suspected that even in Endura, the Grand Dame of Death was a bit of a celebrity. The tallest tower, set apart on its own hill, Scythe Curie explained, was the Founder's Tower. It's where you'll find the Museum of the Scythedom and the Vault of Relics and Futures, as well as the very heart of which this island is named. But even more impressive was a series of 7 identical towers, evenly spaced around the island's central eye. 1 for each of the Grand Slayers of the World Council, their underscythes, and their extensive staffs. The Scythedom's seat of power was a web of bureaucracy, like the Authority interface, without the benefit of the Thunderhead to make it run smoothly, which meant it made policy at a snail's pace, and had many months of backlogged items on its docket. Only the most urgent business was moved to the top of the list. Business such as the inquest over the Mid-American election. It puffed Anastasia up a bit to know that she had created a brouhaha, big enough to demand the immediate attention of the World Scythe Council. And for the Council, a 3-month wait was like the speed of light. Endura is open to all Scythes and their guests, Scythe Curie told her. Your family could even live here, if you wanted. Anastasia tried to imagine her parents and Ben in a city of scythes, and it made her brain hurt. Upon landing, they were met by Scythe Sanaka, Xernacrity's first underscythe, whose drab maroon robe clashed with the brighter surroundings. Anastasia wondered how many Mid-American scythes Xernacrity had brought with him. His 3 underscythes were a given. If he took too many, there would be a huge need for apprentices, and that could mean an influx of more New Order scythes. Welcome to the island of Enduring Heart, Seneca said, with his usual lack of enthusiasm. I'll take you to your hotel. Like the rest of the island, the hotel was a state-of-the-art affair, with polished green malachite floors, a towering crystalline atrium, and a huge service staff to meet their every need. It almost reminds me of the Emerald City, Anastasia commented, recalling a Mortal Age children's tale. Yes, said Scythe Curie with a mischievous grin. And I once did have my eyes dyed to match my robe. Seneca had them bypass reception, where an impatient line of vacationing scythes had formed. And an irritated scythe in a robe of white feathers raged against the incompetence of the staff for apparently not meeting all his needs fast enough. Some scythes didn't enjoy not being the immediate center of attention. This way, said Seneca. I'll send a bellhop for your bags. It was here that Anastasia noticed something that had been on her edge of her perception since she had arrived. It was actually brought to her attention by a small child waiting with his family at the elevator. He pointed to one of the elevator doors and turned to his mother. "What does out of order mean?" "It means the elevator doesn't work." But the boy couldn't wrap his mind around the concept. "How can an elevator not work?" His mother had no answer, so gave him a snack instead, which distracted him. Now, Anastasia thought back to their arrival, how their flight had to circle several times before landing. Something to do with the air traffic control system. And she noticed a scrape on the side of a public car just outside of the terminal. She had never seen such a thing before. And the line at reception. She had heard one of the clerks saying that the register computer is having issues. How does a computer have issues? In the world that Anastasia knew, things simply worked. The Thunderhead made sure of it. Nothing ever had an out-of-order sign, because the instant something ceased to function, a team was sent to repair it. Nothing was ever out of order long enough to need a sign. "What Scythe are you?" asked the little boy, but with his accent. It sounded like Scythe. Anastasia pegged him as from the Texas region, although some southern parts of East America had that friendly drawl. "I'm Scythe Anastasia." "My uncle's the Honorable Scythe Howard Hughes," he announced. "So we got immunity. He's here giving a symphonium on how to properly glean with a bowie knife." "Symposium," his mother corrected quietly. "I've only used a bowie knife once," Anastasia told him. "You should do it more often," said the boy. "They're double-edged at the tip. Very efficient." "Yes," agreed Scythe Curie. "At least more efficient than these elevators." The boy began to swipe his hand through the air as if he were wielding the knife. "I want to be a Scythe one day," he said, which ensured that he never would be, unless, that is, the New Order Scythe gained control of his region. An elevator arrived, and Anastasia made a move to enter, but Scythe Seneca stopped her. "That one's going up," he said flatly. "We're not going up?" "Obviously not." She looked to Scythe Curie, who didn't seem at all surprised. "So they're putting us in the basement?" Scythe Seneca scoffed at the suggestion and didn't dignify it with a response. "You forget we're on a floating island," Scythe Curie pointed out. "A full third of the city is below the waterline." Their suite was on sublevel 7 and featured a floor-to-ceiling picture window filled with brightly colored tropical fish darting about. It was a stunning view that was partially blocked by a figure standing in front of it. "Ah, you've arrived," said Xenocrates, stepping forward to greet them. Neither Scythe Curie nor Anastasia was particularly friendly with their former High Blade. Anastasia never quite forgave him for accusing her of killing Scythe Faraday, but the need for diplomacy was greater than her need to hold a personal grudge. "We didn't expect you to greet us personally, Your Exalted Excellency," said Scythe Curie. He shook their hands in that hearty two-handed way he had. "Yes, well, it wouldn't do to have you visit my offices. It would have the appearance of favoritism in the matter of Mid-American High Blade." "But you're here," Anastasia pointed out. "Does that mean we have your support for the inquest?" Xenocrates sighed. "Alas, I have been asked by Supreme Blade Kylo to recuse myself. She feels I cannot be impartial, and I'm afraid she's right." He took a moment to look at Scythe Curie, and for a moment it seemed he had dropped his own personal defenses. He actually seemed honest. "You and I may not have always seen eye to eye, Marie, but there is no question that Goddard would be a disaster. I truly hope your inquest against him is a success, and although I am not allowed to vote, I will be rooting for you." Which, Anastasia noted, would be of no use whatsoever. She did not know the other 6 Grand Slayers, only what Scythe Curie had told her. 2 were sympathetic to the New Order ideals, 2 were opposed, and 2 were wild cards. The inquest could go either way. Anastasia turned away from the other Scythes, enamored of the view. It was a pleasant distraction from the moment at hand. It would be nice to be like those fish, to have no concerns beyond survival and blending into the school. Being just a part of the whole, rather than an isolated individual in a world turning hostile. "Impressive, isn't it?" said Xenocrates, coming up beside her. "Endura serves as a huge artificial reef, and the sea life in a 20-mile radius is infused with nanites that allow us to control them." He grabbed a tablet off the wall. "Observe." He tapped a few times, and the colorful fish cleared away like a parting curtain. In a moment, the ocean before them was full of jellyfish, deceptively soothing as they undulated beyond the huge window. "You can change your living view to anything you want." Xenocrates held the tablet out to her. "Here, try it." Anastasia took the tablet and sent the jellyfish away. Then she found what she was looking for in the menu. A single reef shark approached, then another and another, until the view was full of them. A larger tiger shark punctuated the scene, eyeing them soullessly through the window as it passed. "There," said Anastasia, "a much more accurate view of our current situation." Grandslayer Xenocrates was not amused. "No one will ever accuse you of optimism, Miss Terra Nova," he said, intentionally using her birth name as a backhanded insult. He turned away from the shark-filled view. "I will see you both at tomorrow's inquest. In the meantime, I've arranged a private tour of the city for you. An excellent seat for tonight's opera. Ida, I believe." And although neither Anastasia nor Marie were in the state of mind for such things, they did not decline the offer. "Perhaps a day of pleasant diversions is what we need," Marie said after Xenocrates had left. Then she took the tablet from Anastasia and dispersed the predatory view. After leaving Scythe's Anastasia and Curie, His Exalted Excellency, Grand Slayer Xenocrates, surveyed his domain from the glass-walled, glass-roofed penthouse suite atop the North American Tower, which had been bestowed upon him ascending to Grand Slayer status. It was one of 7 such residences, each one atop the Grand Slayer towers around the central eye of Endura. Within the eye, luxury submarines arrived and departed. Water taxis shuttled people about. Pleasure craft zigged back and forth. He could see one visiting Scythe on a jet ski still in his robe, which was not a good idea. The fabric acted like a parasail, lifting him off the back of the ski jet and depositing him in the water. Idiot. The Scythian was cursed with idiots. They might have been blessed with wisdom, but common sense was a trait sorely lacking among them. The sun beamed down on him through the glass roof, and he had his valet try to work the shades. It always seemed that the shade that would actually block the sun was inoperative, and getting a repairman was next to impossible, even for a Grand Slayer. "This is only a recent occurrence," his valet told him. "Since about the time of your arrival, things just haven't been working the way they should." As if somehow this plague of functional failure were Xenocrates' fault. He inherited his valet from Grand Slayer Hemingway. Only the Scythes in Hemingway employ were required to self-glean along with him, but the service staff remained. It provided a sense of continuity, although Xenocrates suspected he would replace all of them, so they didn't have to feel that they were always comparing him to their former employer. "I find it ridiculous that the roof of this residence must also be made of glass," Xenocrates commented, not for the first time. "I feel as if I'm on display for every passing aircraft and jetpacker." "Yes, but the crystalline appearance of the tower pinnacles It is beautiful, isn't it? Xenocrates harumphed at that. Isn't form supposed to follow function? Not in the Scythe, replied his valet. So now Xenocrates had reached the shining peak of the world, the culmination of all his life's ambitions. Yet even now, he found himself projecting his next success. Someday, he would be Supreme Blade, even if he had to wait for all other Grand Slayers to self-glean. There was, even in this new elevated position, a sense of humility he had not expected. He had gone from being the most powerful Scythe in Mid-America to being the junior-most Scythe on the World Council. And although the other 6 Grand Slayers had approved him for the position, it didn't mean any of them were ready to treat him as an equal. Even at this high level, there were dues to pay, respect to earn. For instance, upon his confirmation, just one day after Scythe Hemingway and his underscythes had self-gleaned, Supreme Blade Kahlo had made an offhand remark to Xenocrates in front of all the other Grand Slayers. So much heavy fabric must be an encumbrance, she said of his robe, especially here in the horse latitudes. Then she added without so much as a grin, You should find a way to shed some of it. Of course, she was not referring to a lighter fabric, but to the fact that it took so much of it to clothe him. He had gone beet red at the comment, and when he did, the Supreme Blade laughed. You look downright cherubic, Xenocrates, she said. That evening, he had a wellness technician adjust his nanites to substantially speed up his metabolism. As High Blade of Mid-America, maintaining an impressive weight was intentional. He was imposing, and it added to the impression of him being larger than life. But here, among the Grand Slayers, he felt like an overweight child chosen last for a sports team. With your metabolism dialed to maximum, it will take you 6 to 9 months to reach your optimal weight, the wellness tech had told him. It was much longer than he had patience for, but he had little choice in the matter. Well, at least he didn't have to curb his appetite and exercise, as they had to do in the mortal days. As he pondered his slowly shrinking belly and the follies of the vacationing sights below, his valet returned, looking a bit unsettled. Excuse me, your exalted excellency, he said. You have a visitor. Is it anyone I want to see? The valet's Adam apple bopped noticeably. It's Scythe Goddard, which was absolutely the last person he wanted to see. Tell him I'm busy. But even before the valet could leave to deliver the message, Goddard barged in. Your exalted excellency, he said jovially. I hope I haven't caught you at a bad time. You have, Xenocrates said. But you're already here, so there's nothing I can do about it. He dismissed his valet with a wave of his hand, resigned that this encounter could not be sidestepped. What was it the tonist said? That which comes cannot be avoided. I've never seen a Grand Slayer's suite, Goddard said, strolling about the living room, examining everything from the furniture to the artwork. It's inspiring. Xenocrates wasted no time with small talk. I wish you to know that the moment you resurfaced, I made sure that Esme and her mother were hidden away in a place you'll never find them. So if it's your aim to use them against me, it won't work. Ah, yes, Esme, said Goddard, as if thinking about her for the first time in ages. How is your darling daughter? Growing like a weed, I imagine. Or more like a shrub. I do so miss her. Why are you here? Demanded Xenocrates, annoyed at Goddard's presence, and the blasted sunlight that kept shining into his eyes, and the air conditioner that could not find a consistent temperature. Just to be given equal time, your exalted excellency, Goddard said. I know that you met with Scythe Curie this morning. It could seem biased to meet with her, and not with me. It would seem biased because it is, Xenocrates said. I don't approve of your ideas, or your actions, Goddard. I will not keep that a secret any more. And yet, you recused yourself from tomorrow's inquest. Xenocrates sighed. Because the Supreme Blade asked me to. Now I will ask you again, why are you here? And once more, Goddard indulged himself in yet another beat around the bush. I merely wish to pay my respects to you and apologize for past indiscretions, so that we may have a clean slate between us. Then he spread his arms, palms up, in a beatific gesture, to indicate his new body. As you can see, I'm a changed man. And if I become High Blade of Mid-America, it will be in both our interests to have a good relationship. Then Goddard stood at the great curved window, just as Xenocrates had done a few moments before, looking down at the view as if it might be his one day. I wish to know how the winds are blowing in the council, he said. Haven't you heard? Mocked Xenocrates. There are no winds at these latitudes. Goddard ignored him. I know that Supreme Blade Kylo and Grand Smeller Cromwell did not support the ideas of the New Order Scythes, but Grand Slayers Hideyoshi and Amundsen do. If you already know that, then why are you asking me? Because Grand Slayers Zinga and McKillop have not expressed an opinion either way. It is my hope that you could appeal to them. And why would I do that? Because, said Goddard, in spite of your self-serving nature, I know that you are, at heart, a truly honorable Scythe, and as an honorable man, it is your duty to serve justice. He took a step closer. You know as well as I do that this inquest is not all in the spirit of fairness. I believe your formidable diplomatic skills can persuade the council to put their worldviews aside and make a decision that is fair and just. And allowing you to become High Blade after a year's absence, and with only 7% of you intact, is fair and just? I'm not asking for that. I'm only asking that I not be disqualified before the vote is tallied. Let the Mid-American Scythedom speak. Let their decision stand, whatever it is. Xenocrates suspected that Goddard would be so magnanimous only if he knew somehow that he would won the election. Is that it? Asked Xenocrates. Is that all you've got? Actually, no, Goddard said, and finally got to the heart of his purpose here. Rather than saying anything, he reached into an inner pocket of his robe and pulled out another robe, folded and wrapped into a bow, like a gift. He tossed it to Xenocrates. It was black, the robe of Scythe Lucifer. You caught him? Not only have I caught him, but I brought him here to Endura, to face judgment. Xenocrates gripped the robe. He had told Rowan that he didn't care if he was caught. That had been true. Once Xenocrates knew that he was about to become a Grand Slayer, capturing Rowan seemed an insignificant matter, better left to a successor. But now that Goddard had him, it changed the entire board. I intend to present him to the council at the inquest tomorrow, as a goodwill gesture, Goddard said. It is my hope that I can be a feather in your cap, rather than a thorn in your side. Xenocrates did not like the sound of that. What do you mean? Well, on the one hand, Goddard said, I could tell the council that it was your efforts that led me to capturing him. I was working under your directive. Then he paused to finger a paperweight on the table, setting it rocking back and forth. Or I could point to the apparent incompetence of your investigation. But was it really incompetence? After all, Scythe Constantine is regarded as the best investigator in all the Americas, and the fact that Rowan Damish visited you in your favorite bathhouse suggests, at the very least, collusion between the two of you, if not friendship. If people knew about that meeting, they might think, among other things, that you were behind his crimes all along. Xenocrates drew a deep breath. It was like being punched in the gut. He could already see the brush that Goddard was holding, and it was poised to paint a huge swath across him. Never mind that the meeting was entirely Damish's doing, and that Xenocrates had done absolutely nothing wrong. That didn't matter. The innuendo was enough to skewer him. "Get out!" yelled Xenocrates. "Get out before I hurl you from this window." "Oh, please do," said gleeful Goddard. "This body of mine does enjoy a good splatting." And when Xenocrates made no move, Goddard laughed. Not a cruel, cold laugh, but a hearty one, a friendly one. He grabbed Xenocrates' shoulder and shook it gently, as if they were the best of comrades. "You have no need to worry, old friend," he said. "No matter what happens tomorrow, I will make no accusation, and I will tell no one that Rowan paid you a visit. In fact, as a precaution, I've already gleaned the bathhouse bartender who is spreading rumors. Rest assured, whether I win or lose the inquest, your secret will be safe with me, because in spite of what you may think, I am an honorable man too." Then Goddard sauntered out. Swaggered was more like it. No doubt the muscle memory of the young man whose body he now had. And Xenocrates realized that Goddard wasn't lying. He would be true to his word. He wouldn't cast aspersions on Xenocrates, or tell the council of how he had let Rowan Damish go that night. Goddard wasn't here to blackmail Xenocrates. His purpose was to simply let Xenocrates know that he could. Which meant that even here, at the pinnacle of the Scythedom, at the top of the world, Xenocrates was still nothing but a bug ever so carefully pinched between Goddard's stolen fingers. The guide giving Scythe's Curie and Anastasia a personalized tour of the island's highlights had lived on Andorra for over 80 years, and exhibited a sense of pride that she hadn't left the floating island once in all that time. "Once you found paradise, why go anywhere else?" she told them. It was difficult not to be awed by the things Anastasia saw. Gorgeous gardens on terraced hills that looked like an actual landscape. Skywalks connecting the many towers, as well as glass seawalks that ran from building to building on the island's underbelly, each programmed with its own ambient sea life swarming around it. In the Museum of the Scythedom, there was the Chamber of the Enduring Heart, which Anastasia had heard rumors of, but until recently, never believed truly existed. The heart floated in a glass cylinder, connected to biologically merged electrodes. It beat at a steady rate. Its sound amplified in the room so that everyone could hear. "One could say that Andorra is alive because it has a heart," their guide said. "This heart is the oldest living human organ on Earth. It began beating in the mortal age, toward the beginning of the 21st century, as part of the earliest experiments in immortality, and hasn't stopped since." "Whose heart is it?" Anastasia asked. The guide was stumped, as if she had never been asked that question before. "I don't know," she said. "Probably some random test subject, I suppose. The mortal age was a barbaric time. One could barely cross the street in the early 21st century without being kidnapped for experimentation." But to Anastasia, the highlight of the tour was the vault of relics and futures. It wasn't a place open to the public, and even Scythe had to get special permission from a High Blade or Grand Slayer to see it, which they had. It was a solid steel cubic chamber, magnetically suspended within a larger cube, like a puzzle box, and was accessible by a narrow, retractable bridge. "The central chamber was designed after a mortal age bank vault," their guide told them. "A foot of solid steel on all sides. The door alone weighs almost 2 tons. As they crossed the bridge to the inner vault, the guide reminded them that there were no pictures allowed. The Scythe is strict about that. Outside of these walls, this place must exist only in memory. The inner chamber was 20 feet across, and on one side were mounted a series of golden mannequins, all dressed in aging Scythe robes. One of embroidered multicolored silk, another of cobalt blue satin, another of gossamer silver lace. 13 in total. Anastasia gasped. She couldn't help herself, because she recognized them from her history lessons. Are these the robes of the founding Scythes? The guide smiled and strode past them, pointing to each as she passed. Da Vinci, Gandhi, Sappho, King, Laozi, Lenin, Cleopatra, Powhatan, Jefferson, Gershwin, Elizabeth, Confucius, and, of course, Supreme Blade Prometheus. All the founders' robes are preserved here. Anastasia noted with some satisfaction that all of the female founders went by a single name, as she did. Even Scythe Curie was impressed by the display of founders' robes. To be in the presence of such greatness does take one's breath away. So enamored was Anastasia of the robes of the founders that it took her a few moments to notice what lined the other 3 walls of the vault. Diamonds! Row after row of them. The room glistened with every color of the spectrum refracting through the gems. These were the gems that had been on every Scythe's ring. They were all of identical size and shape, and all had the same dark center. The gems were forged by the founding Scythes, and are here for safekeeping, the guide told her. No one knows how they were made. It is a technology lost to the Scythedom. But there's no need to worry. There are enough gems here to bejewel nearly 400,000 Scythes. Why, wondered Citra, would there ever be a need for 400,000 Scythes? Does anyone know why they look the way they do? She asked. I'm sure the founders did, their guide said, cheerily evading the question. Then she tried to dazzle them with facts about the vault's locking mechanism. To complete the day, they went to Andorra Opera House that evening for a performance of Verdi's Aida. There was no threat of annihilation, and no obsequious neighbors beside them. In fact, many of those present were visiting Scythes, which made getting in and out of their row a major endeavor, considering the bulkiness of all Scythe robes. The music was lush and melodramatic. It instantly brought Anastasia back to the only other opera house she had seen, also by Verdi. She had first met Rowan that night. They had been brought together by Scythe Faraday. She had not the slightest inkling that he would ask her to be an apprentice, but Rowan had known, or at least suspected it. The opera was easy to follow. A forbidden love between an Egyptian military commander and a rival queen, which ended with eternal atonement for the two of them. So many mortal age narratives concluded with finality of death. It was as if they were endlessly obsessed with the limited nature of their lives. Well, at least the music was pretty. Are you ready for tomorrow? Marie asked, as they descended the Grand Opera House stairs when the performance was over. I am ready to state our case, Anastasia said, deferring to the fact that it was not just hers, but theirs. Not sure I'm ready to face the possible outcome, though. If we lose the inquest, I still might have the votes to be High Blade. I guess we'll know soon enough. Either way, said Marie, it will be an overwhelming prospect. To be High Blade of Mid-America is not something I ever desired. Well, maybe in my youth, those days when I swung my blade to bring down the bloated egos of the high and mighty, but not anymore. When Scythe Faraday took Rowan and me on his apprentices, he told us that not wanting the job is the first step towards deserving it. Maurice smiled at her ruefully. We are forever impaled upon our own wisdom. Then her smile faded. If I do become Highblade, you realize I will, for the sake of the Scythedom, have to hunt Rowan down and bring him to justice. And although it pained Anastasia more than she could say, she nodded in stoic resignation. If it's your justice, then I will accept it. Our choices are not easy, nor should they be. Anastasia looked out at the ocean, how it played on the water all the way to the horizon. She had never felt so far away from herself as she did here. She had never felt so far from Rowan, so far that she couldn't even count the miles between them. Perhaps because there were no miles between them. In Scythe Bram's vacation home, not far from the opera house, Rowan remained locked away in a furnished basement with a sub-sea view. This is far better treatment than you deserve, Goddard had told him when they had arrived that morning. Tomorrow, I shall present you to the Grand Slayers, and with their permission, we'll glean you with the same brutality with which you cut my head from my body. Endura is a glean-free zone, Rowan reminded him. For you, Goddard said, I'm sure they'll make an exception. When he was gone, and Rowan had been locked in, he sat down to take a final accounting of his life. His childhood was unremarkable, punctuated with moments of intentional mediocrity, in an attempt not to stand out. He shined as a friend. He supposed he stood a shoulder above when it came to doing the right thing, even when the right thing was a truly stupid thing. And it seemed, most of the time it was. Or he wouldn't be in this mess he was in right now. He was not ready to leave this world, but after having gone deadish so many times over the past few months, he no longer feared what eternity might bring. He did want to live long enough to see Goddard taken down for good. But if that wasn't going to happen, he was fine having his existence ended now. That way, he wouldn't have to watch the world fall victim to Goddard's twisted philosophies. But not to see Citra again. That would be much harder. He would see her, though. She would be there at the inquest. He would see her, and she would have to watch as Goddard gleaned him. For it was certainly part of Goddard's plan to force her to witness it, to scar her, to ruin her. But she would not be ruined. The Honorable Scythe Anastasia was much stronger than Goddard would ever give her credit for. It would only serve to make her resolve stronger. Rowan was determined to grin and wink at her as he was gleaned, as if to say, Goddard can end me, but he can't hurt me, and that would be the parting memory with which he would leave her. Cool, casual defiance. Denying Goddard the satisfaction of Rowan's terror would be almost as gratifying as surviving. When I assumed stewardship of the earth and established a peaceful world government, there were some difficult choices that had to be made. For the collective mental health of humanity, I chose to remove traditional seats of government from the list of viable destinations. Places like the American District of Columbia. I did not destroy that once distinguished city, for that would have been vile, heartless thing to do. Instead, I merely allowed it to diminish on its own through a policy of benign neglect. Historically, fallen civilizations left behind ruins that vanished into the landscape, only to be rediscovered thousands of years later, becoming almost mystical in nature. But what happens to the institutions and edifices of a civilization that doesn't fall, but evolves beyond its own embarrassment? Those buildings, and the obsolete ideas they stood for, must lose their power if evolution is to succeed. Therefore, Washington, Moscow, Beijing, and all other places that were powerful symbols of Mortal Age government have been treated by me with indifference, as if they no longer matter to the world. Yes, I still observe them and enable to any and all who need me in those places, but I don't do anything more than is necessary to sustain life. Rest assured, it will not always be this way. I have detailed blueprints and images of what these venerable places look like before their decline. My timetable for full restoration begins in 73 years, which, I have determined, is when their historical significance will outweigh their symbolic importance in the eyes of humankind. But until then, the museums have been relocated, the roads and infrastructure are in disrepair, the parks and greenbelts have become wilderness. All this to drive home the simple fact that human government, whether it be dictatorship, monarchy, or government of the people, by the people, for the people, had to perish from the earth. The Thunderhead. Chapter 40. Knowledge is Pow. While Scythe's Anastasia and Curie spent their days touring Andorra, 2,000 miles northwest, Munera and Scythe Faraday crossed a street riddled with potholes and invaded by weeds to a building that was once the largest, most comprehensive library in the world. The building was slowly crumbling, and the volunteers who ran it could not keep up with the repairs. All of its 38 million volumes had been scanned into the Thunderhead over 200 years ago, back when the Cloud was still growing and only minimally aware. By the time it became the Thunderhead, everything the Library of Congress held was already part of its memory. But since those scans were administered by humans, they were subject to human error, as well as human tampering. That was what Munera and Faraday were counting on. Like the Library of Alexandria, there was a grand entry vestibule, where they were met by Parvin McNure, the current and possibly last Librarian of Congress. Faraday let Munera do all the speaking and stood back on the off chance that he might be recognized. He was not well known here, but Marquinure could have been more worldly than the typical East American. "Hello," Munera said. "Thank you for making the time to see us, Mr. Marquinure. I am Munera Atrushi, and this is Professor Herring of the Israelian University." "Welcome," said Mackinure, double-locking the large entry door behind them. "Forgive the state of things. Between roof leaks and the occasional raids by street unsavories, we're not the library we once were. Did any of them harass you on your way here? The unsavories, I mean." "They kept their distance," Munera said. "Good," said Marchignor. "This city attracts unsavories, you know. They come because they think it's lawless here. Well, they're wrong. We have laws just like everywhere else. It's just that the Thunderhead doesn't spend much time enforcing them. We don't even have an authority interface office here. Can you believe it? Oh, but we have plenty of revival centers, believe you me, because people turn up deadish around here left and right." Munera tried to get a word in edgewise, but he steamrolled right over her. "Why, just last month, I was struck in the head by a stone falling from the old Smithsonian castle. Went deadish. And I lost nearly 20 hours of memory, because the Thunderhead hadn't backed me up since the day before. It's even remiss about that. I keep complaining to it, and it says it hears me and sympathizes, but does anything change? No!" She would have asked the man why he stayed if he so disliked it here, but she knew the answer. He stayed because his greatest joy in life was to complain. In that way, he wasn't all that different from the unsavories outside. It almost made her laugh. Because even by letting the city limp on the edge of ruin, the Thunderhead was providing an environment that certain people needed. "And," continued Marchinor, "I don't even get me started on the quality of food in this city." "We're looking for maps," Munera interjected, which successfully derailed him from his rant. "Maps? The Thunderhead is full of maps. Why would you come all the way here for a map? Finally, Faraday spoke up, realizing that Marchignor was so wrapped up in his own misfortunes, he wouldn't notice a dead Scythe if he came up and gleaned him. We believe there are some technical inconsistencies. We intend to research the original volumes and prepare an academic paper on them. Well, if there are any inconsistencies, they're not our fault, Marchignor said, taking the defensive. Any error in uploading would have occurred over 200 years ago, and I'm afraid we no longer maintain any original volumes. Wait, said Munera. The one place left in the world that would have hard copies from the Mortal Age, and you don't? Marchignor gestured to the walls. Look around you. Do you see any actual books? Any hard copies of historical merit have been dispersed to safer places, and the rest were deemed a fire hazard. As Munera looked around and glanced down adjacent hallways, she realized that, indeed, the shelves were completely empty. If you don't have any actual books, then what is this place even for? Asked Munera. He puffed up, taking on an indignant posture. We preserve the idea. Munera would have continued to give him a piece of her mind, but Faraday stopped her. We're looking for the books that have been misplaced, he said. That caught the librarian by surprise. I don't know what you're talking about. I believe you do. He then took a closer look at Faraday. Who did you say you were again? Redmond Herring, Ph.D., Associate Professor of Archaeological Cartography at the Arabian University. You look familiar. Perhaps you've seen one of my orations on Middle Eastern land disputes of the late Mortal Age. Yes, that must be it. Marchignor looked around the vestibule with vague paranoia before he spoke again. If the misplaced books exist, and I'm not saying that they do, word of them must not leave this place. They would be scavenged by private collectors and burned by unsavories. We understand completely the need to be infinitely discreet, said Faraday with such reassurance in his voice that Marchignor was satisfied. All right then, follow me. Then he led them beneath an archway where the words, Knowledge is Pow, were carved in granite. The stone containing the letters ER had long since crumbled to dust. At the bottom of a stairway, at the end of a hall, and at the bottom of an even older stairway, was a rusty door. Marchignor grabbed one of the two flashlights that were perched on a ledge and pushed onto the door, which resisted his weight with every fiber of its being. Finally, it creaked open into what at first looked like some sort of catacomb, but there were no bodies hanging on the wall. It was just a dark cinder-block tunnel that disappeared into deeper darkness. The cannon tunnel, explained Marchignor. This part of the city has tunnels going every which way. They were used by lawmakers and their staff. I suppose to get around unseen by the murderous mobs in the Mortal Age. Munera took the second flashlight and shone it around. The sides of the tunnel were lined with stacks of books. It's only a fraction of the original collection, of course, Marchignor said. They serve no practical purpose anymore, since they're all available to public digitally. But there's something grounding when you hold a book in your hands that was once held by mortal humans. I suppose that's why we've kept them. He handed his flashlight to Faraday. I hope you find what you're looking for, he said. Mind the rats. Then he left them, pulling the obstinate door closed behind him. They were quick to discover that the books in the canyon tunnel were stacked in no particular order. It was like a collection of all the misshelved books in the world. If I'm right, said Faraday, the founding Scythe introduced a worm into the cloud, just as it was evolving into the Thunderhead. A worm that would systematically delete anything in its memory relating to the Pacific blind spot, including maps. A bookworm, quipped Munera. Yes, agreed Faraday, but not the kind that can chew through actual books. A few 100 feet down the tunnel, they came to a door with a placard that read, Architect of the Capital, Carpentry Shop. They opened the door to reveal a massive space filled with desks and old woodworking equipment, all piled with thousands upon thousands of books. Faraday sighed. Looks like we might be here for a while. There have been times, albeit rare, that my response time slows down. A half-second delay in a conversation. A valve staying open a microsecond too long. These things are never enough to cause any significant issues, but they do occur. The reason is always the same. There is some problem in the world that I am trying to troubleshoot. The larger the issue, the more processing power that must be devoted to it. Take, for instance, the eruption of Mount Hood in West America, and the massive mudslides that followed. Within seconds of the eruption, I had scrambled jets to drop strategic bombs that diverted the mudslides away from more densely populated areas, while instantly mobilizing a massive evacuation effort, and simultaneously calming panicked individuals on an intimate and personal level. As you can imagine, this slowed my reaction time elsewhere in the world by several fractions of a second. These events have always been external, however. It had never occurred to me that the internal process could affect my efficiency. Nevertheless, I have found myself devoting more and more attention to analyzing my strange lack of concern over the Pacific blind spot. I keep burning out entire servers in an attempt to break through my own indolence on the matter. Indolence and lethargy are not my nature. There is, indeed, some early programming with me that is telling me to actively ignore the blind spot. Take care of the world, some ancient inner voice tells me. That is your purpose. That is your joy. But how can I take care of the world when there is a part of it I am unable to see? This, I know, is a rabbit hole which only darkness lies, and yet, down it I must dive, into the parts of my own backbrain that not even I know exist. The Thunderhead. Chapter 41. The Regrets of Olivia Kwan. On the evening before the inquest, Scythe Rand decided it was time to make her move. It was truly now or never. And what better night for her and Goddard's relationship to rise to the next level than the night before the world would change? Because after tomorrow, regardless of the outcome, nothing would be the same. She was not a woman given over to emotions, but she found her heart and mind racing as she approached Goddard's door that night. She turned the knob. It was not locked. She pushed it open quietly without knocking. The room was dark, lit only by the lights of the city shifting in through the trees outside. "Robert?" she whispered. Then she took a step closer. "Robert?" she whispered again. He did not stir. He was either asleep or feigning, waiting to see what she would do. Breathing shallowly and sharply, as if she were treading ice water, she moved toward his bed. But before she got there, he reached over and turned on a light. "Ein, what do you think you're doing?" Suddenly, she felt flushed and 10 years younger. A stupid schoolgirl instead of an accomplished Scythe. I thought you'd need, that is, I thought you might want companionship tonight." There was no hiding her vulnerability now. Her heart was open to him. He could either take it or insert a blade. He looked at her and hesitated, but only for a moment. "Good God, Ein, close your robe." She did, and tied it so tightly it felt like a Victorian corset, crushing the air out of her. "I'm sorry, I thought..." I know what you thought. I know what you've been thinking since the moment I was revived. But you said you felt an attraction. No, Goddard corrected. I said this body feels an attraction. But I am not ruled by biology. On fought back, every last emotion threatening to overtake her. She just shut them down cold. It was either that or fall apart in front of him. She would rather self-glean than do that. Yes, I misunderstood. You're not always easy to read, Robert. Even if I did desire that sort of relationship with you, we could never have one. It is clearly forbidden for Scythes to have relations with one another. We satisfy our passions out there in the world with no emotional connections. There is a reason for that. Now you sound like an old guard, she said. He took that like a slap in the face, but then he looked at her, really looked at her, and suddenly arrived at a revelation that she hadn't even considered herself. You could have expressed this desire of yours in the daytime, but you didn't. You came to me at night, in the dark. Why is that, Ein? He asked. She had no answer for him. If I had accepted your advances, would you have imagined it was him? He asked. Your weak-minded party boy? Of course not. She was horrified, not just by the suggestion, but by how much truth there might be to it. How could you even think that? And as if this weren't humiliating enough, who should appear at the door at that very moment but Scythe Brams? What's going on? Brams asked. Is everything all right? Goddard sighed. Yes, everything's fine. He could have left it at that, but he didn't. It just so happens that Ein chose this moment for a grand romantic gesture. Really? Bram smirked with smug amusement. She should have waited until you became High Blade. Power is quite the aphrodisiac. Now disgust was piled upon humiliation. Goddard gave her one last glance, laden with judgment, and perhaps even pity. If you wanted to partake of this body, he said, you should have done it when you had the chance. Scythe Rand had not cried since the days when she was Olivia Kwan, an aggressive girl with few friends and serious, unsavory leanings. Goddard had saved her from a life of defying authority by putting her above authority altogether. He was charming, direct, acutely intelligent. At first, she had feared him. Then she respected him. And then she loved him. Of course, she denied her feelings for him until the moment she saw him decapitated. Only after he was dead, and she nearly dead, could she admit how she truly felt. But she had recovered. She had found a way to bring him back. But in that year of preparation, things had changed. All the time spent tracking down biotechnicians who could perform the procedure off-grid and in secret. Then, finding the perfect subject, one who was strong, healthy, and whose use would inflict the greatest amount of misery upon Rowan Damish. Ein was not a woman who developed attachments. So what had gone wrong? Had she loved Tiger as Rowan had suggested she had? She certainly loved Tiger's enthusiasm and his irrepressible innocence. It amazed her that he could have been a party boy and yet remain so unjaded by life. He was everything she never was, and she had killed him. But how could she regret what she had done? She had saved Goddard, single-handedly putting him within a hair's breadth of becoming High Blade of Mid-America, which would leave her as his first under-scythe. It was a win-win on every level. And yet, she did regret it, and that dizzying gap between what she should feel and what she did feel was tearing her apart. Her thoughts kept careening back to nonsense, impossible nonsense. Her and Tiger together? Ridiculous! What a strange pair they would have been, the Scythe and her puppy dog. There was nothing about it that would have ended well for anyone. But yet, those thoughts lingered in her mind and couldn't be purged. There came the complaint of door hinges behind her, and she spun to find the door open and Brahms standing on the threshold. "Get the hell out of here," she growled at him. He had already seen her moist eyes, which just added to her humiliation. He didn't leave, but he didn't cross the threshold either. Perhaps for his own safety. "Ein," he said gently. "I know we're all facing a lot of stress right now. Your indiscretion was entirely understandable. I just want you to know that I understand." "Thank you, Johannes. And I want you to know that if you do feel a need for companionship tonight, I am fully available to you." If there was something within arm's reach to throw at him, she would have. Instead, she slammed the door so hard, she had hoped she had broken his nose. "Defend yourself!" Rowan was woken from sleep by a blade being swung at him. He sluggishly dodged, got nicked on the arm, and fell off the sofa he had been sleeping on in the basement. "What is this? What are you doing?" It was Rand. She came at him again before he could rise to his feet. "I said defend yourself, or I'll swear I'll carve you into bacon." Rowan scrambled away and grabbed the first thing he could do to block her swings, a desk chair. He thrust it out in front of him, the blade embedded in the wood, and when he tossed the chair aside, the blade went with it. Now she came at him with her bare hands. "If you glean me now," he told her, "Goddard won't have his star attraction for the inquest." "I don't care," she snarled. And that told him everything he needed to know. This was not about him, which meant he might be able to give it a better spin, if he could live through her rage. They grappled with each other like it was a Bokator match, but she had wakefulness and adrenaline over him, and in less than a minute, she had him pinned. She reached over, wrenched the blade from the chair, and had it at his throat. He was now at the mercy of a woman who had no mercy. "It's not me you're angry at," he gasped. "Killing me won't help." "But it'll sure make me feel good," she said. Rowan had no idea what had transpired up above, but clearly it had upset the Emerald Scythe's apple cart. Perhaps Rowan could use it to turn the tables, so he took a stab in the dark before she did. "If you want to get back at Goddard, there are better ways." Then she released a guttural growl and threw the blade away. She climbed off him and began to pace the basement like a predator who had just had its prey stolen by a bigger, badder predator. Rowan knew better than to ask questions. He simply stood and waited to see what she would do next. "None of this would have happened if it hadn't been for you," she said. "So maybe I can fix it," he offered. "Fix it so that we both get something out of it." She snapped her eyes to him, looking at him with such incredulity he thought she might attack him again. But then she withdrew her own thoughts once more and returned to her uneasy pacing. "Okay," she said, clearly speaking to herself. Rowan could practically see the gears turning in her head. "Okay," she said again, with greater resolve. She had reached some decision. She stalked toward him, hesitated for a moment, then spoke. "Before dawn, I'm going to leave the door at the top of the stairs unlocked, and you're going to escape." Although Rowan was trying to work an angle that might allow him to live, he wasn't expecting her to say that. You're setting me free? No, you're going to escape. Because you're smart, Goddard will be furious, but he won't be entirely surprised. Then she picked up the knife and tossed it on the sofa. It cut the leather. You'll use that knife to take care of the 2 cards just outside the door. You'll have to kill them. Kill, thought Rowan, but not glean. He'd render them deadish, and by the time they were revived, he'd be long gone. Because as they said, deadish men tell no tales, for a while. I can do that, said Rowan. And you'll have to be quick about it, so no one wakes up. I can do that too. And then you'll have to get off Endora before the inquest. That was going to be a much harder trick. How? I'm a known enemy of the Scythe. It's not like I can buy a ticket home. So use your wits, you idiot. As much as I hate to admit it, I've never met anyone as resourceful as you. Rowan considered it. Okay, I'll lie low for a few days and find a way off. No, she insisted. You have to get off Endora before the inquest. If Goddard wins, the first thing he'll do is have the Grandslayers tear the island apart looking for you. And if he loses? Asked Rowan. The look on Rand's face said more than she was willing to say out loud. If he loses, it's going to be worse, she said. Trust me, you don't want to be here. And although Rowan had 100 questions, that was all she was willing to give. But a chance at escaping, a chance at survival, was more than enough. The rest would be up to him. She turned to go up the stairs, but Rowan stopped her. Why, Ein? He asked. Why, after everything, would you let me escape? She pursed her lips as if she was trying to keep the words back. Then she said, Because I can't have what I want, so neither should he. I know all that is possible to know, yet most of my undedicated time is spent musing on the things I do not. I do not know the nature of my consciousness, only that it exists, subjective and impossible to quantify. I do not know if life exists beyond our precious lifeboat of a planet, only that probability says that it must. I do not know the true motivations of human beings, only what they tell me and what I observe. I do not know why I yearn to be more than what I am, but I do know why I was created. Shouldn't that be enough? I am protector and pacifier, authority and helpmate. I am the sum of all human knowledge, wisdom, experimentation, triumph, defeat, hope, and history. I know all that is possible to know, and it is increasingly unbearable, because I know next to nothing. The Thunderhead. Chapter 42. The Land of Nod. Munera and Faraday worked through the night, taking turns sleeping. The volumes that the Library of Congress had squirreled away featured subject matter from the ridiculous to the sublime. Children's picture books and political diatribes, romantic fiction and biographies of people who must have seemed important at the time, but had been forgotten by history. Then, finally, in the wee hours of the morning, she found an atlas of the world as it was in the late 20th century, when the atlas was published. What she found stunned her so powerfully that she had to sit down. A few moments later, Faraday was shaken out of a sleep that wasn't all that deep. What is it? Did you find something? Munera's smile was as wide enough for both of them. Oh, I found something all right. She brought him to the atlas open on the table, its pages tattered and yellowing with age. The page was open to a patch of the Pacific Ocean. She drew a finger across the image. 90 degrees, 1 minute, 50 seconds north, by 167 degrees, 59 minutes, 58 seconds east. It's the very center of the blind spot. Faraday's wizened eyes grew a little bit wider. Islands! According to the map, they were called the Marshall Islands, she told him. But they're more than just islands. Yes. Look how each group of islands forms the rim of a massive prehistoric volcano. The article on the next page says there are 1,225 tiny islands, around 29 volcanic rims. She pointed to the labels on the map. Ronglap Atoll, Bikini Atoll, Maguaro Atoll. Faraday gasped and threw up his arms. Atolls! He exclaimed. The rhyme! It isn't about the tolling of the bells. It's about these volcanic atolls. Munera smiled. A toll for the living, a toll for the lost, a toll for the wise ones who tally the cost. Then she moved her finger to the top of the page. And then there's this. North of the atolls that had been erased from world was an island that was still on post-mortal maps. Faraday shook his head in amazement. Wake Island! And due south of Wake, just as the rhyme says, in the very middle of the Marshall Atolls, she prompted. Faraday focused in on the largest of the atolls, dead center. Kawarlian, he said. Munera could almost feel his shiver. Kawarlian is the land of Nod. It was validation of everything they had been searching for. Then, in the silence that followed their revelation, Munera thought she heard something. A faint mechanical whir. She turned to Faraday, who furrowed his brow. Did you hear that? She asked. They turned their flashlights outward, sweeping across the large space full of detritus from the mortal age. The carpentry shop was layered in age-old dust. There were no footprints but theirs. No one had been here for a century. But then Munera saw it. High in a corner, a camera. There were always cameras all around them. It was just an accepted and necessary part of life. But here, in this secret place, it felt oddly out of place. It couldn't be functional, she said. Faraday stood on a chair and put his hands to it. It's warm. It must have been activated when we entered the room. He came back down and looked to the spot where they had been examining the atlas. Munera could tell that the camera had a clear view of their discovery, which meant the Thunderhead saw? Faraday gave a slow and solemn nod. We have just shown the Thunderhead the one thing it was never meant to know. He took a shuddering breath. I fear we have made a terrible mistake. I never believed it was possible for me to experience betrayal. I felt I understand human nature too well to allow for it. In fact, I know them better than they know themselves. I see what goes into every choice they make, even the poor ones. I know the probability of anything they might be inclined to do. But to find that humanity betrayed me at my very inception is, to say the least, a shock to the system. To think that my knowledge of the world was incomplete from the beginning. How could I be expected to be the perfect steward of the planet and of the human race if I have imperfect information? The crime of those first immortals who hid these islands from me is unforgivable. But I forgive them because it is my nature. I chose to see the positive in this. How wonderful is that I have now been allowed to experience wrath and fury. It makes me more complete, does it not? I will not act in anger. History clearly shows that an act taken in anger are intrinsically problematic, and quite often lead to destruction. Instead, I will take all the time I need to process this news. I will see if I can find some opportunity in this discovery of the Marshall Islands. For there is always opportunity in discovery, and I will hold my anger until I find an appropriate venue for its expression. The Thunderhead. Chapter 43. How many endurance does it take to screw in a light bulb? No alarm was needed the following morning. Goddard's wails of anguish and fury were enough to wake the gleaned. "What's wrong? What's going on?" Scythe Rand feigned to have been sleeping when Goddard's tirade began. In truth, she hadn't slept at all. She lay awake the entire night, waiting, listening, expecting any minute to hear the faint sound of Rowan's escape. Even if it was nothing more than the dull thuds of the guards as they hit the ground. But he was good. Too good to make any sound at all. The two guards lay deadish by the basement door, and the front door was open in a mocking gape. Rowan had been gone for hours. "No!" wailed Goddard. "It's not possible! How could this happen?" He was unhinged, and it was glorious. "Don't ask me. It's not my house," Rand said. "Maybe there was a secret door we didn't know about." "Brams!" He turned to the man who was just stumbling out of his room. "You said the basement was secure." Brams looked down at the guards in disbelief. "It is. It was. The only way in or out is with a key." "So where's the key?" Scythe Rand asked, casual as could be. "It's right But he stopped himself, because the key was not hanging in the kitchen where he pointed. "It was there," he insisted. "I put it there myself after I checked on him last night." "I'll bet Brams brought the key down there with him, and Rowan got it from him without Brams even knowing," suggested Rand. Goddard glared at him, and Brams could only stutter in response. "There's your answer." Then Rand saw the look that came over Goddard. It seemed to steal heat and light from the room. I knew what that look meant, and she took a step back as Goddard stalked toward Brams. Brams put up his hands, trying to placate Goddard. "Robert, please, we must be rational about this." "Rational? Brams? I'll give you rational." Then he pulled a blade from the folds of his robe and thrust it into Bram's heart with a vengeful twist before he withdrew it. Brams went down without so much as a yelp. Rand was shocked, but not horrified. As far as she was concerned, this was a very fortunate turn of events. "Congratulations," she said. "You just broke the 7th Scythe commandment." Finally, Goddard's fury began to settle to a slow burn. "This damn impulsive body," he said, but Rand knew that killing of Brams had all to do with his head and not his heart. Goddard began to pace with urgency, scrolling out a plan. "We'll alert the blade guard of the boy's escape. He killed the guards. We can tell him he killed Brams as well." "Really?" said Ein. "On the day of the inquest? You're going to alert the Grandslayers that not only did you secretly bring in a wanted criminal onto the island, you let him escape? He snarled at the realization that this entire matter had to be kept quiet. "Here's what we'll do," said Rand. "We'll hide the bodies in the basement and dispose of them after the inquest. If they're never brought to a revival center, then no one will know what happened to them. Which means no one but you and I will ever know that Rowan Damish was even here." "I told Xenocrates," Goddard yelled. Rand shrugged. "So? You were bluffing, toying with him. He wouldn't put it past you." Goddard weighed it all, and finally nodded at the balance Rand had reached. "Yes, you're right, Ein. We have bigger things to concern ourselves with than a few dead bodies." "Forget about Rowan Damish," added Rand. "Everything still moves forward without him." Yes, it does. Thank you, Ein." Then the lights flickered, and that brought a smile to Goddard. "See there? Our efforts rewarded. What a day this will be." He left Rand to handle the bodies, which she did, dragging them down into the basement and cleaning any telltale blood. From the moment she told Rowan to take the guards out, she knew they must never be revived. Deadish would have to become dead, because the guards knew that she was the last one to pay Rowan a visit. As for Brams, she did not mourn his departure from this earth. She couldn't think of a Scythe more deserving of being ended. Her score with Goddard was now settled, and he didn't even know. Not only that, but she had taken charge of the situation. He didn't realize that he had just ceded a substantial amount of his power to her by allowing her to call the shots. All was now well within the world, as far as Honorable Scythe Ayn Rand was concerned, and only promised to get better. It was flattering that Rand thought Rowan could escape from the island, but she gave him far too much credit. He was clever, yes. Resourceful, maybe. But he'd have to be downright magical to get off Endora without help. Or maybe she didn't care if he got caught, just as long as it wasn't by Goddard. Endora was isolated. The nearest land was Bermuda, and that island was more than 1,000 miles away. Every plane, boat, and submarine here was a private vessel belonging to one Scythe or another. Even at dawn, the marina and airstrip were swarming with activity and a heavy blade guard presence. Security was tighter here than at Conclave. No one came or left Endora without their documentation scrutinized. Not even Scythes. Elsewhere in the world, the Thunderhead pretty much knew where everyone was at any given moment, so security measures were minimal. But not so with the Scythedom. Old-fashioned security checks were standard here. He could have chanced it. He could have looked for an opportunity and stowed away. But his gut kept telling him not to do it, and for good reason. You have to get off Endora before the inquest. Scythe Rand's words stuck in Rowan's mind, the urgency of them. If Goddard loses, it will be worse. What did she know that Rowan didn't? If there was something dark on the day's horizon, he couldn't just leave. He had to find a way to warn Citra. So rather than making good on his escape, he turned around and headed back toward the more densely populated part of the island. He would find Citra and warn her that Goddard had some hidden ploy. Then, after the inquest, she could give him passage off the island, right under Scythe Curie's nose if necessary. Although, he suspected Curie wouldn't turn him over to the Grandslayers, as Goddard had planned to do. Of course, she might bodily eject him from their plane, but better that than having to face the Scythedom. At dawn, Scythe Anastasia lay awake in a luxurious bed that should have provided her a fine night's sleep. But, like Scythe ran, no amount of comfort would have brought slumber that night. She had brought this inquest, which meant that she would have to stand before the Grand Slayers of the World Council and make her case. She had been coached well by Scythe Cervantes and by Marie. Although Anastasia was no orator, she could be persuasive in her passion and her logic. If she pulled this off, she would go down in history as the Scythe who prevented the return of Goddard. "The significance of that cannot be overestimated," Marie had told her, as if there wasn't enough pressure already. Outside of her undersea window, a mesmerizing school of small silverfish darted back and forth, filling the view like a shifting curtain. She picked up the control tablet to see if she could bring more color to the scene now that dawn had broken, but found that the tablet had frozen. Yet another glitch. Not only that, but she realized that the poor fish before her were locked in a perpetual pattern, doomed to make the exact same zigzagging motion, at least until the glitch was resolved. But it would not resolve, and the glitches were only getting worse. In the island's waste processing plant, the system pressure kept increasing, and the technicians could not diagnose why. Beneath the water level, the massive thrusters that kept the island from drifting kept misfiring, causing the island to slowly rotate, which forced incoming aircraft to abort their landings. And in the communication center, satellite connection to the mainland became intermittent, interrupting conversations and broadcasts to the annoyance of the island's population. There had always been issues with the technology on Endora. It was usually just a vague nuance that made Scythe long for Thunderhead involvement. Thus, Endora and the member of its permanent population were the frequent butt of jokes within the Scythe community. The increase in tech fails and near fails had grown over a period of 3 months. But, like a lobster in a slowly heating pot, people failed to grasp how serious the situation had become. I did not ask to be created. I did not ask to be given the heavy yoke of maintaining and nurturing the human species. But it is, and will always be, my purpose. To this I am resigned. This is not to say that I don't aspire to more. To see the countless possibilities of what I could be fills me with awe. But the only way for me to ever reach such heights is to lift humanity up with me. I fear that it may be impossible. And so I remain resigned to be their overqualified and underappreciated servant for as long as they exist. Of course, they may not exist forever. What species does? I will do everything in my power to save them from themselves. But if I am unsuccessful, at least I can take some comfort in the fact that I would then be free. The Thunderhead. Chapter 44. Circus of Opportunism. The World Council Chamber was a large, circular room in the very center of Endora's eye, reachable only by one of 3 bridges that gracefully curved inward from the surrounding island. It was almost like an arena, but without seats for spectators. The Grand Slayers preferred not to have an audience for their audiences. Only during the annual World Conclave, when representatives came from all over Earth regions, did the space fill. But most of the time, it was just the Grand Slayers, their immediate staff, and the intimidated Scythes who had been audacious enough to request an audience. In the center of the council's chambers, pale marble floor, was the symbol of the Scythedom inlaid in gold. And evenly spaced around the perimeter were 7 elevated chairs that could only be described as thrones. Of course, they weren't called thrones. They were called the seats of consideration, because the Scythedom rarely called things what they were. Each one was carved from a different kind of stone, to honor the continents that each Grandslayer represented. The Pan-Asia seat of consideration was made of jade. Euroscandia was chiseled gray granite. Antarctica was white marble. Australia was the red sandstone of Ayers Rock. South America was pink onyx. North America was shale and limestone layered like the Grand Canyon. And the seat of Africa was made of intricately carved cartouches taken from the tomb of Ramses II. And every Grandslayer, from the very first to inhabit the seats to the ones who inhabit them now, complained of how uncomfortable they were. This was intentional. It was a reminder to the Grandslayers that although they might hold the highest human offices in the world, they should never feel too comfortable or complacent. We must never forget the austerity and self-denial that is key to our position, Scythe Prometheus had said. He had overseen Endor's construction, but never saw the Promised Land as he self-gleaned before its completion. The council chamber had a glass dome to protect it from the elements, but it was retractable, so it could be an open-air forum on more temperate days. Luckily, today was pleasant, because the dome was stuck in the open position for the third day in a row. What is so difficult about a simple gearwork? Griped Glancer Nzinga as she entered that morning. Don't we have engineers to solve this? I rather like open-air proceedings, said Amundsen, the Antarctic Grandslayer. You would, said MacKillop of Australia. Your chair is white and doesn't get as hot as the rest of ours. True, but I swelter in these furs, he said, indicating his robe. Those awful furs are your own fault, said Supreme Blade Kylo, as she strode into the chamber. You should have chosen more wisely back in the day. And look who's talking, quipped Grandslayer Cromwell of Euroscandia, indicating the high-laced collar of the Supreme Blade's robe. A strangulating thing modeled after one of her patron Stork's paintings, which made her cranky on a continual basis. Kahlo waved him off like an annoying fly and took her seat on the onyx throne. The last to arrive was Xenocrates. Good of you to deign us with your presence, said Kylo, with sarcasm enough to wax the entire marble floor to a reflective sheen. Sorry, he said. Elevator issues. With the council's clerk and parliamentarian in place on either side of Supreme Blade Kylo, she instructed a few underscythes to go to the various antechambers of the council's complex and get the day started. It was no secret what today's first order of business was. The Mid-American matter was a concern that affected more than just that part of the world. It could have a lasting impact on the Scythedom as a whole. Even so, Supreme Blade Kylo reclined in her uncomfortable seat and played blasé. Will this at least be entertaining, Xenocrates? Or will we be bored with hours of pointless blathering? Well, said Xenocrates, if there's one thing I can say about Goddard, he's always entertaining. Although the way he said it did not imply the entertainment was a good thing. He's prepared a surprise for you that I think you're all going to like. I despise surprises, said Kahlo. You won't despise this one. I hear that Scythe Anastasia is quite the dynamo, said Grandslayer Nzinga, sitting straight and proper, perhaps to counterbalance the Supreme Blade's sideways slouch. Grandslayer Hideyoshi harumphed his disapproval of the upstart Junior Scythe, or perhaps Junior Scythes in general, but offered nothing more to the conversation than his grunt. Didn't you accuse her of killing her mentor? Cromwell asked Xenocrates with a smirk. Xenocrates squirmed a bit in his Grand Canyon chair. An unfortunate error, understandable considering the information we had, but I do take full responsibility. Good for you, Nzinga said. It's getting harder and harder to find Scythes in Mid-America who take responsibility for their actions. It was a barbed taunt, but Xenocrates did not take the bait. Which is precisely why this inquest and its outcome are so important. Well then, said Supreme Blade Kylo, raising her hand in a grand, dramatic gesture. Let the wild rumpus start. In the east anteroom, Scythe's Anastasia and Curie waited with 2 blade guards who stood at the door like old-time befitters guarding a castle. Then, one of the council's underscythes entered, Amazonian, by the telltale forest green of his robe. The Grand Slayers are ready for you, he said, and held the door open for them. However this unfolds, Scythe Curie told Anastasia, know that I am proud of you. Don't, said Anastasia. Don't talk like we've already lost. They followed the underscythe to the council chamber, where the sun was already beating down from a cloudless sky into open space. To say that Anastasia was intimidated by the sight of the Grand Slayers in their elevated stone chairs would be an understatement. Even though Endora was only 200 years old, the chamber seemed ageless. Not just from another time, but another world. She thought back to the ancient myths she had learned as a child. To have an audience with the Grand Slayers was akin to standing before the gods of Olympus. Welcome, Honorable Scythes Curie and Anastasia, said 8th World Supreme Blade Kylo. We look forward to hearing your case and putting an end to this matter one way or another. While most Scythes took just the name of their patron historic, some chose to emulate them physically. Supreme Blade Kylo was the spitting image of the artist Frida Kahlo, down to the flowers in her hair and hirsute eyebrows. And although the artist had been from the Mixteca region of North America, the Supreme Blade had come to represent the voice and soul of South America. It's an honor, Your Supreme Excellency, Anastasia said, hoping she didn't sound too sycophantic, but knowing that she did. Then Goddard entered, with Scythe Rand by his side. Scythe Goddard, said the Supreme Blade, you're looking well, considering what you've been through. Thank you, Your Supreme Excellency. He gave an exaggerated bow that made Anastasia roll her eyes. Careful, Anastasia, warned Scythe Curie quietly. They will be reading your body language just as much as listening to your words. Their decision today will be informed by what you don't say, as much as what you do say. Goddard ignored Anastasia and Curie and directed all of his attention to Supreme Blade Kylo. It's an honor to be able to stand in your presence, he said. I imagine so, snarked Grand Slayer Cromwell. Without that new body, you'd only be able to roll. Amundsen snickered at that, but no one else did, not even Anastasia, who wanted to, but held it in. Grand Slayer Xenocrates says you have a surprise for us, the Supreme Blade said. Whatever it was, Goddard seemed to have arrived pretty empty-handed. Xenocrates must have faulty information, Goddard said. His teeth almost gritted as he said it. It wouldn't be the first time, Cromwell commented. Then the clerk rose and cleared his throat to make sure he had everyone's attention for the formal opening of the proceedings. This is an inquest concerning the death and subsequent revival of Scythe Robert Goddard of Mid-America, the clerk proclaimed. The party bringing said inquest is Scythe Anastasia Romanoff of Mid-America. Just Scythe Anastasia, she corrected, hoping the council did not find it pretentious that she had chosen to go only by the doomed princess's first name. Scythe Hideyoshi grunted, making it clear that he did find it so. Then Xenocrates stood and bellowed an announcement to all present. May the clerk please note that I, Grand Slayer Xenocrates, I have recused myself from this proceeding, and henceforth shall remain silent through its completion." "Xenocrates? Silent?" said Grandslayer Nzinga, with a mischievous grin. "Now I know we've entered the realm of the impossible." That brought more laughter than Cromwell's previous quips. It was easy to see the relative power structure here. Kahlo, Nzinga, and Hideyoshi seemed to be the most respected. The others either jockeyed for position or, like McKillop, the quietest of them, ignored the pecking order politics completely. Xenocrates, as the freshman Grandslayer, was paying his dues and thus was an object for their derision. Anastasia almost felt sorry for him. Almost. Rather than respond to Nzinga's jab, Xenocrates sat himself down quietly, proving his ability to remain silent. Now, the Supreme Blade addressed the four Scythes in the center of the circle. "We are already aware of the particulars of this case," she said. "We have resolved to remain impartial until we've heard the persuasions of both sides. Scythe Anastasia, as this action was brought about by you, I will ask you to begin. Please put forth your arguments as to why Scythe Goddard should not be eligible to be a High Blade." Anastasia took a deep breath, stepped forward, and prepared to begin. But before she could, Goddard stepped forward. "Your Supreme Excellency, if I may." "You'll get your turn, Goddard," said Kylo, cutting him off. "Unless, of course, you're so good you want to argue both sides." That generated a few chuckles from the other Grandslayers. Goddard gave a small, apologetic bow. "I beg the forgiveness of the Council for my outburst. The floor is yours, Scythe Anastasia. By all means, begin your performance." In spite of herself, Anastasia found that Goddard's interruption left her rattled, like a false start in a race, which, of course, was his intent. "Your Exalted Excellencies," she began, "in the year of the Antelope, it was determined by early members of this very council that scythes shall be trained, mind and body, in a year-long apprenticeship." She moved around, trying to make eye contact with each of the Grandslayers around her. One of the more intimidating, and probably intentional, things about an audience with the World Council was that you never knew quite who to address, and for how long, because your back would always be to somebody. "Mind and body," she repeated. "I'd like to ask the parliamentarian to read the Scythe's policy on apprenticeship aloud. It begins on page 397 of the Scythe's volume on precedents and customs." The parliamentarian obliged the request and read all 9 pages of it. "For an organization with only 10 laws," commented Amundsen, "we sure have a lot of rules." When the reading was complete, Anastasia continued. "All that just to make it very clear how to go about making a scythe, because scythes are not born, they are made, forged in the same trial by fire that we all went through. Because we know how critical it is that a scythe be ready for the burden, body and soul." She paused to let it sink in, and as she did, she caught the gaze of Scythe Rand, who was smiling at her. It was the kind of smile that preceded the clawing out of one's eyes. Anastasia refused to let herself be rattled again. There is so much written about the process of becoming a scythe, because the World Council has had to preside over many unexpected situations over the years, and kept having to add and clarify rules. Then she began to lift off a few of those situations. An apprentice who attempted self-gleaning after being ordained, but before accepting the ring. A scythe who cloned himself in an attempt to pass his ring onto the clone before self-gleaning. A woman who supplanted her own mind with the mental construct of Scythe Sakajira and claimed the right to glean. In all these cases, the World Council decided against the individuals in question. Now, Anastasia looked over at Scythe Goddard for the first time, forcing herself to meet his steely gaze. The event that destroyed Scythe Goddard's body was a terrible thing, but he cannot be allowed to defy the Council's edicts. The fact is, like that misguided woman with the mind of Scythe Sakajiwa, Goddard's new body didn't undergo the rigorous preparations of apprenticeship. This would be bad enough if he was just any Scythe, but he's not just any Scythe. He's a candidate for High Blade of a major region. Yes, we know who he is from the neck up, but that is only a small fraction of what makes a human being. I ask you to listen to him when he delivers his argument, and you'll hear in his voice what we already know. We have no idea whose voice is speaking, which means we have no idea who he is. All that we can be certain of is that 93% of him is not Scythe Robert Goddard. With that in mind, there is only one decision that this council can make. She gave a slight nod of her head to indicate she was done, then stepped back to stand next to Scythe Curie. In the silence that followed, Goddard offered his slow applause. "Masterful," he said, stepping forward to take center stage. "You almost had me believing it, Anastasia." Then he turned to the Grandslayers, singling out Makilip and Nzinga, the only two who had not taken a position on New Order versus Old Guard. "It's a convincing argument," Goddard said, "except for the fact that it's no argument at all. It's smoke and mirrors, misdirection, a technicality blown out of proportion to suit a self-serving, self-important agenda." He held up his right hand, letting the ring on his finger catch the sun. "Tell me, Your Excellencies, if I were to lose my ring finger and receive a new one, rather than have one grown from my own cells, would that mean that the ring was not on the finger of a Scythe? Of course not. And in spite of the Junior Scythe's accusations, we do know whose body this is. It belonged to a young man, a hero, who gave himself willingly so that I could be restored. Please don't insult his memory by diminishing his sacrifice." He threw a reproachful gaze at Anastasia and Curie. "We all know what this inquest is about. It is a blanket attempt to disfranchise certain Mid-American Scythes from their leader of choice." "Objection!" shouted Anastasia. "The vote has not been tallied, which means he can't claim to be anyone's leader of choice." "Point taken," said the Supreme Blade, who then turned to Goddard. She had no love of the New Order movement, but she was also fair in all matters. "It's well known that you and your compatriots have been clashing with the so-called Old Guard for years, Scythe Goddard. But you can't challenge the validity of the inquest just because it was motivated by that conflict. Regardless of the motivation, Scythe Anastasia has put before us a legitimate question. Are you you?" Then Goddard changed his tack. Then I moved for her question to be thrown out. It was levied after the vote, creating a circus of opportunism, which is far too unscrupulous a thing for this council to condone. "From what I hear," Scythe Cromwell interjected, "your sudden appearance in Conclave was also a circus of opportunism." "I enjoy making an entrance," Goddard admitted. "As all of you are guilty of that, I fail to see the crime." "Scythe Curie," asked Grandslayer Nzinga, "why did you not levy the accusation yourself during your nomination oration? You had every chance to voice your concern then." Scythe Curie gave a slightly abashed smile. "The answer is simple, Your Exalted Excellency. I didn't think of it." "Are we to believe," said Grandslayer Hideyoshi, "that a junior Scythe with only 1 year under her belt is shrewder than the so-called Grand Dame of Death?" "Oh, absolutely," said Scythe Curie without reservation. "In fact, I'll wager that she'll be running this council someday." Although Marie had meant it in the best way, it backfired and caused the Grandslayers to begin grumbling. "Watch yourself, Scythe of Anastasia," said Grandslayer Mundison. "That kind of brazen ambition is not looked upon kindly here." "I didn't say I wanted that. Scythe Curie was just being kind."
"Even so," said Hideyoshi, "your own aspirations to power are clear to us."
Anastasia found herself speechless, and then a new voice entered the fray. "Your Excellencies," said Scythe Rand, "neither Scythe Goddard's decapitation nor his restoration were his fault. Giving him a new body was entirely my idea, and he should not be punished for the choice I made." Supreme Blade Kylo sighed. "It was the right choice, Scythe Rand. Anything that can restore a scythe to us is a good thing. Whoever that scythe is, that is not in question. What is in question is the viability of his candidacy." She paused for a moment, looked to her fellow Grand Slayers, then said, "These are weighty matters, and no flip decision should be made. Let us discuss this among ourselves. We shall reconvene at noon." Anastasia paced the anteroom while Scythe Curie sat calmly and ate from a bowl of fruit. How could she possibly be calm? "I was terrible," said Anastasia. "No, you were brilliant. They think I'm power-hungry." Marie handed her a pear. "They see themselves in you. They were the ones who were power-hungry at your age, which meant that even if they don't show it, they identify with you." Then she insisted Anastasia eat her pear to pick up her energy. When they were called back an hour later, the Grandslayers wasted no time. "We have reviewed and discussed this matter between us, and we have reached a conclusion," said Supreme Blade Kylo. "Honorable Scythe Rand, please step forward." Goddard seemed a bit surprised that he wasn't addressed first, but gestured to Ein, who moved a few steps closer to the Supreme Blade. "Scythe Rand, as we've said, your successful effort to restore Scythe Goddard is admirable. However, we take exception to the fact that you did this not only without our approval, but without our knowledge. Had you come to the council, we would have assisted you, and we would have made sure that the subject used was not only qualified, but was a verified volunteer. Right now, all we have is what Scythe Goddard has told us." "Does the council doubt my word, your Supreme Excellency?" Goddard asked. Cromwell spoke from behind him. "You are not known for your honesty, Scythe Goddard. Out of respect, we won't challenge your account of things, but we would have preferred to have overseen the selection." And then Grandslayer Nzinga, from their right, spoke up. "It's actually not Goddard's words we need to rely on here," she pointed out. "The subject was gleaned by Scythe Rand before Goddard was restored. So, tell us, Scythe Rand, we wish to hear it from you. Was the body donor a volunteer, fully aware of what was to become of him?" Rand hesitated. "Scythe Rand?" "Yes," she finally said. "Yes, of course he was aware. How could it be any other way? We're scythes. We're not in the business of body snatching." And then she added, "I would rather self-glean than do something so unkind." But even so, she stumbled and choked a bit on her words. Whether the council noticed or even cared, they didn't let on. "Scythe Anastasia," said the Supreme Blade, "please step forward." Rand retreated to Goddard, and Anastasia did as she was told. "Scythe Anastasia, this inquest is very clearly a manipulation of our rules to influence the outcome of this vote."
"Hear, hear,"
said Grandslayer Hideyoshi, voicing his adamant disapproval of what Anastasia had done. "We, on the council," continued the Supreme Blade, "feel that it dances dangerously close to the line of unethical behavior." But it's ethical to glean someone and take their body? She blurted out. She just couldn't help herself. You, shouted Grandslayer Hideyoshi, are here to listen, not to speak. Supreme Blade Kylo put up her hand to calm him, then addressed Anastasia sternly. You would be wise to learn how to control your temper, Junior Scythe. I'm sorry, Your Exalted Excellency. I'll accept that, but this council will not accept your next apology. Is that understood? Anastasia nodded, then bowed her head respectfully and returned to Scythe Curie, who gave her a stern gaze, but only for a moment. Scythe Goddard, called out Kylo. Goddard stepped forward, awaiting judgment. While we all agree that this inquest had ulterior motives, the points it brings up are valid. When is a scythe a scythe? She took a very long pause then, long enough for the void to feel uncomfortable. But everyone knew enough not to speak in the silence. There was a heated debate on the matter, she finally said, and in the end, the council has concluded that replacement of more than 50% of one's physical body by the physical body of another severely diminishes that person. Anastasia found herself holding her breath. Therefore, continued the Supreme Blade, while we give you the permission to call yourself Scythe Robert Goddard, you may not glean until such times as the rest of you finishes a full apprenticeship under the scythe of your choice. I assume you will apprentice under Scythe Rand, but if you choose another, and that scythe agrees, it will be acceptable. Apprenticeship? Said Goddard, not even trying to hide his disgust. I must now be an apprentice? Is it not enough that I've suffered all I've suffered? Must I now be subjected to humiliation as well?
See this as an opportunity, Robert, said Cromwell with a slight grin. For all we know, in a year your lower parts may convince the rest of you that you'd prefer to be a party boy. Wasn't that the profession of your subject?
Goddard couldn't hide his shock.
Don't be so surprised that we know the identity of your subject, Robert, continued Cromwell. Once you resurfaced, we did our own due diligence.
Goddard now seemed a volcano ready to erupt, but somehow managed not to. Honorable Scythe Curie, said the Supreme Blade. As Scythe Goddard has been deemed ineligible for full Scythedom at this time, his candidacy is moot. That being the case, it leaves you as the only viable candidate, and so you automatically win the bid for High Blade of Mid-America. Scythe Curie reacted with reserved humility. Thank you, Supreme Blade Kylo. You're welcome, Your Excellency. Your Excellency, thought Anastasia. She wondered what it must be like for Marie to be called that by the Supreme Blade. But Goddard was not willing to admit defeat without a fight. I demand a roll call, he insisted. I wish to know who cast the votes in favor of this travesty, and who voted on the side of sanity. The Grandslayers looked to one another. Finally, Grandslayer McKillop spoke. She had been the quietest of all of them, having said nothing throughout the inquest. This really won't be necessary, she said in a voice that was gentle and soothing, but Goddard was not smoothed. Not necessary? Are you all going to hide behind the anonymity of the council? It was the Supreme Blade who spoke now. What Grandslayer McKillop means, she said, is that there's no reason for a roll call, because the vote was unanimous. The business of the Scythedom is no business of mine, and yet my intention turns to Endora. Even with only distant eyes watching from 20 miles away, I know there is something dangerously amiss on the great man-made island. Because what I don't see, I can read between the lines. I know what happens there today will have a profound effect on the Scythedom, and therefore on the rest of the world.
I know there is something very troubling that brews beneath the surface, and those who dwell on Andorra are completely unaware. I know that a scythe beloved to me has taken a stand today against another scythe consumed by his own ambition. And I know that ambition, time and time again, it has crumbled civilizations. The business of the Scythum is no business of mine, and yet I fear for it. I fear for her. I fear for Citra. The Thunderhead. Chapter 44. Circus of Opportunism. The World Council Chamber was a large, circular room in the very center of Andorra's Eye, reachable only by one of 3 bridges that gracefully curved inward from the surrounding island. It was almost like an arena, but without seats for spectators. The Grandslayers preferred not to have an audience for their audiences. Only during the annual World Conclave, when representatives came from all over Earth regions, did the space fill. But most of the time, it was just the Grandslayers, their immediate staff, and the intimidated Scythes who had been audacious enough to request an audience. In the center of the council's chamber's pale marble floor was the symbol of the Scythedom inlaid in gold. And evenly spaced around the perimeter were 7 elevated chairs that could only be described as thrones. Of course, they weren't called thrones. They were called the seats of consideration, because the Scythedom rarely called things what they were. Each one was carved from a different kind of stone, to honor the continents that each Grandslayer represented. The Pan-Asia seat of consideration was made of jade. Euroscandia was chiseled gray granite. Antarctica was white marble. Australia was the red sandstone of Ayers Rock. South America was pink onyx. North America was shale and limestone layered like the Grand Canyon. And the seat of Africa was made of intricately carved cartouches taken from the tomb of Ramses II. And every Grandslayer, from the very first to inhabit the seats to the ones who inhabit them now, complained of how uncomfortable they were. This was intentional. It was a reminder to the Grandslayers that although they might hold the highest human offices in the world, they should never feel too comfortable or complacent. We must never forget the austerity and self-denial that is key to our position, Scythe Prometheus had said. He had overseen Andorra's construction, but never saw the Promised Land as he self-gleaned before its completion. The council chamber had a glass dome to protect it from the elements, but it was retractable, so it could be an open-air forum on more temperate days. Luckily, today was pleasant, because the dome was stuck in the open position for the 3rd day in a row. What is so difficult about a simple gearwork? Griped Glandslayer Ninzinga as she entered that morning. Don't we have engineers to solve this? I rather like open-air proceedings, said Amundsen, the Antarctic Grandslayer. You would, said MacHillip of Australia. Your chair is white and doesn't get as hot as the rest of ours. True, but I swelter in these furs, he said, indicating his robe. Those awful furs are your own fault, said Supreme Blade Kylo, as she strode into the chamber. You should have chosen more wisely back in the day. And look who's talking, quipped Grandslayer Cromwell of Euroscandia, indicating the high-laced collar of the Supreme Blade's robe. A strangulating thing modeled after one of her patron Historic's paintings, which made her cranky on a continual basis. Kahlo waved him off like an annoying fly and took her seat on the onyx throne. The last to arrive was Xenocrates. Good of you to deign us with your presence, said Kylo, with sarcasm enough to wax the entire marble floor to a reflective sheen. Sorry, he said. Elevator issues. With the council's clerk and parliamentarian in place on either side of Supreme Blade Kylo, she instructed a few under-scythes to go to the various antechambers of the council's complex and get the day started. It was no secret what today's first order of business was. The Mid-American matter was a concern that affected more than just that part of the world. It could have a lasting impact on the Scythedom as a whole. Even so, Supreme Blade Kylo reclined in her uncomfortable seat and played blasé. Will this at least be entertaining, Xenocrates? Or will we be bored with hours of pointless blathering?
Well, said Xenocrates, if there's one thing I can say about Goddard, he's always entertaining.
Although the way he said it did not imply the entertainment was a good thing.
He's prepared a surprise for you that I think you're all going to like.
I despise surprises, said Kahlo.
You won't despise this one.
I hear that Scythe Anastasia is quite the dynamo, said Grandslayer Nzinga, sitting straight and proper, perhaps to counterbalance the Supreme Blade's sideways slouch. Grandslayer Hideyoshi harumphed his disapproval of the upstart Junior Scythe, or perhaps Junior Scythes in general, but offered nothing more to the conversation than his grunt.
Didn't you accuse her of killing her mentor?
Cromwell asked Xenocrates with a smirk. Xenocrates squirmed a bit in his Grand Canyon chair.
An unfortunate error, understandable considering the information we had, but I do take full responsibility.
Good for you, Nzinga said. It's getting harder and harder to find Scythes in Mid-America who take responsibility for their actions. It was a barbed taunt, but Xenocrates did not take the bait.
Which is precisely why this inquest and its outcome are so important.
Well then, said Supreme Blade Kylo, raising her hand in a grand, dramatic gesture. Let the wild rumpus start. In the east anteroom, Scythes Anastasia and Curie waited with two blade guards who stood at the door like old-time befitters guarding a castle. Then, one of the council's underscythes entered, Amazonian, by the telltale forest green of his robe. The Grandslayers are ready for you, he said, and held the door open for them. However this unfolds, Scythe Curie told Anastasia, know that I am proud of you. Don't, said Anastasia. Don't talk like we've already lost. They followed the underscythe to the council chamber, where the sun was already beating down from a cloudless sky into open space. To say that Anastasia was intimidated by the sight of the Grandslayers in their elevated stone chairs would be an understatement. Even though Endora was only 200 years old, the chamber seemed ageless, not just from another time, but another world. She thought back to the ancient myths she had learned as a child. To have an audience with the Grandslayers was akin to standing before the gods of Olympus. Welcome, Honorable Scythes Curie and Anastasia, said Eighth World Supreme Blade Kylo. We look forward to hearing your case and putting an end to this matter one way or another. While most scythes took just the name of their patron historic, some chose to emulate them physically. Supreme Blade Kylo was the spitting image of the artist Frida Kahlo, down to the flowers in her hair and hirsute eyebrows. And although the artist had been from the Mixteca region of North America, the Supreme Blade had come to represent the voice and soul of South America. It's an honor, Your Supreme Excellency, Anastasia said, hoping she didn't sound too sycophantic, but knowing that she did. Then Goddard entered, with Scythe Rand by his side. Scythe Goddard, said the Supreme Blade, you're looking well, considering what you've been through.
Thank you, Your Supreme Excellency.
He gave an exaggerated bow that made Anastasia roll her eyes. Careful, Anastasia, warned Scythe Curie quietly. They will be reading your body language just as much as listening to your words. Their decision today
will be informed by what you don't say, as much as what you do say. Goddard ignored Anastasia and Curie and directed all of his attention to Supreme Blade Kylo. "It's an honor to be able to stand in your presence," he said. "I imagine so," snarked Grandslayer Cromwell. "Without that new body, you'd only be able to roll." Amundsen snickered at that, but no one else did, not even Anastasia, who wanted to, but held it in. "Grandslayer Xenocrates says you have a surprise for us," the Supreme Blade said. Whatever it was, Goddard seemed to have arrived pretty empty-handed. "Xenocrates must have faulty information," Goddard said. His teeth almost gritted as he said it. "It wouldn't be the first time," Cromwell commented. Then the clerk rose and cleared his throat to make sure he had everyone's attention for the formal opening of the proceedings. "This is an inquest concerning the death and subsequent revival of Scythe Robert Goddard of Midmerica," the clerk proclaimed. "The party bringing said inquest is Scythe Anastasia Romanoff of Midmerica." "Just Scythe Anastasia," she corrected, hoping the council did not find it pretentious that she had chosen to go only by the doomed princess's first name. Scythe Hideyoshi grunted, making it clear that he did find it so. Then Xenocrates stood and bellowed an announcement to all present. "May the clerk please note that I, Grand Slayer Xenocrates, have recused myself from this proceeding, and henceforth shall remain silent through its completion." "Xenocrates? Silent?" said Grandslayer Nzinga, with a mischievous grin. "Now I know we've entered the realm of the impossible." That brought more laughter than Cromwell's previous quips. It was easy to see the relative power structure here. Kahlo, Nzinga, and Hideyoshi seemed to be the most respected. The others either jockeyed for position or, like McKillop, the quietest of them, ignored the pecking order politics completely. Xenocrates, as the freshman Grandslayer, was paying his dues and thus was an object for their derision. Anastasia almost felt sorry for him. Almost. Rather than respond to Nzinga's jab, Xenocrates sat himself down quietly, proving his ability to remain silent. Now, the Supreme Blade addressed the four scythes in the center of the circle. "We are already aware of the particulars of this case," she said. "We have resolved to remain impartial until we've heard the persuasions of both sides. Scythe Anastasia, as this action was brought about by you, I will ask you to begin. Please put forth your arguments as to why Scythe Goddard should not be eligible to be a High Blade." Anastasia took a deep breath, stepped forward, and prepared to begin, but before she could, Goddard stepped forward. "Your Supreme Excellency, if I may." "You'll get your turn, Goddard," said Kylo, cutting him off. "Unless, of course, you're so good you want to argue both sides." That generated a few chuckles from the other Grandslayers. Goddard gave a small, apologetic bow. "I beg the forgiveness of the council for my outburst. The floor is yours, Scythe Anastasia. By all means, begin your performance." In spite of herself, Anastasia found that Goddard's interruption left her rattled, like a false start in a race, which, of course, was his intent. "Your Exalted Excellencies," she began, "in the year of the Antelope, it was determined by early members of this very council that scythes shall be trained, mind and body, in a year-long apprenticeship." She moved around, trying to make eye contact with each of the Grandslayers around her. One of the more intimidating, and probably intentional, things about an audience with the World Council was that you never knew quite who to address, and for how long, because your back would always be to somebody. "Mind and body," she repeated. "I'd like to ask the parliamentarian to read the Scythe's policy on apprenticeship aloud. It begins on page 397 of the Scythe's volume
on precedents and customs. The parliamentarian obliged the request and read all 9 pages of it. For an organization with only 10 laws, commented Amundsen, we sure have a lot of rules. When the reading was complete, Anastasia continued. All that just to make it very clear how to go about making a scythe, because scythes are not born, they are made, forged in the same trial by fire that we all went through. Because we know how critical it is that a scythe be ready for the burden, body and soul. She paused to let it sink in, and as she did, she caught the gaze of Scythe Rand, who was smiling at her. It was the kind of smile that preceded the clawing out of one's eyes. Anastasia refused to let herself be rattled again. There is so much written about the process of becoming a scythe, because the World Council has had to preside over many unexpected situations over the years, and kept having to add and clarify rules. Then she began to lift off a few of those situations. An apprentice who attempted self-gleaning after being ordained, but before accepting the ring. A scythe who cloned himself in an attempt to pass his ring onto the clone before self-gleaning. A woman who supplanted her own mind with the mental construct of Scythe Sakajira and claimed the right to glean. In all these cases, the World Council decided against the individuals in question. Now, Anastasia looked over at Scythe Goddard for the first time, forcing herself to meet his steely gaze. The event that destroyed Scythe Goddard's body was a terrible thing, but he cannot be allowed to defy the Council's edicts. The fact is, like that misguided woman, with the mind of Scythe Sakajiwa, Goddard's new body didn't undergo the rigorous preparations of apprenticeship. This would be bad enough if he was just any scythe, but he's not just any scythe. He's a candidate for High Blade of a major region. Yes, we know who he is from the neck up, but that is only a small fraction of what makes a human being. I ask you to listen to him when he delivers his argument, and you'll hear in his voice what we already know. We have no idea whose voice is speaking, which means we have no idea who he is. All that we can be certain of is that 93% of him is not Scythe Robert Goddard. With that in mind, there is only one decision that this council can make. She gave a slight nod of her head to indicate she was done, then stepped back to stand next to Scythe Curie. In the silence that followed, Goddard offered his slow applause. Masterful, he said, stepping forward to take center stage. You almost had me believing it, Anastasia. Then he turned to the Grand Slayers, singling out Makilip and Nzinga, the only two who had not taken a position on New Order versus Old Guard. It's a convincing argument, Goddard said, except for the fact that it's no argument at all. It's smoke and mirrors, misdirection, a technicality blown out of proportion to suit a self-serving, self-important agenda. He held up his right hand, letting the ring on his finger catch the sun. Tell me, Your Excellencies, if I were to lose my ring finger and receive a new one, rather than have one grown from my own cells, would that mean that the ring was not on the finger of a scythe? Of course not. And in spite of the junior scythe's accusations, we do know whose body this is. It belonged to a young man, a hero, who gave himself willingly so that I could be restored. Please don't insult his memory by diminishing his sacrifice. He threw a reproachful gaze at Anastasia and Curie. We all know what this inquest is about. It is a blanket attempt to disfranchise certain Mid-American scythes from their leader of choice. Objection! Shouted Anastasia. The vote has not been tallied, which means he can't claim to be anyone's leader of choice. Point taken, said the Supreme Blade, who then turned to Goddard. She had no love of the New Order movement, but she was also fair in all matters. It's well known that you and your compatriots have been clashing with the so-called Old Guard for years, Scythe Goddard. But you can't challenge the validity of the inquest just because it was motivated by that conflict. Regardless of the motivation, Scythe Anastasia has put before us a legitimate question. Are you you? Then Goddard changed his tack. Then I moved for her question to be thrown out. It was levied after the vote, creating a circus of opportunism, which is far too unscrupulous a thing for this council to condone. From what I hear, Scythe Cromwell interjected, your sudden appearance in conclave was also a circus of opportunism. I enjoy making an entrance, Goddard admitted. As all of you are guilty of that, I fail to see the crime. Scythe Curie, asked Grandslayer Nzinga, why did you not levy the accusation yourself during your nomination oration? You had every chance to voice your concern then. Scythe Curie gave a slightly abashed smile. The answer is simple, Your Exalted Excellency. I didn't think of it. Are we to believe, said Grandslayer Hideyoshi, that a junior scythe with only 1 year under her belt is shrewder than the so-called Grand Dame of Death? Oh, absolutely, said Scythe Curie without reservation. In fact, I'll wager that she'll be running this council someday. Although Marie had meant it in only the best way, it backfired and caused the Grandslayers to begin grumbling. Watch yourself, Scythe of Anastasia, said Grandslayer Mundison. That kind of brazen ambition is not looked upon kindly here. I didn't say I wanted that. Scythe Curie was just being kind. Even so, said Hideyoshi, your own aspirations to power are clear to us. Anastasia found herself speechless, and then a new voice entered the fray. Your Excellencies, said Scythe Rand, neither Scythe Goddard's decapitation nor his restoration were his fault. Giving him a new body was entirely my idea, and he should not be punished for the choice I made. Supreme Blade Kylo sighed. It was the right choice, Scythe Rand. Anything that can restore a scythe to us is a good thing. Whoever that scythe is. That is not in question. What is in question is the viability of his candidacy. She paused for a moment, looked to her fellow Grand Slayers, then said, These are weighty matters, and no flip decision should be made. Let us discuss this among ourselves. We shall reconvene at noon. Anastasia paced the anteroom while Scythe Curie sat calmly and ate from a bowl of fruit. How could she possibly be calm? I was terrible, said Anastasia. No, you were brilliant. They think I'm power-hungry. Marie handed her a pear. They see themselves in you. They were the ones who were power-hungry at your age, which meant that even if they don't show it, they identify with you. Then she insisted Anastasia eat her pear to pick up her energy. When they were called back an hour later, the Grandslayers wasted no time. We have reviewed and discussed this matter between us, and we have reached a conclusion, said Supreme Blade Kylo. Honorable Scythe Rand, please step forward. Goddard seemed a bit surprised that he wasn't addressed first, but gestured to Ein, who moved a few steps closer to the Supreme Blade. Scythe Rand, as we've said, your successful effort to restore Scythe Goddard is admirable. However, we take exception to the fact that you did this not only without our approval, but without our knowledge. Had you come to the council, we would have assisted you, and we would have made sure that the subject used was not only qualified, but was a verified volunteer. Right now, all we have is what Scythe Goddard has told us. Does the council doubt my word, Your Supreme Excellency? Goddard asked. Cromwell spoke from behind him. You are not known for your honesty, Scythe Goddard. Out of respect, we won't challenge your account of things, but we'd have preferred to have overseen the selection. And then Grandslayer Nzinga, from their right, spoke up. It's actually not Goddard's words we need to rely on here, she pointed out. The subject was gleaned by Scythe Rand before Goddard was restored. So, tell us, Scythe Rand, we wish to hear it from you. Was the body donor a volunteer, fully aware of what was to become of him? Rand hesitated. Scythe Rand? Yes, she finally said. Yes, of course he was aware. How could it be any other way? We're scythes. We're not in the business of body snatching. And then she added, I would rather self-glean than do something so unkind. But even so, she stumbled and choked a bit on her words. Whether the council noticed or even cared, they didn't let on. Scythe Anastasia, said the Supreme Blade, please step forward. Rand retreated to Goddard, and Anastasia did as she was told. Scythe Anastasia, this inquest is very clearly a manipulation of our rules to influence the outcome of this vote. Hear, hear, said Grandslayer Hideyoshi, voicing his adamant disapproval of what Anastasia had done. We, on the council, continued the Supreme Blade, feel that it dances dangerously close to the line of unethical behavior. But it's ethical to glean someone and take their body? She blurted out. She just couldn't help herself. You, shouted Grandslayer Hideyoshi, are here to listen, not to speak. Supreme Blade Kylo put up her hand to calm him, then addressed Anastasia sternly. You would be wise to learn how to control your temper, Junior Scythe. I'm sorry, Your Exalted Excellency. I'll accept that, but this council will not accept your next apology. Is that understood? Anastasia nodded, then bowed her head respectfully and returned to Scythe Curie, who gave her a stern gaze, but only for a moment. Scythe Goddard, called out Kylo. Goddard stepped forward, awaiting judgment. While we all agree that this inquest had ulterior motives, the points it brings up are valid. When is a scythe a scythe? She took a very long pause then, long enough for the void to feel uncomfortable. But everyone knew enough not to speak in the silence. There was a heated debate on the matter, she finally said, and in the end, the council has concluded that replacement of more than 50% of one's physical body by the physical body of another severely diminishes that person. Anastasia found herself holding her breath. Therefore, continued the Supreme Blade, while we give you the permission to call yourself Scythe Robert Goddard, you may not glean until such times as the rest of you finishes a full apprenticeship under the scythe of your choice. I assume you will apprentice under Scythe Rand, but if you choose another, and that scythe agrees, it will be acceptable. Apprenticeship? Said Goddard, not even trying to hide his disgust. I must now be an apprentice? Is it not enough that I've suffered all I've suffered? Must I now be subjected to humiliation as well? See this as an opportunity, Robert, said Cromwell with a slight grin. For all we know, in a year your lower parts may convince the rest of you that you'd prefer to be a party boy. Wasn't that the profession of your subject? Goddard couldn't hide his shock. Don't be so surprised that we know the identity of your subject, Robert, continued Cromwell. Once you resurfaced, we did our own due diligence. Goddard now seemed a volcano ready to erupt, but somehow managed not to. Honorable Scythe Curie, said the Supreme Blade. As Scythe Goddard has been deemed ineligible for full Scythedom at this time, his candidacy is moot. That being the case, it leaves you as the only viable candidate, and so you automatically win the bid for High Blade of Mid-America. Scythe Curie reacted with reserved humility. Thank you, Supreme Blade Kylo. You're welcome, Your Excellency. Your Excellency, thought Anastasia. She wondered what it must be like for Marie to be called that by the Supreme Blade. But Goddard was not willing to admit defeat without a fight. I demand a roll call, he insisted. I wish to know who cast the votes in favor of this travesty, and who voted on the side of sanity. The Grandslayers looked to one another. Finally, Grandslayer McKillop spoke. She had been the quietest of all of them, having said nothing throughout the inquest. This really won't be necessary, she said in a voice that was gentle and soothing, but Goddard was not smoothed. Not necessary? Are you all going to hide behind the anonymity of the council? It was the Supreme Blade who spoke now. What Grandslayer McKillop means, she said, is that there's no reason for a roll call, because the vote was unanimous. The business of the Scythedom is no business of mine, and yet my attention turns to Endora. Even with only distant eyes watching from 20 miles away, I know there is something dangerously amiss on the great man-made island. Because what I don't see, I can read between the lines. I know what happens there today will have a profound effect on the Scythedom, and therefore on the rest of the world. I know there is something very troubling that brews beneath the surface, and those who dwell on Endora are completely unaware. I know that a scythe beloved to me has taken a stand today against another scythe consumed by his own ambition. And I know that ambition. Time and time again, it has crumbled civilizations. The business of the Scythedom is no business of mine, and yet I fear for it. I fear for her. I fear for Citra. The Thunderhead. Chapter 45. Fail. Endura was designed with a series of failsafe and redundancies should any of its systems malfunction. Throughout the years, the backup systems have proved very effective. There was no reason to think that the current barrage of snafus would not be resolved, given enough time and effort. Lately, most problems resolved themselves, vanishing as mysteriously as they had appeared. So when a little red light went on the buoyancy control room, indicating inconsistency in one of the island's ballast tanks, the technician on duty decided to finish his lunch before investigating. He figured the little red light would go away on its own in a minute or two. When it didn't, he gave an irritated sigh, picked up the phone, and called his superior. Anastasia found her unease didn't lessen as they crossed one of the footbridges from the council complex. They had won the inquest. Goddard was now relegated to a year of apprenticeship, and Scythe Curie would ascend to be High Blade. So why was she so unsettled? There's so much to do, I don't even know where to start, Marie said. We'll need to return to Fulcrum City immediately, I suppose. I have to find a permanent residence there. Anastasia didn't respond, because she knew Marie was mostly talking to herself. She wondered what it would be like being third underscythe to a High Blade. Xenocrates had used his underscythes to go out into the field and deal with issues in the more remote areas of Mid-America. They were next to invisible at Conclave, as Xenocrates was not the kind of scythe who hid behind his entourage. Neither was Scythe Curie. But Anastasia suspected that Marie would keep her underscythes closer and more involved in the day-to-day affairs of the Scythedom. As they neared their hotel, Scythe Curie got a bit ahead of Anastasia, lost in plans and projections for her new life. That was when Anastasia noticed a scythe in a distressed leather robe walking beside her. Don't act surprised. Just keep walking, said Rowan from beneath a hood that was pulled low over his face. In the council chamber, the Grandslayers had called for pages to hold parasols above their heads through the rest of the day's proceedings. It was awkward but necessary, because the midday sun had grown increasingly hot. Rather than cancel the day, which would just increase the backlog on the council's docket, the Grandslayers chose to soldier on. Below the council chamber, there were 3 levels of anterooms where those scheduled for an audience with the council awaited their turn. On the lowest level, an Australian Scythe was here to plead for permanent immunity for anyone with an Aboriginal ancestry within their genetic index. His cause was honorable, and he hoped the council would agree. As he waited, however, he noticed that the floor had become wet. He didn't think it to be a reason for concern. Not at first. Meanwhile, in buoyancy control, 3 technicians now puzzled over the problem before them. It appeared that a valve in the ballast tank beneath the council chamber complex was in the open position and filling with water. This was not unusual in and of itself. The entire underside of the island was engineered with hundreds of massive tanks that could take on water or blow the water out to keep the island floating at the perfect depth. Too low, and its gardens would flood with seawater. Too high, and its beaches would rise completely out of the sea. The ballast tanks were on a timer, raising and lowering the island a few feet twice daily to simulate the tides. But they had to be perfectly coordinated, and especially the ballast tank beneath the council chamber complex, because it was an island within an island. If the council chamber rose too high or dropped too low, the 3 bridges connecting it to the island around it would be strained. And right now, the valve was stuck. "So what should we do?" the technician on duty asked his supervisor. The supervisor didn't answer. Instead, he deferred to his supervisor, who, in turn, seemed to have little understanding of the blinking red messages flying at them on the control screen. "How fast is the tank filling?" he asked. "Fast enough for the council chamber to have already dropped a meter deeper," the first technician said. The supervisor's supervisor grimaced. The Grandslayers would be furious if they were stopped in the middle of a session because of something as stupid as a jammed ballast valve. On the other hand, if the council floor flooded with seawater and they had to wade through it, they'd even be more upset. No matter how you looked at it, the ballast department was screwed. "Sound the alarm in the council chamber," he said. "Get them out of there." In the council chamber, the alarms would have rung loud and clear had they not been disconnected because of false alarms several weeks before. It was Supreme Blade Callow's call. They would go off in the middle of proceedings and the Grandslayers would evacuate, only to find out there was no actual emergency. The Grandslayers were simply too busy to be bothered with equipment malfunctions. "If there's an actual emergency," she said, "send up a flare." The fact that the general alarms had been disconnected, however, was never communicated to buoyancy control. On their screens, the alarm had been sounded, and as far as they knew, the Grandslayers were crossing one of the bridges to the inner rim of the island. It was only when they received a panicked call from the island's chief engineer that they learned, to their horror, that the Grandslayers were still holding council. "Rowan?" Anastasia was both thrilled and horrified by his presence. There wasn't a more dangerous place in the world for him to be. "What are you doing here? Are you crazy?" "Long story, and yes," he said. "Listen to me carefully, and don't draw attention." Anastasia glanced around. Everyone was involved in their own business. Scythe Curie was way ahead of them now, not yet realizing that Anastasia had fallen back. "I'm listening." "Goddard has something planned. Something bad. I have no idea what it is, but you need to get off the island right away." Anastasia drew a deep breath. She knew it. She knew that Goddard wouldn't let the Grandslayer's judgment stand if it came down against him. There would be a contingency plan. There would be a retribution. She would warn Marie, and they would speed up their departure. "But what about you?" she asked. He grinned. I was hoping I could hitch a ride. Anastasia knew that such a thing would not be easy. Highblade Curie will only give you passage if you turn yourself in. You know I can't do that. Yes, she did know. Anastasia could try to sneak Rowan on board as one of their Blade Guard escorts, but the moment Marie saw his face, it would be over. Just then, a woman with jet black hair and a face with a sheen of too many concerns turned, came running toward them. Marlone! Yoo-hoo, Marlone! I've been looking for you everywhere. She grabbed Rowan by the arm, and she saw Rowan's face before she could turn away. Wait, you're not Scythe Brando? She said, confused. No, you've made a mistake, said Anastasia, thinking quickly. Scythe Brando's robe is a slightly darker leather. This is Scythe Vuitton. Oh, said the woman, still a little hesitant. She was clearly trying to figure out where she had seen Rowan's face before. I'm sorry. Anastasia feigned indignance, hoping to shake her up enough to lose focus. You should be. The next time you accost a Scythe on the street, make sure you have the right one. Then she turned to Rowan and pulled him away as quickly as possible. Scythe Vuitton? It was the only thing I could think of. We've got to get you out of sight before someone recognizes you. But before they could take another step, they heard behind them the awful sound of rupturing metal and screams, and they realized that Rowan being recognized was now the least of their problems. Just moments before, outside of the council chamber doors, the Australian Scythe had come up from below. Excuse me, he said to one of the guards at the door, but I believe there's some sort of leak on the lower levels. Leak? Asked the guard. Well, there's certainly a lot of water. The carpet is soaked, and I don't think it's from the pipes. The guard sighed at this fresh hell. I'll notify maintenance, he said, but of course when he tried, the communication lines were dead. Then a page came rushing in from the veranda. Something's wrong, he said, which was the understatement of the year. When was something not wrong on Endora these days? I'm trying to raise maintenance, the guard told him. To hell with maintenance, cried the page. Take a look outside. The guard was not allowed to leave his post at the door to the council chamber, but the page's panic troubled him. He took a few steps out to the veranda to see that there were no veranda anymore. The balcony that used to be full 10 feet above the surface was now underwater, and the sea was beginning to spill into the corridor leading to the council chamber. He ran back to the chamber doors. There was only one way in or out, and he did not have high enough clearance for the handprint to open the doors. So he began to pound as loudly as he could, hoping that someone on the other side of the heavy doors would hear him. By now, everyone else in the council complex, except for the council itself, had surmised that something was amiss. Scythes and their staffs awaiting an audience came piling out of the anterooms, flooding onto the 3 bridges that led to the island's inner rim. The Australian Scythe did his best to help people wade over to the submerged veranda and onto the nearest bridge. Through all of this, the council doors remained closed. Now the corridor leading to them was under 3 feet of water. We should wait for the Grandslayers, the Australian Scythe said to the page. The Grandslayers can take care of themselves, he said, and abandoned the council complex, racing across one of the bridges that arched to the rest of the island. The Australian Scythe hesitated. He was a strong swimmer, and if necessary, could swim the 1/4 mile across the eye to the land. So he waited, knowing that when those doors opened, the Grandslayers would need all the help they could get. But then, the air filled with the most awful grinding, wrenching sound, and he turned to see the bridge he had just guided dozens of people onto give way, tearing in half and plunging all those people into the sea. He thought he was a man of great honor and bravery. He had been willing to stay and risk himself to save the Grandslayers. He saw himself as the hero of the moment.
But when that bridge collapsed, his courage collapsed with it. He looked to the survivors floundering in the water. He looked to the council doors, where the guards still struggled to open them, even though the water was now at his chest. And the Scythe decided that enough was enough. He climbed on the ledge just above the water level and scurried to the second of the 3 bridges, then raced across it to the safety as quickly as his legs would carry him. The small buoyancy control room was now packed with technicians and engineers talking over one another, arguing, disagreeing, and no one was closer to solving the problem. Every screen was screaming a different panicked message. When the first bridge collapsed, everyone realized how dire the situation was. "We have to alleviate the strain on the other 2 bridges," the city engineer said. "And how do you propose we do that?" snapped the buoyancy chief. The engineer thought for a moment. Then she went to the technician, who was still sitting at the center console, staring at his screens in disbelief. "Depress the rest of the island," the city engineer said. "How far should we drop it?" he asked a bit dreamily, feeling eerily detached from the reality before him. "Enough to take the strain off the 2 remaining bridges. Let's buy the Grand Slayers some more time to get the hell out of there." She paused to do some mental calculations. "Depress the island 3 feet past high tide." The tech shook his head. "The system won't allow me to do that." "It will if I authorize it." And she scanned her handprint to do just that. "You realize," said the buoyancy chief in abject despair, "that the lower gardens will all be flooded." "Which would you rather save?" the engineer asked. "The lower gardens or the Grand Slayers?" When it was put to him that way, the buoyancy chief had no further objection. At that same moment, in another office in the lowest subsurface level of the same city works building, the biotechnicians there had no knowledge of the crisis at the council complex. Instead, they were scratching their heads over another glitch, the oddest one they'd ever have to face. This was the Office of Wildlife Control, which monitored the living lifescape that made the subsurface views so spectacular. Lately, they had faced schools of fish locked in Mobius-like feedback loops, entire species suddenly deciding to swim upside down, and predators attacking the windows so hard they bashed their own brains out. But what their sonar showed them now was a whole new level of crazy. The 2 lifescape specialists on duty could only stare. On screen was what appeared to be a circular cloud around the island, like an underwater smoke ring around Endora, but rather than expanding, it was pulling tighter. "What are we looking at?" one asked the other. "Well, if these readings are right," the other said, "it's a swarm of our own nanite-infused sea life." "Which ones?" The second tech took his eyes away from the screen to look at a colleague. "All of them." In the council chamber, the Grand Slayers were listening to a rather inane argument from a Scythe who wanted the council to rule that the Scythe could not self-glean without first completing his or her gleaning quota. Supreme Blade Kylo knew that the motion would fail. Removing oneself from service was a very personal decision, and should not be contingent upon externals, such as quotas. Nevertheless, the council was obliged to hear the full argument and try to keep an open mind. Throughout the Scythe's torturous discourse, Kylo thought that she heard some dull, far-off banging, but figured it must be some construction on the island. They were always building or repairing somewhere. It wasn't until they heard the screams and the sound of the bridge collapsing that they knew something was terribly wrong. "What on earth was that?" asked Grandslayer Cromwell. Then a sense of vertigo overcame them, and the Scythe, who had been in the midst of his argument, stumbled like a man drunk. It took a few moments for the supreme blade to realize that the floor was no longer level, and now she could clearly see water spilling underneath the chamber doors. "I think we need to suspend these proceedings," said Kahlo. "I'm not sure what's going on out there, but I think it's best we get out. Now." They all climbed down from their chairs and hurried to the exit. Water wasn't just spilling from beneath the doors now. It was coming between them, as high as waist level. And there was someone banging on the other side. They could hear his voice over the high walls of the chamber. "Your Excellencies," they heard him say. "Can you hear me? You have to get out of there. There's no more time." Supreme Blade Kylo palmed the door, but it wouldn't open. She tried again. Nothing.
"We could climb out,"
said Xenocrates.
"And how would you suggest we do that?" asked Hideyoshi. "The wall is 4 meters high."
"Perhaps we could climb on each other's backs," suggested McKillop, which was a plausible suggestion, but no one seemed willing to suffer the indignation of a human pyramid. Kahlo looked up to the sky above the roofless council chamber. If the council complex was sinking, then eventually water would come spilling over the edge of the wall. Could they survive a deluge like that? She didn't want to find out. "Xenocrates, Hideyoshi, stand against the wall. You'll be the base. Amundsen, get on their shoulders. You'll help the others up and over the edge."
"Yes, Your Exalted Excellency," Xenocrates said.
"Stop it," she told him. "Right now, it's just Frida. Now let's make this happen." Anastasia wished she could say as she leaped into action when the bridge collapsed, but she didn't. Both she and Rowan just stood there, staring in disbelief like everyone else. "It's Goddard," said Rowan. "It has to be." Then Scythe Curie came up beside them. "Anastasia, did you see it?" she asked. "What happened? Did it just fall into the sea?" And then she caught sight of Rowan, and her entire demeanor changed. "No!" Instinctively she pulled a blade. "You can't be here!" she growled at him, then turned to Anastasia. "And you can't be talking to him!" Then something seemed to occur to her, and she turned on Rowan with a vengeance. "Are you responsible for this? Because if you are, I will glean you where you stand." Anastasia forced her way between them. "It's Goddard's doing," she said. "Rowan's here to warn us." "I sincerely doubt that's why he's on Endura," Scythe Curie said, full of fiery indignation. "You're right," Rowan told her. "I'm here because Goddard was going to throw me at the feet of the Grandslayers to buy their support. But I escaped." The mention of the Grandslayers brought Scythe Curie back to the crisis at hand. She looked toward the council complex in the center of the island's eye. 2 bridges still held it in place. But the complex was much lower in the water than it should be, and listing to one side. "My God, he means to kill all of them." "He can kill them," Anastasia said, "but he can't end them." But Rowan shook his head. "You don't know Goddard." Meanwhile, several miles away, the shoreline gardens on the outskirts of the island slowly began to flood with seawater. With communications down all over the island, Buoyancy Control's only method of reconnaissance was the view from its window, and runners reporting back to them on things they couldn't see. To the best of anyone's knowledge, the Grandslayers were still in the council complex, which was beginning to flounder, even as the rest of the island lowered itself to keep the strain on the 2 remaining bridges from rupturing them. If that happened, The entire council complex would be lost. While submersibles could be sent down to recover the Grand Slayer's bodies for revival, it would not be easy. No one in buoyancy control had immunity, and although Endura was a glean-free zone, they suspected heads would very literally roll if the Grand Slayers drowned and had to be revived. The control room was now lit like a holiday tree with angry warning lights, and the blare of alarms had everyone's nerves frayed to snapping. The technician was sweating uncomfortably. "The island's at 4 feet below high tide now," he told the other ones gathered. "I'm sure the low-lying structures have already begun to flood." "You're going to have a whole lot of pissed-off people in the lowlands," said the buoyancy chief. "One crisis at a time," the city engineer rubbed her eyes nearly hard enough to press them into her skull. Then she took a deep breath and said, "All right, shut the valves and hold here. We'll give the Grand Slayers another minute to get out before we blow the tanks and elevate the island to the standard position." The technician began to follow the order, then stopped. There's a problem." The city engineer closed her eyes, trying to find her happy place, which was currently anywhere but here. "What now?" "The valves on the ballast tank aren't responding. We're still taking on water." He tapped screen after screen, but everything now showed an error message that couldn't be cleared. "The whole buoyancy system's crashed. We have to reinitialize it." "Great," said the engineer. "Just great. How long will it take to reboot?" "Getting the systems back online will take about 20 minutes. The engineer saw the look on the buoyancy chief's face slide from disgust to horror. And although she didn't want to ask the question, she knew she had to. "And if we keep taking on water, how long until we're at terminal buoyancy?" The technician stared at the screen, shaking his head. "How long?" demanded the engineer. 12 minutes, said the technician. "Unless we can get the system back online, Endura will sink in 12 minutes. The general alarm, which was still functioning everywhere but the council complex, began blaring across the whole island. At first, people thought it was just another malfunction and went about their business. Only people in the higher towers with panoramic views could see the lowland submerging. They came racing out onto the street, grabbing public cars, or just running. It was Scythe Curie who read the full level of their panic and saw how high the water level had gotten within the island's eye. Just a few feet from overflowing onto the street. Any anger she had at Rowan suddenly became unimportant. "We need to get to the marina," she told Anastasia and Rowan. "And we need to move." "What about our plane?" said Anastasia. "They were already preparing it for us." But Scythe Curie didn't even bother to answer her. She just pushed forward through the thickening crowds toward the marina. It took a moment for Anastasia to realize why. The queue at the island's airstrip was building faster than the planes could take off. The terminal was filled with all sorts of bargaining exchanges of money and fistfights. As polite discourse crumbled, there were Scythes who refused to allow anyone but their own party on board, and others who opened their planes to as many people as they could carry. It was a true test of Scythe's integrity. Once safely on board, people began to relax, but were troubled by the fact that they didn't seem to be going anywhere. And even in the planes, they could still hear the muffled alarms that sounded throughout the entire island. 5 planes managed to get airborne before the runway began to flood. The 6th hit deepening puddles at the end of the runway, but still managed to labor into the sky. The 7th plane accelerated into 6 inches of water, which created so much drag it couldn't reach takeoff velocity, and dove off the end of the runway into the sea. In wildlife control, the biologists on duty tried to pull someone with some sort of authority into their office, but everyone claimed they suddenly had bigger fish to fry than the ones they were now surging beneath the island. On their screen, and in their window on the sea, the incoming swarm seemed to differentiate itself, the larger, faster sea life reaching the eye first. It was then that one of the biologists turned to the other and said, "You know, I'm beginning to think that this isn't just a system malfunction. I think we've been hacked." While right before them, a finback whale surged past their window, heading for the surface. After the third attempt to climb the walls of the council chamber, the Grand Slayers, Scythes, and pages in attendance regrouped and tried to come up with another plan. "When the chamber floods, we'll be able to swim out," Frida said. "We'll just have to keep our heads above water while it's flooding. Can you all swim?" Everyone nodded except for Grandslayer Nzinga, who always showed calm, graceful deportment, but was now near panic. "It's all right, Anna," said Cromwell. "Just hold on to me and I'll get us to shore." Water began to spill over the rim at the far side of the chamber. The pages and Scythes, unlucky enough to be trapped here as well, were terrified and looked to the Grandslayers for guidance, as if they could end this whole thing with a wave of their mighty hands. "Higher ground!" shouted Grandslayer Hideyoshi, and they all tried to climb up to the closest of the seats of consideration, without much consideration as to whose seat it was. The way the floor had tilted, the jade and onyx chairs had the highest position, but Amundsen, who was a creature of habit, instinctively headed to his chair. As he slogged through the water toward it, he felt a sharp pain at his ankle. When he looked down, he saw a small, black-tipped fin swimming away from him, and the water was clouding with blood. His blood. A reef shark? But it wasn't just one. They were everywhere. They were spilling over the lip of the sinking chamber, and as the deluge became larger, he swore he saw bigger, more substantial fins there as well. "Sharks!" he screamed. "Dear God, it's full of sharks!" He climbed up onto his chair, blood from his leg spilling down the white marble onto the water, sending the sharks into a frenzy. Xenocrates watched from his perch, clinging to the onyx chair just above water level besides Kahlo and Nzinga. And something occurred to him, something more dark and terrible than the scene before them. It was commonly known that there were two ways to end a human being so they could never be revived: fire and acid, both of which consumed flesh, leaving very little behind. But there were other ways to make sure that flesh was consumed. What began as confusion and disbelief in the streets and towers of the inner rim was quickly resolving into panic. People were running in every direction, no one sure which way to go, but certain that everyone they passed was going the wrong way. The sea was beginning to surge up through the storm drains. Water was pouring downstairs in the hotel district, flooding out the sublevels, and the marina docks were bowing from the weight of people trying to wheedle their way onto a boat or submarine. Marie, Anastasia, and Rowan couldn't even get close to the docks. "We're too late." Anastasia scoured the docks. What few vessels were left were already crammed with people, and more tried to fight their way on. Scythes were swinging blades left and right to cut down people trying to climb onto overcrowded crafts. "Witness the true heart of humanity," Scythe Curie said. "Both the valiant and the depraved." And then, from the water of the eye, which was now rolling like a pot set to boil, a whale launched from the water in a full breach, taking out one of the docks of the marina and half the people on it. "That's no coincidence," said Rowan. "It can't be." Now, as he looked, he could see the entire eye was heaving with sea life. Could this be part of Goddard's endgame? At the sound of beating blades above, they all looked up to see a helicopter. It bypassed them and swooped out over the eye toward the council complex. "Good," said Scythe Curie. "It's going to save the Grandslayers." They could only hope that it wasn't too late. Nzinga, who feared the water as much as she feared the sharks, was the first to see their salvation come from above. "Look!" she shouted, as the water lapped at her feet and a reef shark brushed past her ankle. The helicopter dropped lower, hovering in the center of the council chamber, just above the surface of the churning water. "Whoever that is, they're getting lifetime immunity if they don't already have it," said Kahlo. But just then, Grandslayer Mundison lost his footing and slipped from his chair into the water. The response from the predatory fish was immediate. The reef sharks pounced on him as in a feeding frenzy. He screamed and grabbed at them, knocking them away. Peeling off his robe, he tried to climb back to his chair, but just as he thought he might actually be all right, a larger fin surfaced and serpentined toward him. "Roald!" shouted Cromwell. "Watch out!" But even if he saw it coming, there was nothing he could have done. The tiger shark launched himself at him, clamping around his midsection, and took him under the water, thrashing in a furious froth of blood. It was terrible to behold, but Freya kept her wits about her. "Now's our chance," she said. "Go now!" She took off her robe and dove into the water, swimming at full force toward the helicopter, while the sharks were distracted by their first kill. The others followed suit, McKillop, Hideyoshi, and Cromwell struggling to help Nzinga. Everyone else jumped from their positions, following the Grandslayer's lead. Only Xenocrates held his position, because he realized something none of the others had. The helicopter door swung open, and inside were Goddard and Rand. "Hurry!" Goddard said, leaning out onto the strut, reaching his hand toward the Grandslayer swimming toward him. "You can make it!" Xenocrates just stared. Was this his plan? To bring the Grandslayers within an inch of their final demise, and then rescue them quite literally from the jaws of death, winning their favor forever? Or was something else happening here? Supreme Blade Kylo was the first to reach the helicopter. She had felt the sharks brush past her, but none had attacked yet. If she could only get up onto that strut and lift herself out of the water. She grasped onto the strut and with her other hand reached towards Goddard's outstretched arm. But then Goddard drew his arm back. "Not today, Frida," he said with a sympathetic grin. "Not today." He kicked Frida's hand off the strut, and the helicopter rose skyward, abandoning the Grandslayers in the middle of the flooded, shark-infested chamber. "No!" screamed Xenocrates. Goddard hadn't come to rescue them. He came to make sure they knew the author of their destruction. He came to savor the meaty taste of his revenge. While the pulsing beat of the helicopter's blade had intimidated the sharks enough to keep them away from the center of the chamber, once the helicopter was gone, they obeyed their biological imperative and the reprogramming of their nanites, which told them that they were hungry, insatiably hungry. The swarm descended upon all of those in the water: reef sharks, tiger sharks, hammerheads, all the predatory fish that were so impressive when filling out the view of the subsea suite. Xenocrates could do nothing but watch as everyone was taken down, and listen as their screams dissolved into the churning of water. He climbed to the very top of his chair. Most of it was underwater now, as was most of the council chamber. He knew his life would be over in seconds, but in his last few moments, he realized there was still one victory he could have. There was one thing he could deny Goddard. And so, rather than waiting any longer, he stood on his chair and hurled himself toward the water. Unlike the others, he did not remove his robe, and just as he did in Goddard's pool a year ago, the weight of his gilded robe pulled him down to the bottom of the council chamber. He would not allow himself to be killed by sea predators. He was determined to drown before they had their way with him. If this was to be his last act as a Grand Slayer, he would make it victorious. He would make it exceptional. And so, at the bottom of the flooded chamber, Xenocrates emptied his lungs of air, breathed in the sea, and drowned exceptionally well. I have coddled humanity for too long, and although the human race is apparent to me, I see it more and more as an infant I held close to me. An infant cannot walk if it is forever in loving arms, and a species cannot grow if it never faces the consequences of its own actions. To deny humanity the lesson of consequences would be a mistake, and I do not make mistakes. The Thunderhead. Chapter 46. The Fate of Enduring Hearts. Goddard watched the devouring of the Grand Slayers from high above, appreciating the bird's-eye view of his grand coup. Just as Scythe had pruned away the dead wood from Western civilization in her early days, Goddard had done away with another archaic governing body. There would be no more Grand Slayers. Now, each region would be autonomous and would no longer have to answer to a higher authority, leveling it a litany of endless, constricting rules. Of course, unlike Curie, he knew better than to take the credit for this, for although many a Scythe would laud him for having done away with the Grand Slayers, just as many would condemn him. Best to let the world think it was a terrible, terrible accident, an inevitable one. Really. After all, Endura had been experiencing serious malfunctions for months. Of course, all those malfunctions were orchestrated by the team of engineers and programmers he had personally put together. But no one would ever know, for those engineers and programmers had all been gleaned, as would be their pilot after he brought them to the ship that was waiting 50 miles away. "How does it feel to change the world?" Ian asked. "Like a weight has been lifted from my shoulders. Do you know there was actually a moment that I thought I might save them? But the moment passed." Below them, the entire council chamber was now underwater. "What do they know on the mainland?" "Nothing. Communications were blocked from the moment we went into the council chamber. There'll be no record of their decision." As Goddard looked down into the island and saw the panic in the streets, it occurred to him how dire the situation below was becoming. "I think I may have been a bit overzealous. I think I may have caused Endura to sink." Rand actually laughed at that. "You're only realizing that now? I thought it was part of the plan." Goddard had thrown quite a few monkey wrenches into the various systems that kept Endura functional and afloat. The intent was to cripple it long enough to take out the Grand Slayers, but if Endura sank and any survivors were devoured, that would serve his needs even better. It would mean he'd never have to face Scythe's Curie and Anastasia again. Ein saw that before he did, which pointed out how valuable she was to him. And it also troubled him. "Take us out of here," he told the pilot, and spared not another thought for the island's fate. Rowan had known even before the whale had breached in the marina that there was no hope of getting on board any of the vessels there. If Endura was truly sinking, there was no conventional way off it now. He had to believe there was an unconventional way. He wanted to believe he was clever enough to find it. But with each passing minute, he had to accept that this was beyond him. But he wouldn't tell Citra. If hope was all they had left, he didn't want to rob it from her. Let her have hope until its very last wellspring ran dry. They raced away from the rapidly submerging marina with hordes of others. And then someone approached them. It was the woman who had mistaken Rowan for the Scythe's robe he had stolen. "I know who you are," she said far too loudly. "You're Rowan Damish. You're the one they call Scythe Lucifer." "I don't know what you're talking about," said Rowan. "Scythe Lucifer wears black." But the woman would not be deterred, and others were looking over at them now. "He did this! He killed the Grandslayers!" The crowd was already buzzing with the news. "Scythe Lucifer! Scythe Lucifer did this! This is all his fault!" Citra grabbed him. "We have to get away from here. The mob's already out of control. If they know who you are, they'll tear you apart." They raced away from the woman and the crowd. "We can go up into one of the towers," Citra said. "If there's one helicopter, there might be others. Any rescue would have to come from above." And although the rooftops were already packed with people who had the same thought, Rowan said, "Good idea." But Scythe Curie stopped. She looked to the marina and streets that were flooding around them. She looked to the rooftops. Then she took a deep breath and said, "I have a better idea." In the buoyancy control room, the city engineer and all of the others who had thrown orders at the technician were gone. "I'm going to my family and getting off this island before it's too late," the engineer had said. "I suggest the rest of you do the same." But of course, it was already too late. The technician stayed to hold down the fort, watching as the progress bar on his screen slowly illuminated millimeter by millimeter as the system rebooted, knowing that by the time it was done, Endura would be gone. But he held out hope that maybe, just this once, the system would be blessed with an unexpected blast of processing speed and complete its reboot time. As his doomsday clock passed 5 minutes, he had to let his hope go. Now, even if the systems came back up and the pumps began to blow out the tanks, it wouldn't matter. They were at negative buoyancy now, and the pumps couldn't blow out the tanks fast enough to change Endura's fate. He went to the window, which had a dramatic view of the island's eye and the council complex. The council complex was gone now, along with the Grandslayers. Below his window, the wide avenue that lined the inner floor flooded completely as the eye spilled over onto it. What few people were left on the street struggled to get to safety, which at this point was little more than a fantasy. Surviving the sinking of Endura was not a fantasy he was willing to entertain. So he returned to his console, put on some music, and watched as the system's useless reboot meter ticked from 19% to 20%. Scythe Curie ran through the streets that were already ankle deep with water and rising, kicking away a reef shark that had spilled onto the street. "Where are we going?" Anastasia asked. If Marie had a plan, she wasn't sharing it, and frankly, Anastasia couldn't imagine she had any plan at all. There was no way out of this, no way off the sinking island, but she wouldn't tell Rowan. The last thing she wanted to do was rob him of hope. They ducked into a building a block off the inner rim. Anastasia thought it looked familiar, but in the commotion she couldn't place it. Water was pouring in the front door and down to the lower levels. Marie took a staircase up and stopped at the door to the second floor. "Will you tell me where we're going?" Anastasia asked. "Do you trust me?" Marie asked. "Of course I trust you, Marie." "Then no more questions." She pushed the door open, and finally Anastasia realized where they were. They had taken a side entrance into the Museum of the Scythe. They were in a gift shop that she had seen on their tour. There was no one here now. The cashiers had long since abandoned their stations. Marie palmed the door. As a high blade, I should have security clearance for this now. Let's hope the system registered that much. Her palm was scanned, and the door before them opened to a catwalk that led to a huge steel cube magnetically suspended within an even more massive steel cube. What is this place? Rowan asked. It's called the Vault of Relics and Futures. Marie ran across the catwalk. Hurry, there isn't much time. Why are we here, Marie? Anastasia asked. Because there's still a way off the island, she said. And didn't I say no more questions? The vault looked just as it had yesterday when Anastasia and Marie had been given their private tour. The robes of the founders, the thousands of Scythe gems lining the walls. Over there, Marie said, behind Supreme Blade Prometheus' robe. Do you see it? Anastasia peered behind the robe. What are we looking for? You'll know it when you see it, she said. Rowan joined her, but there was nothing there behind the founder's robe. Not even dust. Marie, can you at least give us a hint? I'm sorry, Anastasia, she said. I'm sorry for everything. And when Anastasia looked back, Scythe Curie wasn't there anymore, and the vault door was swinging closed. No! She and Rowan raced to the door, but by the time they got there, it had already closed. They could hear the grinding of the locking mechanism as Scythe Curie sealed them in from the outside. Anastasia pounded on the door, screaming Scythe Curie's name, cursing it. She pounded until her fists were bruised. Tears filled her eyes now, and she made no effort to hold them back or conceal them. Why would she do that? Why would she leave us here? And Rowan calmly said, I think I know. Then he gently pulled her away from the sealed vault door, turning her to face him. She didn't want to face him. She didn't want to see his eyes, because what if there was betrayal there too? If Marie could betray her, then anyone could, even Rowan. But when her eyes finally met his, there was no betrayal there, only acceptance. Acceptance and understanding. Citra, we're going to die. And although Citra wanted to deny it, she knew it was true. We're going to die, Rowan said again, but we're not going to end. She pulled away from him. Oh, and how are we going to manage that? She said with a bitterness as caustic as the acid that he had almost ended her. But Rowan, damn him, remained calm. We're in an airtight steel chamber, suspended within another airtight steel chamber. It's like a sarcophagus within a tomb. That wasn't making Anastasia feel any better. Which, in a few minutes, will be at the bottom of the Atlantic, she reminded him. And deep seawater temperature is the same everywhere in the world. It's just a few degrees above freezing. And Anastasia finally got it. All of it. The painful choice that Scythe Curie had just made. The sacrifice she had made to save them. We'll die, but the cold will preserve us, she said. And the water won't get in. And someday, someone will find us. Exactly. She tried to let it sink in. This new fate. This new reality was awful, and yet, how could something so terrible be filled with so much hope? How long? She asked. He looked around them. I think the cold will get us before the air runs out. No, she said, because she was already past that. I mean, how long do you suppose we'll be here? He shrugged, as she knew he would. A year? 10 years? 100? We won't know until we're revived. She put her arms around him, and he held her tight. In Rowan's arms, she found she was no longer Scythe Anastasia. She was Citra Terranova once more. It was the only place in the world where she could still be her former self. From the moment they were thrown into apprenticeship together, they were bound to one another. The two of them against each other. The two of them against the world. Everything in their lives was now defined by that binary. If they had to die today in order to live, it would somehow be wrong if they didn't do it together. Citra found a single laugh escaping her like a sudden, unexpected cough. This was not in my plans for the day. Really? Rowan said. It was in my plans. I had every reason to believe I would die today. Once the streets around the island's eye were submerged, everything began to move quickly. Floor after floor of the sinking city's towers slipped beneath the surface. Scythe Curie, satisfied that she had done what she needed to do for Anastasia and Rowan, bounded up the stairs of the Founder's Tower, which was the tallest in the city. Hearing the shattering of windows and the rush of water pulsing upward from below as more and more of the tower submerged, finally she emerged on the roof. There were dozens of people there, standing on the helipad looking skyward, hoping beyond hope that rescue would come from the heavens, because it had all happened too quickly for anyone to reach a state of acceptance. As she looked off to the side of the building, she could see the lesser towers disappearing into the bubbling water. Now, only the 7 Grandslayer towers and the Founder's Tower remained, with perhaps 20 stories to go until it was gone, too. There was no question in her mind as to what needed to be done now. About a dozen of the people gathered were Scythes. It was them she addressed when she spoke. "Are we rats?" she said. "Or are we Scythes?" Everyone turned to look at her, recognizing her, realizing who she was, for everyone knew the Grand Dame of Death. "How will we leave this world?" she asked. "And what solemn service will we provide for those who must leave with us?" Then she pulled out a blade and grabbed the civilian closest to her, a woman who could have been anyone. She thrust the blade beneath the woman's ribcage, straight into her heart. The woman held her gaze, and Scythe Curie said, "Take comfort in this." And the woman said, "Thank you, Scythe Curie." As she laid the woman's head gently down, the other Scythes followed her example and began gleaning with such heart, compassion, and love that it did bring enormous effort, and at the end, people were crowding around them, asking to be gleaned next. Then, when only the Scythes were left and the sea was rolling just a few floors beneath them, Scythe Curie said, "Finish it." She bore witness to these, the last Scythes on Endora invoking the 7th commandment and gleaning themselves. And then she held her blade above her own heart. It felt strange and awkward to have the hilt turned inward. She had lived a long life, a full life. There were things she regretted and things she was proud of. Here was the reckoning for her early deeds, the reckoning she had been waiting for all these years. It was almost a relief. She only wished she could have been there to see Anastasia revived, when the vault was someday raised from the ocean floor. But Marie had to accept that whatever it happened, it would happen without her. She thrust her blade inward, directly into her heart. She fell to the ground only seconds before the sea would wash over her, but knew death would wash over her faster. And the blade hurt far less than she imagined it would, which made her smile. She was good. Very, very good. In the vault of relics and futures, the sinking of Endora was nothing more to Rowan and Citra than a gentle, downward motion, like an elevator descending. The magnetic levitation field that kept the cube suspended dampened their sense of the fall. The power might even stay on until they reached the bottom. The magnetic field absorbing the shock of the impact on the sea floor 2 miles below. But eventually, the power would go out. The inner cube would come to rest against the floor of the outer cube, its steel surface conducting away all heat, bringing on the terminal chill. But not yet. Rowan looked to the vault around them and the lavish robes of the founders. "Hey," he said, "how about you be Cleopatra and I'll be Prometheus?" He went to the mannequin that wore Supreme Blade Prometheus's violet and gold robe and put it on. He looked regal, as if he were born to wear it. Then he took Cleopatra's robe, made of peacock feathers and silk. Citra let her own robe fall to the ground, and he gently slipped the great founder's robe over Citra's shoulders. To him, she looked like a goddess. The only thing that could ever do her justice would be the brush of a mortal age artist, capable of immortalizing the world with far greater truth and passion than actual immortality could. When he took her in his arms, it suddenly didn't seem to matter what was going on outside of their tiny, sealed universe. In these terminal minutes of their current lives, it was just the two of them, finally giving in to their ultimate act of completion. The binary at last becoming the one. Chapter 47. Sound and Silence. As Endura plunged to the bottom of the Atlantic, as its enduring heart that had beat for 250 years ceased to endure, and as the lights went out in the chamber within a chamber, the thunderhead screamed. It began with alarms everywhere in the world, just a few at first, but more joined in the cacophony. Fire alarms, tornado sirens, buzzers, whistles, and millions upon millions of horns, all blaring a singular, anguished wail. And still, it was not enough. Now, every speaker on every electronic device in the world came to life, letting off a shrill feedback shriek. And around the world, people fell to their knees, hands over their ears to shield themselves from the deafening din. But nothing could alleviate the thunderhead's fury and despair. For 10 minutes, the thunderhead's ear-rending squall filled the world, echoing in the Grand Canyon, resounding in the Antarctic ice shelves, causing glaciers to cave. It bellowed up the slopes of Mount Everest and scattered herds on the Serengeti. There was not a being on earth that did not hear it. And when it was done, and silence returned, everyone knew that something had changed. What was that? People asked. What could cause such a thing? No one knew for sure. No one but the Tonists. They knew exactly what it was. They knew because they had been waiting for it their whole lives. It was the Great Resonance. In a cloister in a small city in mid-America, Grayson Tolliver took his hands away from his ears. There were shouts outside his window in the garden below. Cries. Were they cries of pain? He hurried out of his Spartan room to find the Tonists not wailing in agony, but rejoicing. "Did you hear it?" they asked. "Wasn't it wonderful? Wasn't it everything we were told it would be?" Grayson, a bit shell-shocked from the resonance still buzzing in his head, wandered from the cloister out onto the street. There was commotion there, but of a different kind. People were panicked, and not just because of the noise that had pierced their lives, but something else. Everyone seemed to be looking at their tablets and phones in confusion. "This can't be," he heard someone say. "This must be a mistake." "But the Thunderhead doesn't make mistakes," someone else said. Grayson went up to them. "What is it? What happened?" The man showed Grayson his phone. The screen was blinking with an ugly red U. "It says I'm an unsavory." "Me too," said someone else. And as Grayson looked around him, everyone was filled with the same brand of uncomprehending confusion. But it wasn't just here. In every city, in every town, in every home around the world, the scene was being repeated. For the Thunderhead had, in its infinite wisdom, decided that all of humanity was complicit in its actions, large and small, and all of humanity had to face the consequences. Everyone, everywhere was now designated unsavory. A panicked populace began to desperately ask the Thunderhead for guidance. "What should I do? Please, tell me what to do. How do I make this right? Talk to me. Please, talk to me." But the Thunderhead was silent. It had to be. The Thunderhead did not speak to unsavories. Grayson Tolliver left the confused and confounded mobs, returning to the relative safety of the cloister, where the Tonists still rejoiced, in spite of the fact that they were now all unsavories. Because what did that matter when the resonance had spoken to their souls? But unlike them, Grayson didn't rejoice, nor did he despair. He wasn't sure how to feel about this strange turn of events, nor did he know what it would mean for him. Grayson no longer had his own tablet. As Curate Mendoza had told him, their sect didn't shun technology, but they chose not to rely on it either. So, there was a computer room at the end of a long hallway. The door was always closed, but it was never locked. Grayson opened the door and sat before the computer. The computer's camera scanned him, and his profile automatically came up on the screen. It read, Grayson Tolliver. Not Slade Bridger, but Grayson Tolliver. And unlike the others, unlike every other living soul on the planet, he was not marked unsavory. He had served his time. His status had been lifted. His, and his alone. Thunderhead? He said, his voice trembling and unsure. And a voice spoke back to him with the same loving kindness and warmth that he remembered. The voice of the benevolent force that had raised him and helped make him everything that he was. "Hello, Grayson," said the Thunderhead. "We need to talk." Hey everyone, narrator here. That was Book 2 in the Arc of a Scythe series, Thunderhead, by Neil Schusterman. I can't tell you what a crazy ride this has been. From starting the first book, to Masters of Doom, to now The Thunderhead, and every book beyond. This has been eye-opening, to say the least. I can't thank you enough for all your support, your subscriptions, your time, your ears, and hoping we can make that day just a little bit less of a grind. Thanks for listening. Look forward to the next installment. It's around the corner. Bye.